Volume 3, John Usclass. It is the contention of Mr. Norrell of Hanover Square that everything belonging to John Usclass must be shaken out of modern magic, as one would shake moths and dust out of an old coat. What does he imagine he will have left? If you get rid of John Usclass, you will be left holding the empty air. Jonathan Strange, Prologue to the History and Practice of English Magic. Publisher John Murray, London, 1816. 45. Prologue to the History and Practice of English Magic, by Jonathan Strange. In the last months of 1110, a strange army appeared in northern England. It was first heard of near a place called Penlaw, some 20 or 30 miles northwest of Newcastle. No one could say where it had come from. It was generally supposed to be an invasion of Scots or Danes, or perhaps even of French. By early December the army had taken Newcastle and Durham, and was riding west. It came to Allendale, a small stone settlement that stands high among the hills of Northumbria, and camped one night on the edge of a moor outside the town. The people of Allendale were sheep farmers, not soldiers. The town had no walls to protect it, and the nearest soldiers were 35 miles away, preparing to defend the castle of Carlisle. Consequently, the townspeople thought it best to lose no time in making friends with the strange army. With this aim in mind, several pretty young women set off, a company of brave Judiths, determined to save themselves and their neighbours if they could. But when they arrived at the place where the army had their camp, the women became fearful and hung back. The camp was a dreary, silent place. A thick snow was falling, and the strange soldiers lay, wrapped in their black cloaks, upon the snowy ground. At first the young women thought the soldiers must be dead, an impression which was strengthened by the great multitude of ravens and other blackbirds which had settled over the camp, and indeed upon the prostrate forms of the soldiers themselves. Yet the soldiers were not dead. From time to time one would stir himself and go attend to his horse, or brush a bird away if it tried to peck at his face. At the approach of the young women a soldier got to his feet. One of the women shook off her fears and went up to him and kissed him on the mouth. His skin was very pale, it shone like moonlight, and entirely without blemish. His hair was long and straight, like a fall of dark brown water. The bones of his face were unnaturally fine and strong. The expression of the face was solemn. His blue eyes were long and slanting, and his brows were as fine and dark as pen-strokes, with a curious flourish at the end. None of this worried the girl in the least. For all she knew, every Dane, Scot, and Frenchman ever born is eerily beautiful. He took well enough to the kiss, and allowed her to kiss him again. Then he paid her back in kind. Another soldier rose from the ground and opened his mouth. Out of it came a sad, wailing sort of music. The first soldier, the one the girl had kissed, began to coax her to dance with him, pushing her this way and that with his long white fingers, until she was dancing in a fashion to suit him. This went on for some time, until she became heated with the dance, and paused for a moment to take off her cloak. Then her companions saw that drops of blood, like beads of sweat, were forming on her arms, face, and legs, and falling on to the snow. This sight terrified them, and so they ran away. The strange army never entered Allendale. It rode on in the night towards Carlisle. The next day the townspeople went cautiously up to the fields where the army had camped. There they found the girl, her body entirely white and drained of blood, while the snow around her was stained bright red. By these signs they recognized the Thina She, the fairy host. Battles were fought, and the English lost every one. By Christmas the fairy host was at York. They held Newcastle, Durham, Carlisle, and Lancaster. Aside from the exsanguination of the Maid of Allendale, the fairies displayed very little of the cruelty for which their race is famed. Of all the towns and fortifications which they took, only Lancaster was burnt to the ground. At Thirsk, north of York, a pig offended a member of the host by running out under the feet of his horse, and causing it to rear up and fall and break its back. The fairy and his companions hunted the pig, and when they had caught it, they put its eyes out. Generally, however, the arrival of the host at any new place was a cause of great rejoicing among animals both wild and domesticated, as if they recognized in the fairies an ally against their common foe, man. At Christmas, King Henry summoned his earls, bishops, abbots, and the great men of his realm to his house in Westminster to discuss the matter. Fairies were not unknown in England in those days. There were long-established fairy settlements in many places, some hidden by magic, some merely avoided by their Christian neighbours. King Henry's councillors agreed that fairies were naturally wicked. They were lascivious, mendacious, and thieving. They seduced young men and women, confused travellers, and stole children, cattle, and corn. They were astonishingly indolent. They had mastered the arts of masonry, carpentry, and carving thousands of years ago, but rather than take the trouble to build themselves houses, most still preferred to live in places which they were pleased to call castles, but which were in fact earth-barrows of great antiquity. They spent their days drinking and dancing while their barley and beans rotted in the fields, and their beasts shivered and died on the cold hillside. Indeed, all King Henry's advisers agreed that, had it not been for their extraordinary magic and near immortality, the entire fairy race would have long since perished from hunger and thirst. Yet this feckless, improvident people had invaded a well-defended Christian kingdom, won every battle they had fought, and had ridden from place to place, securing each stronghold as they came to it. All this spoke of a measure of purposefulness which no fairy had ever been known to possess. No one knew what to make of it. In January, the fairy host left York and rode south. At the Trent they halted. So it was at Newark, on the banks of the Trent, that King Henry and his army met the Thinashee in battle. Before the battle, a magic wind blew through the ranks of King Henry's army, and a sweet sound of pipe music was heard, which caused a great number of the horses to break free and flee to the fairy side, many taking their unlucky riders with them. Next, every man heard the voices of his loved ones, mothers, fathers, children, lovers, call out to him to come home. A host of ravens descended from the sky, pecking at the faces of the English and blinding them with a chaos of black wings. The English soldiers not only had the skill and ferocity of the Sidhe to contend with, but also their own fear in the face of such eerie magic. It is scarcely to be wondered at that the battle was short and that King Henry lost. At the moment when all fell silent, and it became clear beyond any doubt that King Henry had been defeated, the birds for miles around began singing as if for joy. The king and his councillors waited for some chieftain or king to step forward. The ranks of the Thinashee parted, and someone appeared. He was rather less than 15 years old. Like the Thinashee, he was dressed in ragged clothes of coarse black wool. Like them, his dark hair was long and straight. Like them, he spoke neither English nor French, the two languages current in England at that time, but only a dialect of faery. Note: no one in England nowadays knows this language, and all we have left of it is a handful of borrowed words describing various obscure magical techniques. Martin Pale wrote in De Tractatu Magicarum Linguarum that it was related to the ancient Celtic languages. End of note. He was pale and handsome and solemn-faced, yet it was clear to everyone present that he was human, not fairy. By the standards of the Norman and English earls and knights who saw him that day for the first time, he was scarcely civilized. He had never seen a spoon before, nor a chair, nor an iron kettle, nor a silver penny, nor a wax candle. No fairy clan or kingdom of the period possessed any such fine things. When King Henry and the boy met to divide England between them, Henry sat upon a wooden bench and drank wine from a silver goblet. The boy sat upon the floor and drank ewe's milk from a stone cup. The chronicler, Orderic Vitalis, writing some 30 years later, describes the shock felt by King Henry's court when they saw, in the midst of all these important proceedings, a heartache warrior lean across and begin solicitously plucking lice out of the boy's filthy hair. There was among the fairy host a young Norman knight called Thomas of Dundal. Note: variously Thomas de Dundal or Thomas de Donville. It seems that several of Henry's noblemen recognized Thomas as the younger son of a powerful Norman magnate who had disappeared one Christmas 14 years before. Given the circumstances of his return, it is doubtful whether they felt particularly pleased to have him back. End of note. Though he had been a captive in Faerie for many years, he remembered enough of his own language, French, to make the boy and King Henry understand each other. King Henry asked the boy his name. The boy replied that he had none. Note: when he was a child in Faerie, the Sidhe had called him a word in their own language which, we are told, meant starling, but he had already abandoned that name by the time he entered England. Later he took to calling himself by his father's name, John Duskglass, but in the early part of his reign he was known simply by one of the many titles his friends or enemies gave him: the King, the Raven King, the Black King, the King in the North. End of note. King Henry asked him why he made war on England. The boy said that he was the only surviving member of an aristocratic Norman family who had been granted lands in the north of England by King Henry's father, William the Conqueror. The men of the family had been deprived of their lands and their lives by a wicked enemy named Hubert de Cotentin. The boy said that some years before his father had appealed to William II, King Henry's brother and predecessor, for justice, but had received none. Shortly afterwards his father had been murdered. The boy said that he himself had been taken by Hubert's men while still a baby and abandoned in the forest. But the heartache had found him and taken him to live with them in Faerie. Now he had returned. He had a very young man's belief in the absolute rightness of his own cause and the absolute wrongness of everyone else's. He had settled it in his own mind that the stretch of England which lay between the Tweed and the Trent was a just recompense for the failure of the Norman kings to avenge the murders of his family. For this reason, and no other, King Henry was suffered to retain the southern half of his kingdom. The boy said that he was already a king in Faerie. He named the fairy king who was his overlord. No one understood. Note: the name of this heartache king was particularly long and difficult. Traditionally, he has always been known as Oberon. End of note. That day he began his unbroken reign of more than 300 years. At the age of 14 he had already created the system of magic that we employ today, or rather that we would employ if we could. Most of what he knew we have forgotten. His was a perfect blending of fairy magic and human organization. Their powers were wedded to his own terrifying purposefulness. There is no reason that we know of to explain why one stolen Christian child should suddenly emerge the greatest magician of any age. Other children, both before and since, have been held captive in the borderlands of Faerie, but none other ever profited from the experience in the way he did. By comparison with his achievements, all our efforts seem trivial, insignificant. It is the contention of Mr. Norrell of Hanover Square that everything belonging to John Uskglass must be shaken out of modern magic, as one would shake moths and dust out of an old coat. What does he imagine he will have left? If you get rid of John Uskglass, you will be left holding the empty air. From The History and Practice of English Magic, Volume 1, by Jonathan Strange, published by John Murray, 1816. 46. The Sky Spoke to Me. January 1816. It was a dark day. A chill wind blew snowflakes against the windows of Mr. Norrell's library, where Childermus sat writing business letters. Though it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, the candles were already lit. The only sounds were the coals being consumed in the grate and the scratch of Childermus's pen against the paper. Hanover Square. To Lord Sidmouth, the Home Secretary, January 8, 1816. My Lord, Mr. Norrell desires me to inform you that the spells to prevent flooding of the rivers in the county of Suffolk are now complete. The bill will be sent to Mr. Wynne at the Treasury today. Somewhere a bell was tolling, a mournful sound. It was very far away. Childermus barely noticed it, and yet, under the influence of the bell, the room around him grew darker and lonelier. The magic will keep the waters within the confines of the river's customary courses. However, Mr. Leaves, the young engineer employed by the Lord Lieutenant of Suffolk to assess the strength of the present bridges and other structures adjacent to the rivers, has expressed some doubts. The image of a dreary landscape was before him. He saw it very vividly, as if it were somewhere he knew well, or a painting that he had seen every day for years and years. A wide landscape of brown empty fields and ruined buildings beneath a bleak grey sky. Whether the bridges over the Stour and the Orwell are capable of withstanding the more violent flow of water which will certainly ensue at times of heavy rains, Mr. Leaves recommends an immediate and thorough examination of the bridges, mills, and fords in Suffolk, beginning with the Stour and Orwell. I am told that he has already written to your lordship about this matter. He was no longer merely thinking of the landscape. It seemed to him that he was actually there. He was standing in an old road, rutted and ancient, that wound up a black hill towards the sky where a great flock of black birds was gathering. Mr. Norrell has declined to put a period to the magic. It is his private opinion that it will last as long as the rivers themselves. However, he begs leave to recommend to your lordship that the spells be re-examined in 20 years. On Tuesday next, Mr. Norrell will begin to put in place the same magic for the county of Norfolk. The birds were like black letters against the grey of the sky. He thought that in a moment he would understand what the writing meant. The stones in the ancient road were symbols foretelling the traveller's journey. Childermus came to himself with a start. The pen jerked from his hand, and the ink splattered over the letter. He looked around in confusion. He did not appear to be dreaming. All the old familiar objects were there, the shelves of books, the mirror, the ink-pot, the fire-irons, the porcelain figure of Martin Pale. But his confidence in his own senses was shaken. He no longer trusted that the books, the mirrors, the porcelain figure were really there. It was as if everything he could see was simply a skin that he could tear with one fingernail and find the cold, desolate landscape behind it. The brown fields were partly flooded. They were strung with chains of chill grey pools. The pattern of the pools had meaning. The pools had been written on to the fields by the rain. The pools were a magic worked by the rain, just as the tumbling of the blackbirds against the grey was a spell that the sky was working, and the motion of grey-brown grasses was a spell that the wind made. Everything had meaning. Childermus leapt up away from the desk and shook himself. He took a hurried turn around the room and rang the bell for the servant. But even as he waited, the magic began to reassert itself. By the time Lucas appeared, he was no longer certain if he were in Mr. Norrell's library or standing upon an ancient road. He shook his head violently and blinked several times. "Where is my master?" he said. "Something is wrong." Lucas gazed at him in some concern. "Mr. Childermus, are you ill, sir?" "Never mind that. Where is Mr. Norrell?" "He is at the Admiralty, sir. I thought you knew. The carriage came for him over an hour ago. I dare say he will be back shortly." "No," said Childermus, "that cannot be. He cannot have gone. Are you sure that he is not upstairs, doing magic?" "Quite sure, sir. I saw the carriage leave with the master inside it. Let me send Matthew for a physician, Mr. Childermus. You look very ill." Childermus opened his mouth to protest that he was not ill at all, but just at that moment the sky looked at him. He felt the earth shrug because it felt him upon its back. The sky spoke to him. It was a language he had never heard before. He was not even certain there were words. Perhaps it only spoke to him in the black writing the birds made. He was small and unprotected, and there was no escape. He was caught between earth and sky as if cupped between two hands. They could crush him if they chose. The sky spoke to him again. "I do not understand," he said. He blinked and found that Lucas was bending over him. His breath was coming in gasps. He put out his hand, and his hand brushed something at his side. He turned to look at it, and was puzzled to discover that it was a chair leg. He was lying on the floor. "What?" he asked. "You're in the library, sir," said Lucas. "I think you fainted." "Help me up. I need to talk to Norrell." "But I told you already, sir." "No," said Childemus. "You are wrong. He must be here. He must be. Take me upstairs." Lucas helped him up and out of the room, but when they reached the stairs he very nearly collapsed again. So Lucas called for Matthew, the other footman, and together they half-supported, half-carried Childemus to the little study upon the second floor where Mr. Norrell performed his most private magic. Lucas opened the door. Inside, a fire was burning in the grate. Pens, penknives, pen-holders, and pencils were placed neatly in a little tray. The inkwell was filled and the silver cap placed on it. Books and notebooks stood stacked neatly or tidied away. Everything was dusted and polished and in perfect order. Clearly Mr. Norrell had not been there that morning. Childemus pushed the footman away from him. He stood and gazed at the room in some perplexity. "You see, sir," said Lucas, "it is just as I told you. The master is at the Admiralty." "Yes," said Childemus. But it made no sense to him. If the eerie magic was not Norrell's, then whose could it be? "Has Strange been here?" he asked. "No, indeed." Lucas was indignant. "I hope I know my duties better than to let Mr. Strange in the house. You still look queer, sir. Let me send for a physician." "No, no. I am better. I am a great deal better. Here, help me to a chair." Childemus collapsed into a chair with a sigh. "What in God's name are you both staring at?" He waved them both away. "Matthew, have you no work to do? Lucas, fetch me a glass of water." He was still dazed and dizzy, but the sick feeling in his stomach had lessened. He could picture the landscape in every detail. The image of it was fixed in his head. He could taste its desolation, its otherworldliness, but he no longer felt in danger of losing himself in it. He could think. Lucas returned with a tray with a wine-glass and a decanter full of water. He poured a glass of water, and Childemus drank it off. There was a spell Childemus knew. It was a spell to detect magic. It could not tell you what the magic was, or who was performing it. It simply told you whether there was any magic occurring or not. At least that was what it was supposed to do. Childemus had only ever tried it once, and there had been nothing. He had no way of knowing whether or not it worked. "Fill the glass again," he told Lucas. Lucas did so. This time Childemus did not drink from the glass. Instead he muttered some words at it. Then he held it up to the light and peered through it, turning slowly until he had surveyed every part of the room through the glass. There was nothing. "I am not even sure what I am looking for," he murmured. To Lucas he said, "Come, I need your help." They returned to the library. Childemus held up the glass again and said the words and looked through it. Nothing. He approached the window. For a moment he thought he saw something at the bottom of the glass like a pearl of white light. "It is in the square," he said. "What is in the square?" asked Lucas. Childemus did not answer. Instead he looked out of the window. Snow covered the muddy cobbles of Hanover Square. The black railings that surrounded the enclosure in the centre showed sharply against the whiteness. Snow was still falling, and there was a sharp wind. Despite this, there were several people in the square. It was well known that Mr. Norrell lived in Hanover Square, and people came here hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Just now a gentleman and 2 young ladies, all doubtless fanatics for magic, were standing in front of the house, gazing at it in some excitement. A little further off a dark young man was lounging against the railings. Near him was an ink-seller with a ragged coat and a little barrel of ink upon his back. On the right there was another lady. She had turned away from the house and was walking slowly in the direction of Hanover Street, but Childermus had the notion that she had been among the onlookers only a moment before. She was fashionably and expensively dressed in a dark green pelisse trimmed with ermine, and she carried a large ermine muff. Childermus knew the ink-seller well. He had often bought ink from him. The others were, he thought, all strangers. "Do you recognize anyone?" he asked. "That dark-haired fellow?" Lucas pointed to the young man leaning against the railings. "That is Frederick Marston. He has been here several times to ask Mr. Norrell to take him as a pupil, but Mr. Norrell has always refused to see him." "Yes, I think you told me about him." Childermus studied the people in the square a moment longer, and then he said, "Unlikely as it seems, one of them must be performing some sort of magic. I need to go down and see. Come, I cannot do this without you." In the square the magic was stronger than ever. The sad bell tolled inside Childermus's head. Behind the curtain of snow the 2 worlds flickered back and forth like images in a magic lantern. One moment Hanover Square, one moment dreary fields and a black writing upon the sky. Childermus held up the wine-glass in preparation to saying the words of the spell, but there was no need. It blazed with a soft white light. It was the brightest thing in the whole of that dark winter's day, its light clearer and purer than any lamp could be, and it threw curious shadows upon the faces of Childermus and Lucas. The sky spoke to him again. This time he thought it was a question. Great consequences hung upon his answer. If he could just understand what was being asked and find the correct words in which to frame his reply, then something would be revealed, something that would change English magic forever, something that Strange and Norrell had not even guessed at yet. For a long moment he struggled to understand. The language or spell seemed tantalizingly familiar now. In a moment he thought he would grasp it. After all, the world had been speaking these words to him every day of his life. It was just that he had not noticed it before. Lucas was saying something. Childermus must have begun to fall again, because he now found that Lucas was grasping him under the arms and dragging him upright. The wine-glass lay shattered upon the cobbles, and the white light was split across the snow. "The queerest thing," said Lucas. "That's it, Mr. Childermus. Up you come. I have never known you taken like this. Are you sure, sir, that you don't want to go inside? But here is Mr. Norrell. He will know what to do." Childermus looked to the right. Mr. Norrell's carriage was turning into the square from George Street. The ink-seller saw it too. Immediately he approached the gentleman and 2 young ladies. He made them a respectful bow and spoke to the gentleman. All 3 turned their heads and looked at the carriage. The gentleman reached into a pocket and gave the ink-seller a coin. The ink-seller bowed again and withdrew. Mr. Marston, the dark young man, did not need anyone to tell him that this was Mr. Norrell's carriage. As soon as he observed its approach, he stood away from the railings and moved forward. Even the fashionably dressed lady had turned and was walking back towards the house, apparently with the intention of looking at England's foremost magician. The carriage stopped in front of the house. The footman descended from the box and opened the door. Mr. Norrell stepped out. He was so wrapped up in mufflers that his shrunken little form appeared almost stout. Immediately Mr. Marston hailed him and began to say something to him. Mr. Norrell shook his head impatiently and waved Mr. Marston away. The fashionably dressed lady passed Childermus and Lucas. She was very pale and solemn-looking. It occurred to Childermus that she would probably have been considered handsome by the people who cared about such things. Now that he looked at her properly, he began to think that he knew her.
"Lucas," he murmured, "who is that woman?"
"I am sorry, sir. I don't think I ever saw her before." At the foot of the carriage steps Mr. Marston was growing more insistent, and Mr. Norrell was growing angrier. Mr. Norrell looked around. He saw Lucas and Childermus close at hand, and beckoned to them. Just then the fashionably dressed lady took a step towards him. For a moment it seemed that she too was going to address him, but that was not her intention. She took a pistol from her muff, and with all the calm in the world aimed it at his heart. Mr. Norrell and Mr. Marston both stared at her. Several things happened at once. Lucas loosed his hold of Childermus, who dropped like a stone to the ground, and ran to help his master. Mr. Marston seized hold of the lady around her waist. Davy, Mr. Norrell's coachman, jumped down from his box and grabbed the arm which held the pistol. Childermus lay amid the snow and shards of glass. He saw the woman shrug herself free of Mr. Marston's grasp with what seemed like remarkable ease. She pushed him to the ground with such force that he did not get up again. She put one small, gloved hand to Davy's chest, and Davy was flung several yards backwards. Mr. Norrell's footman, the one who had opened the carriage door, tried to knock her down, but his blow had not the least effect upon her. She put her hand upon his face. It looked like the lightest touch in the world. He crumpled to the ground. Lucas she simply struck with a pistol. Childermus could make very little sense of what was happening. He dragged himself upright and stumbled forward for half a dozen yards, scarcely knowing whether he was walking upon the cobblestones of Hanover Square or an ancient road in Faery. Mr. Norrell stared at the lady in the utmost horror, too frightened to cry out or run away. Childermus put up his hands to her in a gesture of conciliation. "Madam," he began. She did not even look at him. The dizzying fall of white flakes confused him. Try as he might, he could not keep his hold upon Hanover Square. The eerie landscape was claiming him. Mr. Norrell would be killed, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. Then something strange happened. Something strange happened. Hanover Square disappeared. Mr. Norrell, Lucas, and all the rest of them disappeared. But the lady remained. She stood facing him upon the ancient road, beneath the sky with its tumble and seethe of blackbirds. She raised her pistol and aimed it out of Faery and into England at Mr. Norrell's heart. "Madam," said Childermus again. She looked at him with a cold, burning fury. There was nothing in the world he could say to deter her, nothing in this world nor any other. And so he did the only thing he could think of. He seized hold of the barrel of the pistol. There was a shot, an intolerably loud sound. It was the force of the noise, Childermus supposed, which pushed him back into England. Suddenly he was half sitting, half lying in Hanover Square, with his back to the carriage steps. He wondered where Norrell was and whether he was dead. He supposed he ought to go and find out, but he found he did not much care about it, and so he stayed where he was. It was not until a surgeon arrived that he understood that the lady had indeed shot someone, and that the someone was himself. The rest of that day and most of the following one passed in a confusion of pain and laudanum dreams. Sometimes Childermus thought he was standing on the ancient road under the speaking sky, but now Lucas was with him, talking of maids of honour and coal-scuttles. A tightrope was strung across the sky, and a great many people were walking on it. Strange was there, and so was Norrell. They both had piles of books in their hands. There was John Murray, the publisher, and Vinculus, and many others. Sometimes the pain in Childermus's shoulder escaped from him and ran about the room and hid. When this happened, he thought it became a small animal. No one else knew it was there. He supposed he ought to tell them, so that they could chase it out. Once he caught sight of it. It had flame-coloured fur, brighter than a fox. On the evening of the second day he was lying in bed with a much clearer notion of who he was, and where he was, and what had happened. At about 7 o'clock Lucas entered the room, carrying one of the dining chairs. He placed it by the bed. A moment later Mr. Norrell entered the room and sat upon it. For some moments Mr. Norrell did nothing but stare at the counterpane with an anxious expression. Then he muttered a question. Childermus did not hear what was said, but he naturally supposed that Mr. Norrell must be inquiring about his health, so he began to say that he hoped he would be better in a day or two. Mr. Norrell interrupted him, and said again more sharply,
"Why were you performing Belasis's scopus?"
"What?" asked Childermus.
"Lucas said that you were doing magic," said Mr. Norrell. "I made him describe it to me. Naturally, I recognized Belasis's scopus."
Note: the spell to detect magic appears in the Instructions by Jacques Belassus. End of note. His face grew sharp and suspicious.
"Why were you performing it? And, which is even more to the point, where in the world did you learn such a thing? How can I do my work when I am constantly betrayed in this manner? It is astonishing to me that I have achieved anything at all when I am surrounded by servants who learn spells behind my back and pupils who set themselves to undo my every accomplishment."
Childermus gave him a look of mild exasperation.
"You taught it to me yourself."
"I?" cried Mr. Norrell, his voice several pitches higher than usual.
"It was before you came to London, in the days when you kept to your library at Hertford, when I used to go about the country for you buying up valuable books. You taught me the spell in case I should ever meet with any one who claimed to be a practical magician. You were afraid that there might be another magician who could—" "Yes," said Mr. Norrell impatiently. "I remember now. But that does not explain why you were performing it in the square yesterday morning." "Because there was magic everywhere." "Lucas did not notice anything?" "It is not part of Lucas's duties to know when there is magic going on. That falls to me. It was the strangest thing I ever knew. I kept thinking that I was somewhere else entirely. I believed that for a while I was in real danger. I do not understand very well where the place was. It had some curious features, which I will describe to you in a moment, but it was certainly not England. I think it was faerie. What sort of magic produces such an effect, and where was it coming from? Can it be that that woman was a magician?" "Which woman?" "The woman who shot me."
Mr. Norrell made a small sound of irritation.
"That bullet affected you more than I supposed," he said contemptuously. "If she had been a great magician, do you really suppose that you could have thwarted her so easily? There was no magician in the square, certainly not that woman." "Why, who was she?"
Mr. Norrell was silent a moment. Then he said,
"Sir Walter Poole's wife, the woman I brought back from the dead."
Childermus was silent a moment.
"Well, you astonish me," he said at last. "I can think of several people who have good cause to aim a pistol at your heart, but for the life of me I cannot understand why this woman should be one of them." "They tell me she is mad," said Mr. Norrell. "She escaped the people who were set to watch her and came here to kill me, which, as I think you will agree, is proof enough of her madness."
Mr. Norrell's small grey eyes looked away.
"After all, I am known everywhere as her benefactor."
Childermus was barely listening to him.
"But where did she get the pistol? Sir Walter is a sensible man. It is hard to imagine that he leaves firearms in her way." "It was a duelling pistol, one of a pair that belongs to Sir Walter. It is kept in a locked box in a locked writing desk in his private study. Sir Walter says that until yesterday he would have taken an oath that she knew nothing about it. As to how she contrived to get the key, both keys, that is a mystery to everyone." "It does not seem much of a mystery to me. Wives, even mad wives, have ways of getting what they want from husbands. But Sir Walter did not have the keys. That is the strange part of it. These pistols were the only firearms in the house, and Sir Walter had some natural concerns for the security of his wife and possessions, since he is so frequently away from home. The keys were in the keeping of the butler, that tall black man. I dare say you know who I mean. Sir Walter cannot understand how he came to make such a mistake. Sir Walter says he is generally the most reliable and trustworthy fellow in the world. Of course one never really knows what servants are thinking," continued Mr. Norrell blithely, forgetting that he was speaking to one at that moment. "Yet it can hardly be supposed that this man bears any grudge against me. I never spoke 3 words to him in my life. Of course," he continued, "I could prosecute Lady Poole for trying to kill me. Yesterday I was quite determined upon it. But it has been represented to me by several people that I must consider Sir Walter. Lord Liverpool and Mr. Lascelles both say so, and I believe that they are right. Sir Walter has been a good friend to English magic. I should not wish to give Sir Walter any reason to regret that he has been my friend. Sir Walter has given me his solemn oath that she will be put away somewhere in the country, where she will see no one and no one will see her."
Mr. Norrell did not trouble to ascertain Childermus's wishes upon this point, despite the fact that it was Childermus who was lying upon the bed, sick with pain and loss of blood, and that Mr. Norrell's injuries had consisted chiefly of a slight headache and a small cut upon one finger. It was clear to Mr. Norrell that he was the more sinned against of the two.
"So what was the magic?"
asked Childermus. "Mine, of course," declared Mr. Norrell angrily. "Who else's should it be? It was the magic I did to bring her back from the dead. That was what you felt, and that is what Belas's Scopus revealed. It was early in my career, and I dare say there were some irregularities that may have caused it to take an odd turn, and—"
"An odd turn?"
cried Childermus hoarsely. He was seized with a fit of coughing. When he had regained his breath, he said,
"At every moment I was in danger of being transported to some realm where everything breathed magic. The sky spoke to me. Everything spoke to me. How could that have been?"
Mr. Norrell raised an eyebrow.
"I do not know. Perhaps you were drunk." "And have you ever known me to be drunk in the performance of my duties?" asked Childermus icily.
Mr. Norrell shrugged defensively.
"I have not the least idea what you do. It seems to me that you have been a law unto yourself from the first moment you entered my house." "But surely the idea is not so strange when considered in the light of ancient English magic," insisted Childermus. "Have you not told me that Oreates regarded trees, hills, rivers, and so on as living creatures with thoughts, memories, and desires of their own? The Oreates thought that the whole world habitually worked magic of a sort." "Some of the Oreates thought so, yes. It is a belief that they imbibed from their fairy servants, who attributed some of their own extraordinary magic to their ability to talk to trees and rivers and so forth, and to form friendships and alliances with them. But there is no reason to suppose that they were right. My own magic does not rely upon any such nonsensical ideas." "The sky spoke to me," said Childermus. "If what I saw was true, then—" He paused. "Then what?" asked Mr. Norrell. In his weakened state, Childermus had been thinking aloud. He had meant to say that if what he had seen was true, then everything that Strange and Norrell had ever done was child's play, and magic was a much stranger and more terrifying thing than any of them had thought of. Strange and Norrell had been merely throwing paper darts about a parlour, while real magic soared and swooped and twisted on great wings in a limitless sky far, far above them. But then he realized that Mr. Norrell was unlikely to take a very sanguine view of such ideas, and so he said nothing. Curiously, Mr. Norrell seemed to guess his thoughts anyway. He cried in a sudden passion. "Very well. You are there, are you? Then I advise you to go and join Strange and Murray and all the other traitors immediately. I believe you will find that their ideas suit your present frame of mind much better. I am sure that they will be very glad to have you, and you will be able to tell them all my secrets. I dare say they will pay you handsomely for it. I shall be ruined, and— Mr. Norrell, calm yourself. I have no intention of taking up any new employment. You are the last master I shall ever have.
There was another short silence, which perhaps allowed Mr. Norrell time to reflect upon the inappropriateness of quarrelling with a man who had saved his life only yesterday. In a more reasonable tone he said, "I dare say no one has told you yet. Strange's wife is dead."
"What?"
"Dead. I had the news from Sir Walter. Apparently she went for a walk in the snow, most ill-advised. 2 days later she was dead." Childermus felt cold. The dreary landscape was suddenly very close, just beneath the skin of England. He could almost fancy himself upon the ancient road again. And Arabella Strange was on the road ahead of him. Her back was turned towards him, and she walked on alone into the chill grey lands, under the magic-speaking sky. "I am told," continued Mr. Norrell, quite oblivious to Childermus's sudden pallor and laboured breathing, "that Lady Poole has been made very unhappy by the death of Mrs. Strange. Her distress has been out of all reason. It seems they were friends. I did not know that until now. Had I known it, I might perhaps have—" He paused, and his face worked with some secret emotion. "But it cannot matter now. One of them is mad, and the other one is dead. From all that Sir Walter can tell, Lady Poole seems to consider me in some way culpable for Mrs. Strange's death." He paused. Then, in case there should be any doubt about the matter, he added, "Which is nonsense, of course." Just then the 2 eminent physicians whom Mr. Norrell had employed to attend Childermus entered the room. They were surprised to see Mr. Norrell in the room, surprised and delighted. Their smiling countenances and bowing, bobbing forms said what a very pleasing instance of the great man's condescension they thought it that he should pay this visit to his servant. They told him that they had rarely seen a household where the master was so careful of the health of his inferiors, or where the servants were so attached to their master by ties less of duty than of respect and fond regard. Mr. Norrell was at least as susceptible to flattery as most men, and he began to think that perhaps he was indeed doing something unusually virtuous. He extended his hand with the intention of patting Childermus's hand in a friendly and condescending manner. However, upon meeting Childermus's cold stare, he thought better of it, coughed, and left the room. Childermus watched him go. "All magicians lie, and this one more than most," Vinculus had said. 47. A black lad and a blue fella. That ought to mean summat. Late January, 1816. Sir Walter Poole's carriage was travelling along a lonely road in Yorkshire. Stephen Black rode on a white horse at its side. On either hand, empty moors, the colour of a bruise, stretched up to a dark sky that threatened snow. Grey, misshapen rocks were strewn about, making the landscape appear still more bleak and uncouth. Occasionally a low ray of sunlight would pierce the clouds, illuminating for a moment a white foaming stream, or striking a pothole full of water that would suddenly become as dazzling as a fallen silver penny. They came to a crossroads. The coachman halted the horses and stared gloomily at the place where, in his opinion, the finger-post ought to have been. "There are no milestones," said Stephen. "Nothing to say where any of these roads might lead to." "Why, supposing they go anywhere at all," said the coachman, "which I am beginning to doubt." He took a snuff-box from his pocket and inhaled a large pinch of it. The footman, who sat on the box beside the coachman, and who was by far the coldest and most miserable of the 3, comprehensively cursed Yorkshire, all Yorkshiremen, and all Yorkshire roads. "We ought to be travelling north or north-east, I think," said Stephen, "but I have got a little turned around on this moor. Do you have any idea which way is north?" The coachman, to whom this question was addressed, said that all the directions looked pretty northern to him. The footman gave a short, uncheerful laugh. Finding that his companions were of no help, Stephen did what he always did under such circumstances. He took the whole charge of the journey upon himself. He instructed the coachman to take one road while he took another. "If I have success, I will come and find you, or send a messenger. If you have success, deliver your charge, and do not worry about me." Stephen rode along, looking doubtfully at all the lanes and tracks he came to. Once he met with another lone rider, and asked for directions, but the man proved to be a stranger to the moor like himself, and had never heard of the place Stephen mentioned. He came at last to a narrow lane that wound between two walls, built, as is the custom in that part of England, of dry stones without any mortar. He turned down the lane. On either hand, a row of bare winter trees followed the line of the walls. As the first flakes of snow floated down, he crossed a narrow pack-horse bridge, and entered a village of dour stone cottages and tumble-down walls. It was very quiet. There was scarcely more than a handful of buildings, and he quickly found the one he sought. It was a long, low hall, with a paved courtyard in front of it. He surveyed the low roofs, the old-fashioned casements, and the moss-covered stones with an air of the deepest dissatisfaction. "Hallo!" he called. "Is there any one there?" The snow began to fall thicker and faster. From somewhere at the side of the house 2 manservants came running. They were neatly and cleanly dressed, but their nervous expressions and clumsy air made Stephen wince, and wished that he had had the training of them. For their part, they stared to see a black man upon a milk-white mare in their yard. The braver of the 2 bobbed a sort of half-bow. "Is this Staircross Hall?" asked Stephen. "Yes, sir," said the courageous servant. "I am here on business for Sir Walter Poole. Go and fetch your master." The man ran off. A moment later the front door opened, and a thin, dark person appeared. "You are the mad housekeeper?" inquired Stephen. "You are John Secundus?" "Yes, indeed," cried Mr. Secundus. "Welcome, welcome." Stephen dismounted and threw the reins to the servant. "This place is the very devil to find. We have been driving about this infernal moor for an hour. Can you send a man to bring her ladyship's carriage here? They took the road to the left of this one at the cross-roads 2 miles back." "Of course, at once," Mr. Secundus assured him. "I am sorry you have had difficulties. The house is, as you see, extremely secluded, but that is one of the reasons that it suits Sir Walter. His lady is well, I hope?" "Her ladyship is very much fatigued by the journey." "Everything is ready for her reception. At least," Mr. Secundus led the way inside, "I am aware that it must be very different from what she is accustomed to." At the end of a short stone passage they came to a room which was a pleasant contrast with the bleak and sombre surroundings. It spoke nothing but comfort and welcome. It had been fitted up with paintings and pretty furniture, with soft carpets and cheerfully glowing lamps. There were footstools for her ladyship's feet if she felt weary, screens to protect her from a draught if she felt cold, and books to amuse her, should she wish to read. "Is it not suitable?" asked Mr. Secundus anxiously. "I see by your face that it is not." Stephen opened his mouth to tell Mr. Secundus that what he saw was quite different. He saw what her ladyship would see when she entered the room. Chairs, paintings, and lamps were all quite ghostly. Behind them lay the far more substantial and solid forms of lost hopes, bleak grey halls and staircases. But it was no use trying to explain any of this. The words would have changed as he spoke them. They would have turned into some nonsense about beer brewed from anger and longings for revenge, or girls whose tears turned to opals and pearls when the moon waxed, and whose footprints filled with blood when the moon waned. So he contented himself with saying, "No, it is perfectly satisfactory. Her ladyship requires nothing more." To many people this might have seemed a little cool, especially if they had worked as hard as Mr. Secundus, but Mr. Secundus made no objection. "So this is the lady whom Mr. Norrell brought back from the dead?" he said. "Yes," said Stephen. "The single act upon which the whole restoration of English magic is founded?" "Yes," said Stephen. "And yet she tried to kill him. It is a very strange business altogether. Very strange." Stephen said nothing. These were not, in his opinion, fit subjects for the madhouse-keeper to ponder on, and it was most unlikely that he would hit upon the truth of the matter if he did. To draw Mr. Secundus's thoughts away from Lady Poole and her supposed crime, Stephen said, "Sir Walter chose this establishment himself. I do not know whose advice he took. Have you been a madhouse-keeper long?" Mr. Secundus laughed. "No, not long at all. About 2 weeks, in fact. Lady Poole will be my first charge." "Indeed." "I believe Sir Walter considers my lack of experience to be an advantage rather than otherwise. Other gentlemen in this profession are accustomed to exercise all sorts of authority over their charges, and impose restraints upon them, something Sir Walter is very much opposed to in the case of his wife. But, you see, I have no such habits to break. Her ladyship will meet with nothing but kindness and respect in this house, and apart from such little precautions as may suggest themselves to our good sense, such as keeping guns and knives out of her way, she will be treated as a guest in this house, and we will strive to make her happy." Stephen inclined his head in acceptance of these proposals. "How did you come to it?" he asked. "The house?" asked Mr. Secundus. "No, madhouse-keeping." "Oh, quite by accident. Last September I had the great good fortune to meet a lady called Mrs. Lennox, who has since become my benefactress. This house belongs to her. For some years she had tried to find a good tenant for it, but without success. She took a liking to me and wished to do me a kindness, so she determined upon establishing a business here and placing me in charge of it. Our first thought was a school for magicians, but—" "Magicians!" exclaimed Stephen in surprise. "But what have you to do with magicians?" "I am one myself. I have been one all my life." "Indeed." Stephen looked so very much affronted by this news that Mr. Secundus's natural impulse was to apologize to him, though what sort of apology one could offer for being a magician he did not know. He went on, "But Mr. Norrell did not approve our plan for a school, and he sent Childermus here to warn me against it. Do you know John Childermus, sir?" "I know him by sight," said Stephen. "I have never spoken to him." "At first Mrs. Lennox and I had every intention of opposing him. Mr. Norrell, I mean, not Childermus. I wrote to Mr. Strange, but my letter arrived on the morning that his wife disappeared, and, as I dare say you know, the poor lady died a few days later." For a moment Stephen looked as if he were about to say something, but then he shook his head, and Mr. Secundus continued, "Without Mr. Strange to help us, it was clear to me that we must abandon the school. I travelled up to Bath to inform Mrs. Lennox. She was full of kindness, and told me we would soon fix on another plan. But I confess I left her house in a very despondent frame of mind. I had not gone many steps when I saw a strange sight. In the middle of the road was a figure in tattered black rags. His sore, reddened eyes were empty of all reason and hope. He dashed his arms against the phantoms that assaulted him, and cried out, entreating them to have pity on him. Poor soul, the sick in body may sometimes find respite in sleep, but I knew instinctively that this man's demons would follow him even into his dreams. I put a few coins into his hand and continued on my way. I am not aware that I thought of him particularly on the journey back, but as I stepped across the threshold of this house, something very curious happened. I had what I think I must call a vision. I saw the madman in all his ravings standing in the hall, just as I had seen him in Bath, and I realized something. I realized that this house, with its silence and its seclusion, might be kind to persons distressed in mind. I wrote to Mrs. Lennox, and she approved my new plan. You said you did not know who had recommended me to Sir Walter. It was Childermus. Childermus had said he would help me if he could." Stephen said, "It might be best, sir, if you were to avoid any mention of your profession, or of the school, at least at the beginning. There is nothing in the world, in this world or any other, that would give her ladyship greater pain than to find herself in thrall to another magician." "Thrall!" exclaimed Mr. Secundus, in astonishment. "What an odd word that is! I sincerely hope that no one will ever consider themselves in thrall to me, certainly not this lady." Stephen studied him for a moment. "I am sure you are a very different sort of magician from Mr. Norrell," he said. "I hope I am." said Mr. Secundus seriously. An hour later a little commotion was heard in the yard. Stephen and Mr. Secundus went out to receive her ladyship. The horses and carriage had been entirely unable to cross the pack-horse bridge, and Lady Poole had been obliged to walk the last 50 yards or so of her journey. She entered the courtyard of the hall with some trepidation, glancing round at the bleak, snowy scene, and it seemed to Stephen that only the cruellest of hearts could look upon her, with all her youth, beauty, and sad affliction, and not wish to offer her all the protection in their power. Inwardly he cursed Mr. Norrell. Something in her appearance seemed to startle Mr. Secundus. He looked down at her left hand, but the hand was gloved. He recovered himself immediately, and welcomed her to Staircross Hall. In the drawing-room Stephen brought tea for them. "I am told your ladyship has been greatly distressed by the death of Mrs. Strange," said Mr. Secundus. "May I offer my condolences?" She turned away her head to hide her tears. "It would be more to the point to offer them to her, not me," she said. "My husband offered to write to Mr. Strange and beg the favour of borrowing a picture of Mrs. Strange, so that a copy might be made to console me. But what good would that do? After all, I am scarcely likely to forget her face when she and I attend the same balls and processions every night, and shall do for the rest of our lives, I presume. Stephen knows. Stephen understands." "Oh, yes," said Mr. Secundus. "Your ladyship has a horror of dancing and music, I know. Be assured that they will not be allowed here. Here we shall have nothing that is not cheerful, nothing that does not promote your happiness." He spoke to her of the books he planned they should read together, and the walks they could take in spring, if her ladyship liked. To Stephen, occupied among the tea-things, it seemed the most innocuous of conversations, except that once or twice he observed Mr. Secundus glance from her ladyship to himself and back again, in a sharp, penetrating manner that both puzzled him and made him uncomfortable. The carriage, coachman, maid, and footman were all to remain at Staircross Hall with Lady Poole. Stephen, however, was to return to Harley Street. Early the next morning, while her ladyship was at breakfast, he went in to take his leave of her. As he bowed to her, she gave a laugh, half melancholy, half amused. "It is very ridiculous to part, sir, when you and I both know that we will be together again in a few hours. Do not be concerned about me, Stephen. I shall be more comfortable here. I feel I shall." Stephen went out to the stable-yard where his horse stood waiting. He was just putting on his gloves when a voice came behind him. "I beg your pardon?" Mr. Secundus was there, as hesitant and unassuming as ever. "May I ask you something?" "What is the magic that surrounds you and her ladyship?" He put up his hand as if he intended to brush Stephen's face with his fingertips. "There is a red and white rose at your mouth, and another at hers. What does that mean?" Stephen put his hand up to his mouth. There was nothing there, but for a moment he had some wild notion of telling Mr. Secundus everything, all about his enchantment and the enchantment of the two women. He pictured Mr. Secundus somehow understanding him, Mr. Secundus proving to be an extraordinary magician, much greater than Strange or Norrell, who would find a way to thwart the gentleman with the thistledown hair. But these were very fleeting fancies. A moment later Stephen's native distrust of Englishmen, and of English magicians in particular, reasserted itself. "I do not understand you," he said quickly. He mounted his horse and rode away without another word. The winter roads that day were some of the worst he had ever seen. The mud had been frozen into ruts and ridges as hard as iron. Fields and roads were thickly covered with white frost, and an icy mist added to the general gloom. His horse was one of the gentleman's innumerable gifts. She was a milk-white mare, without so much as a single black hair anywhere. She was, besides, swift and strong, and as affectionately disposed towards Stephen as a horse can be to a man. He had named her Firenze, and he doubted that the Prince Regent himself or the Duke of Wellington had a better horse. It was one of the peculiarities of his strange, enchanted life that it did not matter where he went. No one remarked upon the incongruity of a negro servant possessing the finest horse in the kingdom. About 20 miles south of Staircross Hall he came to a small village. There was a sharp corner as the road passed between a large, elegant house and garden upon the right, and a row of tumble-down stables upon the left. Just as Stephen was passing the entrance to the house, a carriage came suddenly out of the sweep and very nearly collided with him. The coachman looked round to see what had caused his horses to shy, and forced him to rein them in. Seeing nothing but a black man, he lashed out at him with his whip. The blow missed Stephen, but struck Firenze just above the right eye. Pained and startled, she reared up and lost her footing on the icy road. There was a moment when everything seemed to tumble over. When Stephen was next able to comprehend what was happening, he found that he was on the ground. Firenze had fallen. He had been thrown clear, but his left foot was still caught in the stirrup, and the leg was twisted in the most alarming way. He was sure it must be broken. He freed his foot and sat for a moment, feeling sick and stunned. There was a sensation of something wet trickling down his face, and his hands had been scraped raw by the fall. He tried to stand, and found with relief that he could. The leg seemed bruised, but not broken. Firenze lay snorting, her eyes rolling wildly. He wondered why she did not try to right herself, or at least kick out. A sort of involuntary shuddering possessed her frame, but apart from that she was still. Her legs were stiff and seemed to stick out at awkward angles to each other. Then it came to him. She could not move. Her back was broken. He looked at the gentleman's house, hoping that someone would come and help him. A woman appeared for a moment at a window. Stephen had a brief impression of elegant clothes and a cold, haughty expression. As soon as she had satisfied herself that the accident had produced no harm to anyone or anything belonging to her, she moved away, and Stephen saw no more of her. He knelt down by Firenze and stroked her head and shoulder. From out of a saddle-bag he drew a pistol, a powder-flask, a ramrod, and a cartridge. He loaded and primed the pistol. Then he stood and drew the hammer back to full cock. But he found he could go no further. She had been too good a friend to him. He could not kill her. He was on the point of giving up in despair when there was a rattle in the lane behind him. Around the corner came a cart drawn by a great, shambling, placid-looking horse. It was a carrier's cart, and in the cart sat the carrier himself, a big barrel-shaped man with a round, fat face. He was dressed in an ancient coat. When he saw Stephen, he reined in his horse. Lad, what's to do?" Stephen gestured at Firenze with the pistol. The carrier climbed down from his cart and came over to Stephen. "She was a pretty beast," he said in a kindly tone. He clapped Stephen on the shoulder and breathed sympathetic cabbage smells over him. "But, lad, that cannot help her now." He looked from Stephen's face to the pistol. He reached out and gently raised the barrel until it pointed at Firenze's shuddering head. When Stephen still did not fire, he said, "Shall I do it for thee, lad?" Stephen nodded. The carrier took the pistol. Stephen looked away. There was a shot, a horrible sound, followed immediately by a wild cawing and the rush of wings as all the birds in the neighbourhood took flight at once. Stephen looked back. Firenze convulsed once, and then was still. "Thank you," he said to the carrier. He heard the carrier walk away, and he thought the man was gone, but in a moment he returned, nudged Stephen again, and handed him a black bottle. Stephen swallowed. It was gin of the roughest sort. He coughed. Despite the fact that the cost of Stephen's clothes and boots could have bought the carrier's cart and horse twice over, the carrier assumed the cheerful superiority that white generally feels for black. He considered the matter, and told Stephen that the first thing they must do was to arrange for the carcass to be removed. "She's a valuable beast, dead or alive. Your master won't be best pleased when he finds some other fellow has got the horse and the money." "She was not my master's horse," said Stephen. "She was mine." "Said the carrier, "look at that." A raven had alighted upon Firenze's milk-white flank. "No!" cried Stephen, and moved to shoo the bird away. But the carrier stopped him. "Nay, lad, nay, that's lucky. I did not know when I saw a better omen." "Lucky," said Stephen. "What are you talking about?" "'Tis the sign of the old king, ain't it? A raven upon summat white. Old John's banner." Note: John Uskglass's arms were the raven in flight, properly called the raven volant, a black raven on a white field. End of note. The carrier informed Stephen that he knew of a place close by where, he said, the people would, for a price, help Stephen make arrangements for disposing of Firenze. Stephen climbed upon the box, and the carrier drove him to a farm. The farmer had never seen a black man before, and was quite astonished to find such an otherlandish creature in his yard. Despite all evidence to the contrary, he could not bring himself to believe that Stephen was speaking English. The carrier, who sympathized with the farmer in his confusion, stood beside Stephen, kindly repeating everything he said for the farmer's better understanding. But it made no difference. The farmer took no notice of either of them, but merely gaped at Stephen and made remarks about him to one of his men, who stood equally entranced. The farmer wondered whether the black came off when Stephen touched things, and he made other speculations of an even more impertinent and disagreeable nature. All Stephen's careful instructions concerning the disposal of Firenze's carcass went for nothing, until the farmer's wife returned from a nearby market. She was a very different sort of person. As far as she was concerned, a man in good clothes with a costly horse, albeit a dead one, counted for a gentleman, let him be whatsoever colour he chose. She told Stephen of a cat's-meat man who took the dead horses from the farm, and who would dispose of the flesh and sell the bones and hooves for glue. She told him what the cat's-meat man would pay, and promised to arrange everything if she could keep 1/3 of the money. To this Stephen agreed. Stephen and the carrier came out of the farmyard into the lane. "Thank you," said Stephen. "This would have been much more difficult without your help. I will pay you for your trouble, of course, but I fear I must trouble you further. I have no means of getting home. I would be very much obliged if you could take me as far as the next post-inn." "Nay," said the carrier, "put the little purse away, lad. I'll take thee to Doncaster, and it'll cost thee naught." In truth, Stephen would have much preferred to go to the next post-inn, but the carrier seemed so pleased to have found a companion that it seemed kinder and more grateful to go with him. The cart progressed towards Doncaster by degrees, travelling along country lanes and coming at inns and villages from odd directions, taking them by surprise. They delivered a bedstead in this place, and a fruit-cake in that place, and took up no end of oddly shaped parcels. Once they stopped at a very small cottage that stood by itself behind a high bare hedge in the middle of a wood. There they received, from the hands of an ancient maid, a bony old black-painted bird-cage containing a very small canary. The carrier informed Stephen that it had belonged to an old lady who had died, and it was to be delivered to her great-niece south of Selby. Not long after the canary had been secreted in the back of the carriage, Stephen was startled by a series of thunderous snores, issuing unexpectedly from the same place. It seemed impossible that such a very loud noise should have come out of such a very small bird, and Stephen concluded that there was another person in the cart, someone he had not yet been privileged to see. The carrier produced from a basket a large pork pie and a hunk of cheese. He cut a piece off the pie with a large knife, and seemed about to offer it to Stephen, when he was struck by a doubt. "The black lads eat the same as us?" he asked, as if he thought they might possibly eat grass or moonbeams. "Yes," said Stephen. The carrier gave Stephen the piece of pie and some cheese. "Thank you. Does not your other passenger want something?" "He might. When he wakes. I took him up the Ripon. He'd no money. I thought as how he'd be someone to talk to. He were chatty enough at first, but he went to sleep at Boroughbridge, and he's done naught else since." "Very tiresome of him." "I don't mind it. I have you to talk to now." "He must be very tired," mused Stephen. "He has slept through the shot that finished my horse, the visit to the foolish farmer, the bedstead and the canary, all the events of the day, in fact. Where is he going?" "Him? Nowhere. He wanders about from place to place. He is persecuted by some famous man in London, and cannot stay long anywhere, or t'other chap's servant might catch up with him." "Indeed. Is blue," remarked the carrier. "Blue?" said Stephen, mystified. The carrier nodded. "What, blue with cold? Or has he been beaten?" "Nay, lad, he is as blue as thou art black, eh? I have a black lad and a blue fella in my cart. I never heard of any one that did that before. Now, if to see a black lad is good luck, which it must be, like cats, then to see a black lad and a blue fella together in one place ought to mean summat. But what?" "Perhaps it does mean something," offered Stephen, "but not for you. Perhaps it means something for him. Or me."
"No, that can't be right," objected the carrier. "That's me that's happening to."
Stephen considered the unknown man's odd colour. "Does he have a disease?" he asked.
"Could be,"
said the carrier, unwilling to commit himself. After they had eaten, the carrier began to nod, and pretty soon he was fast asleep, with the reins in his hands. The cart continued serenely along the road under the captainship of the horse, a beast of excellent sense and judgment. It was a weary journey for Stephen. The sad exile of Lady Poole and the loss of Firenze depressed his spirits. He was glad to be relieved of the carrier's conversation for a while. Once he heard a sort of muttering, suggesting that the Blue Man was waking up. At first he could not tell what the Blue Man was saying, and then he heard very clearly,
"A nameless slave shall be king in a strange country."
That made him shiver. It reminded him so forcibly of the gentleman's promise to make him King of England. It grew dark. Stephen halted the horse, got down from the box, and lit the 3 ancient lanterns that hung about the cart. He was about to get back upon the box when a ragged, unkempt-looking person climbed suddenly out of the back and jumped down upon the icy ground to stand in front of him. The unkempt person regarded Stephen by the lantern's light.
"Are we there yet?"
he asked in a hoarse tone. "Are we where?" asked Stephen. The man considered this for a moment, and then decided to rephrase his original question.
"Where are we?"
he asked. "Nowhere. Between somewhere called Ullaskelf and another place called Thorpe Willoughby, I believe." Though the man had asked for this information, he did not seem much interested in it when it was given to him. His dirty shirt was open to the waist, and Stephen could see that the carrier's description of him had been of a most misleading nature. He was not blue in the same way that Stephen was black. He was a thin, disreputable hawk of a man, whose skin in its natural state ought to have been the same colour as every other Englishman's, but it was covered in a strange patterning of blue lines, flourishes, dots, and circles.
"Do you know John Childermus, the magician's servant?" he asked.
Stephen was startled, as anybody would be, who was asked the same question twice in 2 days by complete strangers. "I know him by sight. I have never spoken to him." The man grinned and winked.
"He has been looking for me for 8 years. Never found me yet. I have been to look at his master's house in Yorkshire. It stands in a great park. I should have liked to steal something. When I was at his house in London, I ate some pies."
It was a little disconcerting to find oneself in the company of a self-confessed thief, yet Stephen could not help but feel some sort of fellowship with someone who wished to rob the magician. After all, if it had not been for Mr. Norrell, Lady Poole and he would never have fallen under an enchantment. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 crown coins. "Here," he said.
"And what is that for?"
asked the man suspiciously, but he took the coins anyway. "I am sorry for you."
"Why?"
"Because, if what I am told is true, you have no home." The man grinned again and scratched his dirty cheek.
"And if what I am told is true, you have no name."
"What?"
"I have a name. It is Vinculus."
He grabbed Stephen's hand.
"Why do you try to pull away from me?"
"I do not," said Stephen.
"Yes, you did, just then."
Stephen hesitated. "Your skin is marked and discoloured. I thought perhaps the marks meant you had a disease of some sort."
"That is not what my skin means,"
said Vinculus. "Means?" said Stephen. "That is an odd word to use." "Yet it is true. Skin can mean a great deal. Mine means that any man may strike me in a public place and never fear the consequences. It means that my friends do not always like to be seen with me in the street. It means that no matter how many books I read or languages I master, I will never be anything but a curiosity, like a talking pig or a mathematical horse." Vinculus grinned.
And mine means the opposite of yours. It means you will be raised up on high, nameless king. It means your kingdom is waiting for you, and your enemy shall be destroyed. It means the hour is almost come. The nameless slave shall wear a silver crown. The nameless slave shall be a king in a strange country.
Then, keeping tight hold of Stephen's hand, Vinculus recited the whole of his prophecy.
"There," he said when he was done. "Now I have told it to the two magicians, and I have told it to you. The first part of my task is done."
"But I am not a magician," said Stephen.
"I never said you were," answered Vinculus.
Without warning, he released Stephen's arm, pulled his ragged coat tight around him, plunged into the darkness beyond the glow of the lanterns, and was gone. A few days later, the gentleman with the thistledown hair expressed a sudden desire to see a wolf hunt, something he had apparently not done for several centuries. There happened to be one going on in southern Sweden just then, and so he instantly transported himself and Stephen to the place. Stephen found himself standing upon a great branch that belonged to an ancient oak in the midst of a snowy forest. From here he had an excellent view of a little clearing where a tall wooden pole had been planted in the ground. On top of the pole was an old wooden cartwheel, and on top of the cartwheel a young goat was securely tied. It bleated miserably. A family of wolves crept out of the trees, with frost and snow clogging their fur, their gaze fixed hungrily upon the goat. No sooner had they appeared than dogs could be heard in every part of the forest, and riders could be glimpsed approaching at great speed. A pack of hounds came pouring into the clearing. The two foremost dogs leapt upon a wolf, and together the three creatures became a single snapping, snarling, biting, thrashing knot of bodies, legs and teeth. The hunters galloped up and shot the wolf. The other wolves went streaming into the dark trees, and the dogs and hunters followed. As soon as the sport waned in one place, the gentleman carried himself and Stephen through the air, by magic, to wherever it was likely to be better. In this fashion they progressed from tree-top to tree-top, from hill to rocky outcrop. Once they travelled to the top of a church-tower in a village of wooden houses, where the windows and doors were made in quaint fairy-tale shapes, and the roofs were dusted with powdery snow that glittered in the sunlight. They were waiting in a quiet part of the wood for the hunters to appear, when a single wolf passed by their tree. He was the handsomest of his kind, with fine dark eyes and a pelt the colour of wet slate. He looked up into the tree and addressed the gentleman in a language that sounded like the chatter of water over stones, and the sighing of wind amongst bare branches, and the crackle of fire consuming dead leaves. The gentleman answered him in the same speech, then gave a careless laugh and waved him away with his hand. The wolf bestowed one last reproachful glance upon the gentleman and ran on. "He begs me to save him," the gentleman explained. "Well, could you not do it, sir? I hate to see these noble creatures die." "Tender-hearted Stephen," said the gentleman fondly, but he did not save the wolf. Stephen was not enjoying the wolf hunt at all. True, the hunters were brave, and their hounds were faithful and eager, but it was too soon after the loss of Firenze for him to take pleasure in the deaths of any creature, especially one as strong and handsome as the wolf. Thinking of Firenze reminded him that he had not yet told the gentleman about his meeting with the blue-skinned man in the cart and the prophecy. He did so now. "Really? Well, that is most unexpected," declared the gentleman. "Have you heard this prophecy before, sir?" "Yes, indeed, I know it well. All my race, too. It is a prophecy of—" Here the gentleman said a word which Stephen did not understand. Note. Presumably the Raven King's original she-name, which Jonathan Strange thought meant starling. End of note. "Whom you know better by his English name, John Usglass, the Raven King. But what I do not understand is how it has survived in England. I did not think Englishmen interested themselves in such matters any more." The nameless slave. Well, that is me, sir, is it not? And this prophecy seems to tell how I will be a king.
Well, of course you are going to be a king. I have said so, and I am never wrong in these matters. But, dearly as I love you, Stephen, this prophecy does not refer to you at all. Most of it is about the restoration of English magic, and the part you have just recited is not really a prophecy at all. The king is remembering how he came into his 3 kingdoms, one in England, one in Faerie, one in Hell. By the nameless slave he means himself. He was the nameless slave in Faerie, the little Christian child hidden in the broch, brought there by a very wicked fairy who had stolen him away out of England.
Stephen felt oddly disappointed, though he did not know why he should be. After all, he did not wish to be king of anywhere. He was not English, he was not African. He did not belong anywhere. Vinculus's words had briefly given him the sense of belonging to something, of being part of a pattern and of having a purpose. But it had all been illusory. 48. The Engravings. Late February to March 1816. You are changed. I am quite shocked to see you. Am I? You surprise me. I am perhaps a little thinner, but I am not aware of any other change. No, it is in your face, your air, your something. Strange smiled. Or rather, he twisted something in his face, and Sir Walter supposed that he was smiling. Sir Walter could not really recall what his smile had looked like before. "It is these black clothes," said Strange. "I am like a leftover piece of the funeral, condemned to walk about the town, frightening people into thinking of their own mortality." They were in the Bedford Coffee-house in Covent Garden, chosen by Sir Walter as a place where they had often been very merry in the past, and which might therefore do something to cheer Strange's spirits. But on such an evening as this even the Bedford was somewhat deficient in cheerfulness. Outside a cold black wind was pulling people this way and that, and driving a thick black rain into their eyes. Inside, rooms full of damp, unhappy gentlemen were producing a kind of gloomy, domesticated fog, which the waiters were attempting to dispel by putting extra shovels full of coals on the fire, and getting extra glasses full of hot spiced wine into the gentlemen. When Sir Walter had come into the room, he had discovered Strange writing furiously in a little book. He nodded towards the book, and remarked, "You have not given up magic, then?" Strange laughed. Sir Walter took this to mean he had not, which Sir Walter was glad of, for Sir Walter thought a great deal of a man's having a profession, and believed that useful, steady occupation might cure many things which other remedies could not. Only he did not quite like the laugh, a hard, bitter exclamation, which he had never heard from Strange before. "It is just that you said," he began. "Oh, I said a great many things. All sorts of odd ideas crept into my brain. Excess of grief may bring on quite as fine a bout of madness as an excess of anything else. Truth to tell, I was not quite myself for a time. Truth to tell, I was a little wild. But, as you see, that is all past now." But, truth to tell, Sir Walter did not see it all. It was not quite enough to say that Strange had changed. In some senses he was just what he had always been. He smiled as often as before, though it was not quite the same smile. He spoke in the same ironic, superficial tone as he had always done, while giving the impression of scarcely attending to his own words. His words and his face were what all his friends remembered, with this difference, that the man behind them seemed only to be acting a part, while his thoughts and his heart were somewhere else entirely. He looked out at them all from behind the sarcastic smile, and none of them knew what he was thinking. He was more like a magician than ever before. It was very curious, and no one knew what to make of it, but in some ways he was more like Norrell. He wore a mourning ring on the 4th finger of his left hand, with a thin strand of brown hair inside it, and Sir Walter noticed that he continually touched it and turned it upon his finger. They ordered a good dinner, consisting of a turtle, 3 or 4 beefsteaks, some gravy made with the fat of a green goose, some lampreys, escalloped oysters, and a small salad of beetroot. "I am glad to be back," said Strange. "Now that I am here, I intend to make as much mischief as I can. Norrell has had everything his own way for far too long."
"He is already in agonies whenever your book is mentioned. He is forever inquiring of people if they know what is in it."
"Oh, but the book is only the beginning, and besides it will not be ready for months. We are to have a new periodical. Murray wishes to bring it forward as quickly as possible. Naturally, it will be a very superior production. It is to be called The Famulus, and is intended to promote my views on magic." Note: famulus, a Latin word meaning a servant, especially the servant of a magician. End of note.
"And these are very different from Norrell's, are they?"
"But of course. My chief idea is to examine the subject rationally, without any of the restrictions and limitations that Norrell imposes upon it. I am confident that such a re-examination will rapidly open up new avenues worthy of exploration. For, when you consider the matter, what does our so-called restoration of English magic amount to? What have Norrell and I actually done? Some weaving of illusions with clouds, rain, smoke, etc., the easiest things in the world to accomplish. Bestowing life and speech upon inanimate objects, well, I grant you, that is quite sophisticated. Sending storms and bad weather to our enemies, I really cannot emphasize how simple weather magic is. What else? Summoning up visions. Well, that might be impressive if either of us could manage it with any degree of skill, but neither of us can. Now, compare that sorry reckoning with the magic of the Orients. They persuaded sycamore and oak woods to join with them against their enemies. They made wives and servants for themselves out of flowers. They transformed themselves into mice, foxes, trees, rivers, etc. They made ships out of cobwebs, houses out of rose-bushes.
"Yes, yes," interrupted Sir Walter. "I understand that you are impatient to try all these different sorts of magic. But though I do not much like saying it, it seems to me that Norrell may be right. Not all these sorts of magic will suit us nowadays. Shape-changing and so on were all very well in the past. It makes a vivid incident in a story, I grant you. But surely, Strange, you would not want to practice it. A gentleman cannot change his shape. A gentleman scorns to seem anything other than what he is. You yourself would never wish to appear in the character of a pastry-cook or a lamplighter."
Strange laughed.
"Well, then," said Sir Walter, "consider how much worse it would be to appear as a dog or a pig."
Note: Sir Walter is voicing a commonly held concern. Shape-changing magic has always been regarded with suspicion. The Orients generally employed it during their travels in Faerie or other lands beyond England. They were aware that shape-changing magic was particularly liable to abuses of every sort. For example, in London in 1232, a nobleman's wife, called Cecily de Walbrook, found a handsome pewter-coloured cat scratching at her bedchamber door. She took it in and named it Sir Loveday. It ate from her hand and slept upon her bed. What was even more remarkable, it followed her everywhere, even to church, where it sat curled up in the hem of her skirts, purring. Then one day she was seen in the street with Sir Loveday by a magician called Walter de Shep. His suspicions were immediately aroused. He approached Cecily and said, "Lady, the cat that follows you. I fear it is no cat at all." 2 other magicians were fetched, and Walter and the others said spells over Sir Loveday. He turned back into his true shape, that of a minor magician called Jocelyn de Snitton. Shortly afterwards Jocelyn was tried by the petty dragons of London and sentenced to have his right hand cut off. End of note. You are deliberately choosing low examples.
Am I? Lion, then. Would you like to be a lion?
Possibly. Perhaps. Probably not. But that is not the point. I agree that shape-changing is a sort of magic which requires delicate handling, but that is not to say that some useful application might not exist. Ask the Duke of Wellington whether he would have liked to be able to turn his exploring officers into foxes or mice, and have them slip about the French camps. I assure you his Grace will not be so full of qualms. I do not think you could have persuaded Cahoon Grant to become a fox. Note, it has already been described how Lieutenant Colonel Cahoon Grant's devotion to his scarlet uniform had led to his capture by the French in 1812. End of note. Grant would not have minded being a fox as long as he could have been a fox in a uniform. No, we need to turn our attention to the aureates. A great deal more energy ought to be applied to the study of the life and magic of John Uscaglass, and when we— That is the one thing you must not do. Do not even think of it. What are you talking about? I am serious, Strange. I say nothing against the aureates in general. Indeed, upon the whole, I think you are right. Englishmen take great pride in their ancient magical history, in God Bless, Stokesy, Pale, and the rest. They do not like to read in their newspapers that Norrell makes light of their achievements. But you are liable to fall into the opposite mistake. Too much talk of other kings is bound to make the government nervous, particularly when we are liable to be overrun by Johannites at any moment. Johannites? Who are the Johannites? What? Good Lord, Strange! Do you never look into a newspaper? Strange looked a little put out. My studies take up a great deal of my time. All of it, in fact. And besides, you know, in the past month I can plead distractions of a very particular nature. But we are not speaking of the past month. There have been Johannites in the northern counties for 4 years. Yes, but who are they? They are craftsmen who creep into mills at dead of night and destroy property. They burn down factory owners' houses. They hold pernicious meetings inciting the common people to riotous acts, and they loot marketplaces. Note: the common people in northern England considered that they had suffered a great deal in recent years, and with good reason. Poverty and lack of employment had added to the general misery which the war with the French had produced. Then, just when the war was over, a new threat to their happiness had arisen. Remarkable new machines, which produced all sorts of goods cheaply and put them out of work. It is scarcely to be wondered at that certain individuals among them had taken to destroying the machines in an attempt to reserve their livelihoods. End of note. Oh, machine breakers. Yes, I understand you now. It is just that you misled me by that odd name. But what have machine breakers to do with the Raven King? Many of them are, or rather claim to be, his followers. They daub the Raven in flight upon every war where property is destroyed. Their captains carry letters of commission purporting to come from John Uscaglass, and they say that he will shortly appear to re-establish his reign in Newcastle. And the government believes them? Asked Strange in astonishment. Of course not. We are not so ridiculous. What we fear is a great deal more mundane. In a word, revolution. John Uscaglass's banner is flying everywhere in the north, from Nottingham to Newcastle. Of course we have our spies and informers to tell us what these fellows are doing and thinking. Oh, I do not say that they all believe that John Uscaglass is coming back. Most are as rational as you or I. But they know the power of his name among the common people. Rowley Fisher-Drake, the member for Hampshire, has brought forward a bill in which he proposes to make it illegal to raise the Raven in flight. But we cannot forbid people to fly their own flag, the flag of their legitimate king. Note: there could be no neater illustration than this of the curious relation in which the government in London stood to the northern half of the kingdom. The government represented the King of England, but the King of England was only the king of the southern half. Legally, he was the steward of the northern half, maintaining the rule of law until such time as John Uscaglass chose to return. End of note. Sir Walter sighed and poked a beefsteak upon his plate with a fork. "Other countries," he said, "have stories of kings who will return at times of great need. Only in England is it part of the Constitution." Strange waved a fork impatiently at the minister. "But all that is politics. It has nothing to do with me. I am not going to call for the re-establishment of John Uscaglass's kingdom, My only wish is to examine, in a calm and rational manner, his accomplishments as a magician. How can we restore English magic until we understand what it is we are supposed to be restoring? Then study the Orients, but leave John Uskglass in the obscurity in which Norrell has placed him." Strange shook his head. "Norrell has poisoned your minds against John Uskglass. Norrell has bewitched you all." They ate in silence for a while, and then Strange said, "Did I ever tell you that there is a portrait of him at Windsor Castle?" "Who? Uskglass?" "A fanciful scene painted upon a wall of one of the state-rooms by some Italian painter. It shows Edward III and John Uskglass, warrior king and magician king, seated side by side. It has been almost 400 years since John Uskglass went out of England, and still the English cannot quite make up their minds whether to adore him or hate him." "Ha!" exclaimed Sir Walter. "In the north they know exactly what to think of him. They would exchange the rule of Westminster for his rule tomorrow, if they could." Note. Naturally, at various times pretenders have arisen claiming to be John Uskglass, and have attempted to take back the kingdom of northern England. The most famous of these was a young man called Jack Farrow, who was crowned in Durham Cathedral in 1487. He had the support of a large number of northern noblemen, and also of a few fairies, who remained at the king's city of Newcastle. Farrow was a very handsome man, with a kingly bearing. He could do simple magic, and his fairy supporters were quick to do more whenever he was present, and to attribute it to him. He was the son of a pair of vagabond magicians. While still a child, he was seen at a fair by the Earl of Hexham, who noted his striking resemblance to descriptions of John Uskglass. Hexham paid the boy's parents 7 shillings for him. Farrow never saw them again. Hexham kept him at a secret place in northern England, where he was trained in kingly arts. In 1486 the Earl produced Farrow, and he began his brief reign as King of northern England. Farrow's main problem was that too many people knew about the deception. Farrow and Hexham soon quarrelled. In 1490 Hexham was murdered on Farrow's orders. Hexham's 4 sons joined with Henry VII of southern England to attack Farrow, and at the Battle of Worksop in 1493 Farrow was defeated. Farrow was kept in the Tower of London and executed in 1499. Other pretenders, more or less successful, were Piers Blackmore and Davy St. Chaussures. The last pretender was known simply as the Summer King, since his true identity was never discovered. He first appeared near Sunderland in May 1536, shortly after Henry VIII dissolved the monasteries. It is thought that he may have been a monk from one of the great northern abbeys, Fountains, Rievaulx, or Heartache. The Summer King differed from Farrow and Blackmore in that he had no support from the northern aristocracy, nor did he attempt to gain any. His appeal was to the common people. In some ways his career was more mystical than magical. He healed the sick and taught his followers to revere nature and wild creatures, a creed which seems closer to the teachings of the 12th-century magician Thomas Godbless than anything John Uskglass ever proposed. His ragged band made no attempt to capture Newcastle, or indeed to capture anything at all. All through the summer of 1536 they wandered about northern England, gaining supporters wherever they appeared. In September Henry VIII sent an army against them. They were not equipped to fight. Most ran away back to their homes, but a few remained and fought for their king and were massacred at Pontefract. The Summer King may have been among the dead, or he may have simply vanished. End of note. A week or so later, the first issue of the Famulus was published, and owing to the sensational nature of one of the articles, the entire run sold out within 2 days. Mr. Murray, who was soon to publish the first volume of Strange's The History and Practice of English Magic, was filled with a happy anticipation of making a very large profit. The article which so thrilled the public was a description of how magicians might summon up dead people for the purposes of learning useful information from them. This shocking, but deeply interesting, subject caused such a sensation that several young ladies were reported to have fainted merely upon learning that the Famulus was in the house. Note. Consulting dead magicians may strike us as highly sensational, but it is a magical procedure with a perfectly respectable history. Martin Pale claimed to have learnt magic from Catherine of Winchester, who was a pupil of John Uskglass. Catherine of Winchester died 200 years before Martin Pale was born. John Uskglass himself was reputed to have had conversations with Merlin, the Witch of Endor, Moses and Aaron, Joseph of Arimathea, and other venerable and ancient magicians. End of note. No one could imagine Mr. Norrell ever approving such a publication, and so everybody who did not like Mr. Norrell took a particular pleasure in buying a copy. In Hanover Square, Mr. Lascelles read it out loud for the benefit of Mr. Norrell. Where the magician is deficient in skill and knowledge, and this must include all modern magicians, our national genius in such matters being sadly fallen off from what it was in former times, then he or she might be best advised to conjure up the spirit of someone who was in life a magician, or had at least some talent for the art. For if we are uncertain of the path ourselves, it is best to call on someone in possession of a little knowledge, and who is able, as it were, to meet us halfway. "He will undo everything!" cried Norrell with a wild passion. "He is determined to destroy me!" "It is certainly very aggravating," remarked Lascelles with all the calm in the world, "and after he swore to Sir Walter that he had given up magic when his wife died." "Oh, we might all die. Half of London might be swept away, but Strange will always do magic. He cannot help himself. He is too much a magician ever to stop now, and the magic that he will do is evil, and I do not know how I shall prevent him." "Pray calm yourself, Mr. Norrell," said Lascelles. "I am sure you will soon think of something."
"When is this book to be published?"
"Mary's advertisements say that the first volume will appear in August."
"The first volume?"
"Oh, yes. Did you not know? It will be a 3-volume work. The first volume lays before the public the complete history of English magic. The second volume furnishes them with a precise understanding of its nature, and the third provides the foundation for its future practice." Mr. Norrell groaned aloud, bowed his head, and hid his face in his hands. "Of course," said Lascelles thoughtfully, "as mischievous as the text undoubtedly will be, what I find even more alarming are the engravings." "Engravings!" cried Mr. Norrell, aghast. "What engravings are these?" "Oh," said Lascelles, "Strange has discovered some emigrant author who has studied under all the best masters of Italy, France, and Spain, and is paying this man a most extravagant amount of money to make the engravings."
"But what are they of? What is the subject?"
"What, indeed?" said Lascelles with a yawn. "I have not the least idea." He took up the Famulus again and began to read silently to himself. Mr. Norrell sat for some time deep in thought, chewing at his fingernails. By and by he rang the bell and sent for Childermus. East of the city of London lies the suburb of Spitalfields, famed far and wide as a place where wonderful silks are made. There is not now, nor ever will be, silk produced anywhere else in England of so fine a quality as Spitalfields silk. In the past, good houses were built to accommodate the silk merchants, master weavers and dyers who prospered from the trade. But though the silk that comes out of the weavers' attics nowadays is every bit as remarkable as ever it was, Spitalfields itself is much fallen off. Its houses have grown dirty and shabby. The wealthy merchants have moved to Islington, Clerkenwell, and, if they are very wealthy indeed, to the parish of Marylebone in the west. Today Spitalfields is inhabited by the low and the poor, and is much plagued with small boys, thieves, and other persons inimical to the peace of the citizens. On a particularly gloomy day, when a cold grey rain fell in the dirty streets and pooled in the mud, a carriage came down Elder Street in Spitalfields and stopped at a tall, thin house. The coachman and footman belonging to this carriage wore deep mourning. The footman jumped down from the box, put up a black umbrella, and held it up as he opened the door for Jonathan Strange to get out. Strange paused a moment on the pavement to adjust his black gloves and to cast his glance up and down Elder Street. Apart from two mongrel dogs industriously excavating a heap of refuse, the street was deserted. Yet he continued to look about him until his eye was caught by a doorway on the opposite side of the street. It was the most unremarkable of doorways, the entrance to a merchant's warehouse or some such. 3 worn stone steps led up to a massive black door of venerable construction, surmounted by a great jutting pediment. The door was much papered over with tattered playbills and notices informing the reader that upon such and such a day at such and such a tavern all the property of Mr. So-and-so, Esquire, bankrupt, would be put up for sale. "George," said Strange to the footman who held the umbrella, "do you draw?"
"I beg your pardon, sir?"
"Were you ever taught drawing? Do you understand its principles? Foregrounds, side screens, perspective, that sort of thing?"
"Me, sir? No, sir."
"A pity. It was part of my education. I could draw you a landscape or portrait perfectly proficient and perfectly uninteresting, exactly like the productions of any other well-educated amateur. Your late mistress had none of the advantages of expensive drawing-masters that I had, yet I believe she had more talent. Her watercolours of people and children would horrify a fashionable drawing-master. He would find the figures too stiff and the colours too bright, but Mrs. Strange had a genius for capturing expressions both of face and figure, for finding charm and wit in the most commonplace situations. There is something in her pictures, altogether lively and pretty, which—" Strange broke off and was silent a moment. What was I saying? Oh, yes, drawing teaches habits of close observation that will always be useful. Take that doorway, for instance. The footman looked at the doorway. "Today is cold, dark, rainy. There is very little light, and therefore no shadows. One would expect the interior of that doorway to be gloomy and dim. One would not expect that shadow to be there. I mean the strong shadow going from left to right, keeping the left hand of the doorway in utter blackness. And I believe I am right in saying that even if today were sunny and bright, a shadow would fall in the opposite direction. No, that shadow is altogether an oddity. It is not a thing that appears in nature." The footman looked at the coachman for some assistance, but the coachman was determined not to be drawn in, and stared off into the distance. "I see, sir," said the footman. Strange continued to regard the doorway with the same expression of thoughtful interest. Then he called out, "Childermus, is that you?" For a moment nothing happened, and then the dark shadow, which Strange objected to so strongly, moved. It came away from the doorway like a wet sheet being peeled from a bed, and as it did so it changed and shrank and altered and became a man. John Childermus. Childermus smiled his wry smile.
"Well, sir, I could not expect to stay hidden from you for long."
Strange sniffed. "I have been expecting you this past week or more. Where have you been?"
"My master did not send me until yesterday."
"And how is your master?"
"Oh, poorly, sir, very poorly. He is beset with colds and headaches and tremblings in his limbs. All his usual symptoms when someone has vexed him. And no one vexes him as you do."
"I am pleased to hear it."
"By the by, sir, I have been meaning to tell you. I have some money at Hanover Square for you. Your fees from the Treasury and the Admiralty for the last quarter of 1814.
Strange opened his eyes in surprise. "And does Norrell really intend to let me have my share? I had supposed that money was gone for good."
Childermus smiled. "Mr. Norrell knows nothing about it. Shall I bring the money tonight?"
"Certainly. I shall not be at home, but give it to Jeremy. Tell me, Childermus, I am curious. Does Norrell know that you go about making yourself invisible and turning yourself into shadows?"
"Oh, I have picked up a little skill here and there. I have been 26 years in Mr. Norrell's service. I would have to be a very dull fellow to have learnt nothing at all."
"Yes, of course. But that was not what I asked. Does Norrell know?"
"No, sir. He suspects, but he chooses not to know. A magician who passes his life in a room full of books must have someone to go about the world for him. There are limits to what you can find out in a silver dish of water. You know that."
Well, come on, man. See what you were sent to see." The house had a much neglected, almost deserted air. Its windows and paint were very dirty, and the shutters were all put up. Strange and Childermus waited upon the pavement while the footman knocked at the door. Strange had his umbrella, and Childermus was entirely indifferent to the rain falling upon him. Nothing happened for some time, and then something made the footman look down into the area, and he began a conversation with someone no one else could see. Whoever this person was, Strange's footman did not think much of them. His frown, his way of standing with both hands on his hips, the manner in which he admonished them, all betrayed the severest impatience. After a while the door was opened by a very small, very dirty, very frightened servant girl. Jonathan Strange, Childermus, and the footman entered, and as they did so each glanced down at her, and she, poor thing, was frightened out of her wits to be looked at by so many tall, important-looking people. Strange did not trouble to send up his name. It seemed so unlikely that they could have persuaded the little servant girl to do it. Instead, instructing Childermus to follow him, Strange ran up the stairs and passed directly into one of the rooms. There, in an obscure light, made by many candles burning in a sort of fog, for the house seemed to produce its own weather, they found the engraver, Monsieur Minervois, and his assistant, Monsieur Faucoquier. Monsieur Minervois was not a tall man. He was slight of figure. He had long hair, as fine, dark, shining, and soft as a skein of brown silk. It brushed his shoulders and fell into his face whenever he stooped over his work, which was almost all the time. His eyes, too, were remarkable, large, soft, and brown, suggesting his southern origins. Monsieur Faucoquier's looks formed a striking contrast to the extreme handsomeness of his master. He had a bony face, with deep sunken eyes, a shaven head covered in pale bristles. But for all his cadaverous, almost skeletal aspect, he was of a most courteous disposition. They were refugees from France, but the distinction between a refugee and an enemy was altogether too fine a one for the people of Spitalfields. Monsieur Minervois and Monsieur Faucoquier were known everywhere as French spies. They endured much on account of this unjust reputation. Gangs of Spitalfields boys and girls thought it the best part of any holiday to lie in wait for the two Frenchmen and beat them and roll them in the dirt, an article in which Spitalfields was peculiarly rich. On other days the Frenchmen's neighbours relieved their feelings by surliness and catcalls, and refusing to sell them anything they might want or need. Strange had been of some assistance in mediating between Monsieur Minervois and his landlord, and in arguing this latter gentleman into a more just understanding of Monsieur Minervois's character and situation, and by sending Jeremy Johns into all the taverns in the vicinity to drink gin and get into conversations with the natives of the place, and to make it generally known that the two Frenchmen were the protégés of one of England's two magicians. "And," said Strange, raising a finger to Jeremy in instruction, "if they reply that Norrell is the greater of the two, you may let it pass. But say to them that I have a shorter temper, and am altogether more sensitive to slights to my friends." Monsieur Minervois and Monsieur Faucoquier were grateful to Strange for his efforts, but under such dismal circumstances they had found that their best friend was brandy, taken with a strict regularity throughout the day. They stayed shut up inside the house in Elder Street. The shutters were closed day and night against the inhospitableness of Spitalfields. They lived and worked by candlelight, and had long since broken off all relations with clocks. They were rather amazed to see Strange and Childermus being under the impression that it was the middle of the night. They had one servant, the tiny, wide-eyed orphan girl, who could not understand them, and who was very much afraid of them, and whose name they did not know. But in a careless, lofty way the two men were kind to her, and had given her a little room of her own, with a feather bed in it and linen sheets. so that she thought the gloomy house a very paradise. Her chief duties were to go and fetch them food and brandy and opium, which they then divided with her, keeping the brandy and opium for themselves, but giving her most of the food. She also fetched and heated water for their baths and their shaving, for both were rather vain, but they were entirely indifferent to dirt or disorder in the house, which was just as well, for the little orphan knew as much of housekeeping as she did of ancient Hebrew. There were sheets of thick paper on every surface and inky rags. There were pewter dishes containing ancient cheese rinds and pots containing pens and pieces of charcoal. There was an elderly bunch of celery that had lived too long and too promiscuously in close companionship with the charcoal for its own good. There were engravings and drawings pinned directly on to every part of the panelling and the dark, dirty wallpaper. There was one of Strange that was particularly good. At the back of the house, in a smutty little yard, there was an apple tree, which had once been a country tree, until grey London had come and eaten up all its pleasant green neighbours. Once, in a fit of industriousness, some unknown person in the house had picked all the apples off the tree and placed them on all of the window-sills, where they had lain for several years now, becoming first old apples, then swollen corpses of apples, and finally mere ghosts of apples. There was a very decided smell about the place, a compound of ink, paper, sea-coals, brandy, opium, rotting apples, candles, coffee, all mingled with a unique perfume exuded by two men who work day and night in a rather confined space, and who never, under any circumstances, can be induced to open a window. The truth was that Minervois and Fauconquier often forgot that there were such places as Spitalfields or France upon the face of the earth. They lived for days at a time in the little universe of the engravings for Strange's book, and these were very odd things indeed. They showed great corridors built more of shadows than anything else. Dark openings in the walls suggested other corridors, so that the engravings appeared to be of the inside of a labyrinth, or something of that sort. Some showed broad steps leading down to dark underground canals. There were drawings of a vast dark moor, across which wound a forlorn road. The spectator appeared to be looking down on this scene from a great height. Far, far ahead on that road there was a shadow, no more than a scratch upon the road's pale surface. It was too far off to say if it were a man, or woman, or child, or even a human person, but somehow its appearance in all that unpeopled space was most disquieting. One picture showed the likeness of a lonely bridge that spanned some immense and misty void, perhaps the sky itself, and though the bridge was constructed of the same massive masonry as the corridors and the canals, upon either side tiny staircases wound down, clinging to the great supports of the bridge. These staircases were frail-looking things, built with far less skill than the bridge, but there were many of them winding down through the clouds to God knew where. Strange bent over these things with a concentration to rival Minervois' own, questioning, criticizing, and proposing. Strange and the two engravers spoke French to each other. To Strange's surprise, Childermus understood perfectly, and even addressed one or two questions to Minervois in his own language. Unfortunately, Childermus's French was so strongly accented by his native Yorkshire that Minervois did not understand, and asked Strange if Childermus was Dutch. "Of course," remarked Strange to Childermus, "they make these scenes altogether too Roman, too like the works of Palladio and Piranesi. But they cannot help that. It is their training. One can never help one's training, you know. As a magician I shall never quite be Strange, or at least not Strange alone. There is too much of Norrell in me." "So this is what you saw upon the King's roads?" said Childermus. "Yes." "And what is the country that the bridge crosses?" Strange looked at Childermus ironically. "I do not know, magician. What is your opinion?" Childermus shrugged. "I suppose it is fairy." "Perhaps, but I am beginning to think that what we call fairy is likely to be made up of many countries. One might as well say elsewhere, and say as much."
How far distant are these places?
Not far. I went there from Covent Garden and saw them all in the space of an hour and a half.
Was the magic difficult?
No, not really.
And will you tell me what it was?
With the greatest goodwill in the world. You need a spell of revelation. I used Doncaster, and another of dissolution to melt the mirror's surface. There are no end of dissolution spells in the books I have seen, but as far as I can tell, they are all perfectly useless, so I was obliged to make my own. I can write it down for you if you wish. Finally, one must set both of these spells within an overarching spell of pathfinding. That is important. Otherwise, I do not see how you would ever get out again. Strange paused and looked at Childemus. You follow me?
Perfectly, sir.
Good. There was a little pause, and then Strange said, Is it not time, Childemus, that you left Mr. Norrell's service and came to me? There need be none of this servant nonsense. You would simply be my pupil and assistant.
Childemus laughed. Thank you, sir, thank you. But Mr. Norrell and I are not done with each other. Not yet. And besides, I think I would be a very bad pupil. Worse even than you.
Strange, smiling, considered a moment. That is a good answer, he said at last, but not quite good enough, I am afraid. I do not believe that you can truly support Norrell's side. One magician in England, one opinion upon magic. Surely you do not agree with that? There is at least as much contrariness in your character as in mine. Why not come and be contrary with me?
But then I would be obliged to agree with you, sir, would I not? I do not know how it will end with you and Norrell. I have asked my cards to tell me, but the answer seems to blow this way and that. What lies ahead is too complex for the cards to explain clearly, and I cannot find the right question to ask them. I tell you what I will do. I will make you a promise. If you fail, and Mr. Norrell wins, then I will indeed leave his service. I will take up your cause, oppose him with all my might, and find arguments to vex him, and then there shall still be 2 magicians in England and 2 opinions upon magic. But if he should fail, and you win, I will do the same for you. Is that good enough?
Strange smiled. Yes, that is good enough. Go back to Mr. Norrell and present my compliments. Tell him I hope he will be pleased with the answers I have given you. If there is anything else he wishes to know, you will find me at home tomorrow at about 4.
Thank you, sir. You have been very frank and open.
And why should I not? It is Norrell who likes to keep secrets, not I. I have told you nothing that is not already in my book. In a month or so, every man, woman, and child in the kingdom will be able to read it and form their own opinions upon it. I really cannot see that there is anything Norrell can do to prevent it. 49. Wildness and Madness, March 1816. A few days after the visit to the engravers, Strange invited Sir Walter and Lord Portishead to dinner. Both gentlemen had dined with Strange upon many occasions, but this was the first time they had entered the house in Soho Square since the death of Mrs. Strange. They found it sadly changed. Strange seemed to have reverted to all his old bachelor habits. Tables and chairs were fast disappearing under piles of papers. Half-finished chapters of his book were to be found in every part of the house, and in the drawing-room he had even taken to making notes upon the wallpaper. Sir Walter started to remove a pile of books from a chair. "No, no," cried Strange. "Do not move those. They are in a very particular order." "But where shall I sit?" asked Sir Walter, in some perplexity. Strange made a small sound of exasperation, as if this were a most unreasonable request. Nevertheless, he moved the books, and only once became distracted in the process and fell to reading one of them. As soon as he had read through the passage twice and made a note of it upon the wallpaper, he was able to attend to his guests again. "I am very pleased to see you here again, my lord," he said to Portishead. "I have been asking everyone about Norrell, as much, I believe, as he has been asking about me. I hope you have a great deal to tell me."
"I thought I had already told you all about that," said Sir Walter, plaintively.
Yes, you told me where Norrell has been, and whom he has been speaking to, and how he is regarded by all the ministers. But I am asking his lordship about magic, and what you understand about magic would barely—"
"Fill a square inch of wallpaper?"
offered Sir Walter. "Quite. Come, my lord, tell me, what has Mr. Norrell been doing lately?"
"Well," said Lord Portishead, "at the request of Lord Liverpool, he has been working on some magic to help guard against Napoleon Bonaparte ever escaping again. And he has been studying the discourses upon the kingdom of light and the kingdom of darkness. He believes he has made some discoveries."
"What is this?" cried Strange in alarm. "Something new in the discourses?" Note: Scholars of magic are always particularly excited about any new discovery concerning the great Dr. Pale. He occupies an unique position in English magical history. Until the advent of Strange and Norrell, he was the only noteworthy practical magician who wrote down his magic for other people to read. Naturally, his books are esteemed above all others. End of note.
"It is something he has found on page 72 of Cromford's edition, a new application of the spell to conjure death. I do not understand it very well."
Note: For centuries this passage was considered an interesting curiosity, but of no practical value, since no one nowadays believes that death is a person capable of being interrogated in the manner Pale suggests. End of note.
"Mr. Norrell seems to think that the principle might be adopted to cure diseases in men and animals, by conjuring the disease to come forth out of the body as if it were a demon."
"Oh, that!" exclaimed Strange in relief. Yes, I know what you mean now. I made the connection last June. So Norrell has only just arrived there, is he? Oh, excellent."
"Many people were surprised that he did not take another pupil after you," continued Lord Portishead, "and I know that he has received a number of applications. But he has taken none of them. Indeed, I do not believe he even spoke to the young men in question or answered their letters. His standards are so very exacting, and no one comes up to you, sir."
Strange smiled. "Well, all that is just as I would have expected. He can scarcely bear the existence of a second magician. A third will probably be the death of him. I shall soon have the advantage of him. In the struggle to decide the character of English magic, the sides will be very unevenly matched. There will be only one Norrellite magician, and dozens of Strangeite magicians, or at least as many as I can educate. I am thinking of setting up Jeremy Johns as a sort of anti-Childemus. He can go about the country seeking out all the people whom Norrell and Childemus have persuaded out of the study of magic, and then he and I can persuade them back into it. I have had conversations with several young men already. 2 or 3 are very promising. Lord Chaldicott's second son, Henry Purefoy, has read a great many 4th-rate books about magic and 5th-rate biographies of magicians. It makes his conversation a little tedious, but he is scarcely to blame for that, poor fellow. Then there is William Hadley Bright, who was one of Wellington's aides-de-camp at Waterloo, and an odd little man called Tom Levy, who is presently employed as a dancing-master in Norwich." "A dancing-master?" frowned Sir Walter. "But is that really the sort of person whom we should be encouraging to take up magic? Surely it is a profession that ought to be reserved for gentlemen?" "I do not see why. And besides, I like Levy best. He is the first person I have met in years who regards magic as something to be enjoyed, and he is also the only one of the 3 who has managed to learn any practical magic. He made the window frame over there sprout branches and leaves. I dare say you are wondering why it is in that odd condition." "To own the truth," said Sir Walter, "the room is so full of oddities that I had not even noticed." "Of course Levy did not intend that it should remain like that," said Strange. "But after he did the magic, he could not make it go back. And neither could I. I suppose I must tell Jeremy to find a carpenter to repair it."
"I am delighted you have found so many young men to suit you," said Sir Walter. "That bodes well for English magic."
"I have also had several applications from young ladies," said Strange.
"Ladies!"
exclaimed Lord Portishead. "Of course. There is no reason why women should not study magic. That is another of Norrell's fallacies."
"They come thick and fast now," remarked Sir Walter.
"What do?"
"Norrell's fallacies."
"What do you mean by that?"
"Nothing, nothing. Do not take offence. But I notice you do not mention taking any ladies as pupils yourself."
Strange sighed. "It is purely a matter of practicalities. That is all. A magician and his pupil must spend a great deal of time together, reading and discussing. Had Arabella not died, then I believe I might have taken female pupils, but now I would be obliged to rely upon chaperones and all sorts of tediousness that I do not have patience for at the moment. My own researches must come first."
"And what new magic are you intending to show us, Mr. Strange?" asked Lord Portishead eagerly.
"I am glad you ask me that. I have been giving the matter a great deal of consideration. If the revival of English magic is to continue, or rather if it is not to remain under the sole direction of Gilbert Norrell, then I must learn something new. But new magic is not easily come by. I could go upon the King's roads and try and reach those countries where magic is the general rule, rather than the exception."
"Good God!" exclaimed Sir Walter. "Not this again! Are you quite mad? I thought we had agreed that the King's roads were far too dangerous to justify—"
Yes, I am well acquainted with your opinions. You lectured me long enough upon the subject. But you do not let me finish. I merely name possibilities. I shall not go upon the King's roads. I gave my word to Arabella that I would not. Note: most of us are naturally inclined to struggle against the restrictions our friends and family impose upon us. But if we are so unfortunate as to lose a loved one, what a difference then? Then the restriction becomes a sacred trust. End of note. There was a pause. Strange sighed, and his expression darkened. He was clearly now thinking of something or someone else. Sir Walter observed quietly,
"I always had the highest regard for Mrs. Strange's judgment. You cannot do better than follow her advice. Strange, I sympathize. Of course you wish to do new magic, any scholar would, but surely the only safe way to learn magic is from books."
"But I do not have any books," exclaimed Strange. "Good God, I promise to be as meek and stay-at-home as any maiden aunt, if the government will just pass a law saying Norrell must show me his library. But as the government will not do me this kindness, I have no choice but to increase my knowledge in any way I can."
"So what will you do?"
asked Lord Portishead. "Summon a fairy," said Strange briskly. "I have made several attempts already."
"Did not Mr. Norrell lay it down as a general rule that summoning fairies is full of hazards?"
asked Sir Walter. "There is not much that Mr. Norrell does not regard as full of hazards," said Strange, in tones of some irritation.
"True."
Sir Walter was satisfied. After all, summoning fairies was a long-established part of English magic. All the Orients had done it, and all the Argentines had wished to.
"But are you sure that it is even possible, sir?" asked Lord Portishead. "Most authorities agree that fairies hardly ever visit England any more."
"That is indeed the general opinion, yes," agreed Strange. "But I am almost certain that I was in company with one in November 1814, a month or two before Norrell and I parted."
"Were you indeed?"
exclaimed Lord Portishead.
"You never mentioned this before,"
said Sir Walter. "I was quite unable to mention it before," said Strange. "My position as Norrell's pupil depended upon my never breathing a word of it. Norrell would have fallen over in a blue fit at the least suggestion of such a thing."
"What did he look like, Mr. Strange?"
asked Lord Portishead. "The fairy? I do not know. I did not see him. I heard him. He played music. There was someone else present who, I believe, both heard and saw him. Now, consider the advantages of dealing with such a person.
No magician, living or dead, could teach me as much. Fairies are the source of everything we magicians desire. Magic is their native condition. As for the disadvantages, well, there is only the usual one, that I have almost no idea how to accomplish it. I have cast spells by the dozen, done everything I ever heard or read of, to try and get this fairy back again, but it has all been to no avail. I cannot for the life of me tell why Norrell expends so much energy in prescribing what no one can achieve. My lord, I don't suppose you know any spells for raising fairies?"
"Many," said Lord Portishead, "but I am sure you will have tried them all already, Mr. Strange. We look to you, sir, to reconstruct for us all that has been lost."
"Oh," sighed Strange, "sometimes I think that nothing has been lost. The truth is that it is all at the library at Hurtview." "You said there was another person present who both saw and heard the fairy?" said Sir Walter. "Yes." "And I take it that this other person was not Norrell?" "No." "Very well, then. What did this other person say?"
"He was confused. He believed he was seeing an angel, but owing to his general style of living and habits of mind, he did not find this quite as extraordinary as you might think. I beg your pardon, but discretion forbids me to say anything more of the circumstances."
Yes, very well. But your companion saw the fairy. Why?"
"Oh, I know why. There was something very particular about him which enabled him to see fairies."
"Well, can you not use that somehow?"
Strange considered this. "I do not see how. It is a mere chance, like one man having blue eyes and another brown." He was silent a moment, musing. "But then again, perhaps not. Perhaps you are right. It is not such a very outlandish notion when you come to consider it. Think of the Oriots. Some of them were the fairies' near neighbours in wildness and madness. Think of Ralph Stokesay and his fairy servant, Colonel Tom Blue. When Stokesay was a young man, there was scarcely anything to choose between them. Perhaps I am too tame, too domestic a magician. But how does one work up a little madness? I meet with mad people every day in the street, but I never thought before to wonder how they got mad. Perhaps I should go wandering on lonely moors and barren shores. That is always a popular place for lunatics, in novels and plays at any rate. Perhaps wild England will make me mad." Strange got up and went to the drawing-room window, as if he expected to be able to survey wild England from there, although all it showed was the very ordinary sight of Soho Square in a thick and mizzling rain. "I think you may have hit upon something, Poole."
"I?"
cried Sir Walter, somewhat alarmed at where his remarks appeared to be leading.
"I meant to suggest no such thing."
"But, Mr. Strange," reasoned the gentle Lord Portishead, "you cannot possibly mean this. For a man of such erudition as you possess to propose that he become a vagabond?"
"Well, sir, it is a very shocking thought." Strange crossed his arms and took another look at Soho Square and said, "Well, I shall not go to-day." And then he smiled his self-mocking smile and looked almost like his old self. "I shall wait," he said, "until it stops raining." Note: even John Uskglass, who had 3 kingdoms to rule over and all of English magic to direct, was not entirely free from this tendency to go on long, mysterious journeys. In 1241 he left his house in Newcastle in some mysterious fashion known only to magicians. He told a servant that he would be found asleep upon a bench in front of the fire in 1 day's time. The following day the servant and members of the king's household looked for the king upon the bench in front of the fire, but he was not there. They looked for him every morning and every evening, but he did not appear. William, Earl of Lancaster, governed in his stead, and many decisions were postponed until the king shall return. But as time went on, many people were inclined to doubt that this would ever happen. Then, a year and a day after his departure, the king was discovered sleeping on the bench before the fire. He did not seem aware that anything untoward had happened, and he told no one where he had been. No one dared ask him if he had always intended to be away so long, or if something terrible had happened. William of Lancaster summoned the servant and asked him to repeat yet again the exact words that the king had said. Could it be that he had actually said he would be away for a year and a day? Perhaps, said the man. The king was generally quietly spoken. It was quite possible that he had not heard correctly. End of note. 50. The History and Practice of English Magic. April to late September 1816. Strange's friends were glad to be assured that he did not intend to give up his comfortable houses, his good income, and his servants, to go and be a gypsy in the wind and the rain. But still very few of them were entirely comfortable with his new practices. They had good reason to fear that he had lost all restraint, and was prepared to indulge in any and all kinds of magic. His promise to Arabella kept him from the king's roads for the present, but all Sir Walter's warnings could not prevent him from continually talking and wondering about John Uskglass and his fairy subjects. By the end of April, Strange's 3 new pupils, the Honourable Henry Purefoy, William Hadley Bright, and Tom Levy, the dancing-master, had all taken lodgings near Soho Square. Every day they attended Strange's house to study magic. In the intervals between directing their magical education, Strange worked at his book and performed magic on behalf of the army and the East India Company. He had also received applications for assistance from the Corporation of Liverpool and the Society of Merchant Venturers in Bristol. That Strange should still receive commissions from official bodies, or indeed from anyone at all, so incensed Mr. Norrell that he complained to Lord Liverpool, the Prime Minister, about it. Lord Liverpool was not sympathetic. "The generals may do as they wish, Mr. Norrell. The government does not interfere in military matters, as well you know." Note. This was not in the least true. It had been the Duke of Wellington's bitterest complaint during the Peninsular War that the government interfered constantly. End of note. "The generals have employed Mr. Strange as their magician for a number of years, and they see no reason to stop simply because you and he have quarrelled. As for the East India Company, I am told that its officials applied to you in the first place, and that you declined to help them." Mr. Norrell blinked his little eyes rapidly. "My work for the government, my work for you, my lord, takes up so much of my time, I cannot in conscience neglect it for the sake of a private company." "And believe me, Mr. Norrell, we are grateful. Yet I need scarcely tell you how vital the success of the East India Company is to the prosperity of the nation, and the company's need for a magician is immense. It has fleets of ships at the mercy of storms and bad weather. It has vast territories to administer, and its armies are continually harassed by Indian princelings and bandits. Mr. Strange has undertaken to control the weather around the Cape and in the Indian Ocean, and he has offered advice on the best use of magic in hostile territories. The directors of the East India Company believe that Mr. Strange's experience in the Spanish Peninsula will prove invaluable. It is yet another demonstration of Britain's sore need for more magicians. Mr. Norrell, as diligent as you are, you cannot be everywhere and do everything, and no one expects that you should. I hear that Mr. Strange has taken pupils. It would please me immensely to hear that you intended to do the same." Despite Lord Liverpool's approval, the education of the 3 new magicians, Henry Purefoy, William Hadley Bright, and Tom Levy, progressed no more smoothly than Strange's own 6 years before. The only difference was that whereas Strange had had Norrell's evasiveness to contend with, the young men were continually thwarted by Strange's low spirits and restlessness. By early June, the first volume of the History and Practice of English Magic was finished. Strange delivered it to Mr. Murray, and it surprised no one when, on the following day, he told Henry Purefoy, William Hadley Bright, and Tom Levy that they must defer their magical education for a while, as he had decided to go abroad. "I think it an excellent plan," said Sir Walter, as soon as Strange told him of it. "A change of scene, a change of society. It is exactly what I would prescribe for you. Go, go!" "You do not think that it is too soon?" asked Strange anxiously. "I shall be leaving Norrell in possession of London, so to speak." "You think we have such short memories as that? Well, we shall make every endeavour not to forget you in the space of a few months.
Besides, your book will be published soon, and that will serve as a standing reminder to us all of how ill we get on without you."
"That is true. There is the book. It will take Norrell months to refute 46 chapters, and I shall be back long before he is finished."
"Where shall you go?"
"Italy, I think. The countries of southern Europe have always had a strong attraction for me. I was often struck by the appearance of the countryside when I was in Spain, or at least I believe I would have found it very striking had it not been covered in soldiers and gun-smoke."
"I hope you will write occasionally. Some token of your impressions?"
"Oh, I shall not spare you. It is the right of a traveller to vent their frustration at every minor inconvenience by writing of it to their friends. Expect long descriptions of everything." As often happened these days, Strange's mood darkened suddenly. His light, ironic air evaporated upon the instant, and he sat frowning at the coal-scuttle. "I wondered if you—" he said at last. "That is, I wish to ask you—" He made a sound of exasperation at his own hesitancy. "Would you convey a message to Lady Poole from me? I would be most grateful. Arabella was greatly attached to her ladyship, and I know she would not have liked me to leave England without sending some message to Lady Poole."
"Certainly. What shall I tell her?"
"Oh, simply give her my heartfelt wishes for her better health, whatever you think best. It does not matter what you say. But you must say that the message is from Arabella's husband. I wish her ladyship to understand that her friend's husband has not forgotten her."
"With the greatest goodwill,"
said Sir Walter.
"Thank you."
Strange had half expected that Sir Walter would invite him to speak to Lady Poole himself, but Sir Walter did not. No one even knew whether her ladyship was still at the house in Harley Street. There was a rumour circulating the town that Sir Walter had sent her to the country. Strange was not alone in wishing to go abroad. It had suddenly become very fashionable. For far too long the British had been confined to their own island by the war with Bonaparte. For far too long they had been forced to satisfy their desire to look upon new scenes and curious people by visits to the Scottish Highlands, or the English Lakes, or the Derbyshire Peak. But now the war was over, they could go to the continent and see mountains and shores of quite a different character. They could view for themselves those celebrated works of art which hitherto they had only seen in books of engravings. Some went abroad, hoping to find that it was cheaper to live on the continent than at home. Some went to avoid debts or scandal, and some, like Strange, went to find a tranquillity that eluded them in England. Jonathan Strange to John Secundus. Bruxelles, June 12, 1816. I am, as far as I can tell, about a month behind Lord Byron. Note: Lord Byron left England in April 1816 in the face of mounting debts, accusations of cruelty to his wife, and rumours that he had seduced his sister. End of note. In every town we stop at, we discover innkeepers, postilions, officials, burghers, potboys, and all kinds and sorts of ladies whose brains still seem somewhat deranged from their brief exposure to his lordship. And though my companions are careful to tell people that I am that dreadful being, an English magician, I am clearly nothing in comparison to an English poet, and everywhere I go I enjoy the reputation, quite new to me, I assure you, of the quiet, good Englishman, who makes no noise and is no trouble to anyone. It was a queer summer that year. Or rather, it was no summer at all. Winter had extended its lease into August. The sun was scarcely seen. Thick grey clouds covered the sky. Bitter winds blew through towns and withered crops. Storms of rain and hail, enlivened by occasional displays of thunder and lightning, fell upon every part of Europe. In many ways it was worse than winter. The long hours of daylight denied people the consolation of darkness, which would have hidden all these miseries for a while. London was half empty. Parliament was dissolved, and the members of Parliament had all gone to their country houses, the better to stare at the rain. In London, Mr. John Murray, the publisher, sat in his house in Albemarle Street. At other times Mr. Murray's rooms were the liveliest in London, full of poets, essayists, reviewers, and all the great literary men of the kingdom. But the great literary men of the kingdom had gone to the country. The rain pattered upon the window, and the wind moaned in the chimney. Mr. Murray heaped more coals upon the fire, and then sat down at his desk to begin reading that day's letters. He picked each letter up and held it close to his left eye, the right being quite blind and useless. It so happened that on this particular day there were two from Geneva in Switzerland. The first was from Lord Byron, complaining of Jonathan Strange, and the second was from Strange, complaining of Byron. The two men had met at Mr. Murray's house a handful of times, but until now they had never got acquainted. Strange had visited Byron at Geneva a couple of weeks before. The meeting had not been a success. Strange, who was just now in a mood to place the highest value upon matrimony and all that he had lost in Arabella, was unsettled by Byron's domestic arrangements. "I found his lordship at his pretty villa upon the shores of the lake. He was not alone. There was another poet called Shelley, Mrs. Shelley, and another young woman, a girl really, who called herself Mrs. Claremont, and whose relationship to the two men I did not understand. If you know, do not tell me. Also present was an odd young man who talked nonsense the entire time, Mr. Polidori." Lord Byron, on the other hand, took exception to Strange's mode of dress. "He wore half-mourning. His wife died at Christmas, did she not? But perhaps he thinks black makes him look more mysterious and wizardly." Having taken an immediate dislike to each other, they had progressed smoothly to quarrelling about politics. Strange wrote, "I do not quite know how it happened, but we immediately fell to talking of the Battle of Waterloo, an unhappy subject, since I am the Duke of Wellington's magician, and they all hate Wellington and idolize Bonaparte. Mrs. Claremont, with all the impertinence of 18, asked me if I was not ashamed to be an instrument in the fall of so sublime a man. No, said I." Byron wrote, "He is a great partisan for the Duke of W. I hope, for your sake, my dear Murray, that his book is more interesting than he is." Strange finished. "People have such odd notions about magicians. They wanted me to tell them about vampires." Mr. Murray was sorry to find that his two authors could not agree better, but he reflected that it probably could not be helped, since both men were famous for quarrelling, Strange with Norrell, and Byron with practically everybody. Note: despite the seeming lack of sympathy between the two men, something about Strange must have impressed Byron. His next poem, Manfred, begun in September or October of the same year, was about a magician. Certainly Manfred does not greatly resemble Jonathan Strange, or at least not the respectable Strange whom Byron so disliked. He much more resembles Byron, with his self-obsession, his self-loathing, his lofty disdain for his fellow-men, his hints of impossible tragedies, and his mysterious longings. Nevertheless, Manfred is a magician who passes his time in summoning up spirits of the air, earth, water, and fire to talk to him. It was as if Byron, having met a magician who disappointed him, created one more to his liking. End of note. When he had finished reading his letters, Mr. Murray thought he would go downstairs to the bookshop. He had printed a very large number of copies of Jonathan Strange's book, and he was anxious to know how it was selling. The shop was kept by a man called Shackleton, who looked exactly as you would wish a bookseller to look. He would never have done for any other sort of shopman, certainly not for a haberdasher or a milliner, who must be smarter than his customers, but for a bookseller he was perfect. He appeared to be of no particular age. He was thin and dusty, and spotted finely all over with ink. He had an air of learning tinged with abstraction. His nose was adorned with spectacles. There was a quill pen stuck behind his ear, and a half-unravelled wig upon his head. "Shackleton, how many of Mr. Strange's book have we sold to-day?" demanded Mr. Murray.
60 or 70 copies, I should think."
"Excellent," said Mr. Murray. Shackleton frowned and pushed his spectacles further up his nose.
"Yes, you would think so, would you not?"
"What do you mean?" Shackleton took the pen from behind his ear.
"A great many people have come twice and bought a copy both times."
"Even better. At this rate we shall overtake Lord Byron's Corsair. At this rate we shall need a second printing by the end of next week." Then, observing that Shackleton's frown did not grow any less, Mr. Murray added, Well, what is wrong with that? I dare say they want them as presents for their friends.
Shackleton shook his head so that all the loose hairs of his wig jiggled about.
It is queer. I have never known it happen before.
The shop door opened, and a young man entered. He was small in stature and slight in build. His features were regular, and, truth to tell, he would have been quite handsome, had it not been for his rather unfortunate manner. He was one of those people whose ideas are too lively to be confined in their brains and spill out into the world, to the consternation of passers-by. He talked to himself, and the expression of his face changed constantly. Within the space of a single moment he looked surprised, insulted, resolute, and angry, emotions which were, presumably, the consequences of the energetic conversations he was holding with the ideal people inside his head. Shops, particularly London shops, are often troubled with lunatics, and Mr. Murray and Shackleton were immediately upon their guard. Nor were their suspicions at all allayed when the young man fixed Shackleton with a piercing look of his bright blue eyes and cried,
"This is treating your customers well. This is gentility."
He turned to Mr. Murray and addressed him thus.
"Be advised by me, sir. Do not buy your books here. They are liars and thieves."
"Liars and thieves?" said Mr. Murray. "No, you are mistaken, sir. I am sure we can convince you that you are."
"Ha!"
cried the young man, and gave Mr. Murray a shrewd look, to show he had now understood that Mr. Murray was not, as he had first supposed, a fellow customer.
"I am the proprietor," explained Mr. Murray hurriedly. "We do not rob people here. Tell me what the matter is, and I will be glad to serve you in any way I can. I am quite sure it is all a misunderstanding."
But the young man was not in the least mollified by Mr. Murray's polite words. He cried,
"Do you deny, sir, that this establishment employs a rascally cheat of magician, a magician called Strange?"
Mr. Murray began to say something of Strange being one of his authors, but the young man could not wait to hear him.
"Do you deny, sir, that Mr. Strange has put a spell upon his books to make them disappear, so that a man must buy another, and then another?"
He wagged a finger at Shackleton and looked sly.
"You are going to say you don't remember me?"
"No, sir, I am not. I remember you very well. You were one of the first gentlemen to buy a copy of the History and Practice of English Magic, and then you came back about a week later for another." The young man opened his eyes very wide.
"I was obliged to buy another,"
he cried indignantly.
"The first one disappeared."
"Disappeared?" asked Mr. Murray, puzzled. "If you have lost your book, then I am sorry for it, but I do not quite understand how any blame can attach to the bookseller."
"My name, sir, is Green, and I did not lose my book. It disappeared. Twice."
Mr. Green sighed deeply, as a man will who finds he has to deal with fools and feeble-minded idiots.
"I took the first book home," he explained, "and I placed it upon the table, on top of a box in which I keep my razors and shaving things."
Mr. Green mimed putting the book on top of the box.
"I put the newspaper on top of the book, and my brass candlestick and an egg on top of that."
"An egg?"
said Mr. Murray.
"A hard-boiled egg. But when I turned around, not 10 minutes later, the newspaper was directly on top of the box, and the book was gone. Yet the egg and the candlestick were just where they had always been. So, a week later, I came back and bought another copy, just as your shopman says. I took it home, I put it on the mantelpiece with Cooper's Dictionary of Practical Surgery, and stood the teapot on top. But it so happened that when I made the tea I dislodged both books, and they fell into the basket where the dirty washing is put. On Monday, Jack Boot, my servant, put the dirty linen into the basket. On Tuesday the washerwoman came to take the dirty linen away, but when the bed-sheets were lifted away, Cooper's Dictionary of Practical Surgery was there at the bottom of the basket, but the History and Practice of English Magic was gone."
These speeches, suggesting some slight eccentricities in the regulation of Mr. Green's household, seemed to offer hope of an explanation.
"Could you not have mistook the place where you put it?"
offered Mr. Shackleton.
"Perhaps the laundress took it away with your sheets," suggested Mr. Murray.
"No, no,"
declared Mr. Green.
"Could someone have borrowed it, or moved it?"
suggested Shackleton. Mr. Green looked amazed at this suggestion.
"Who?"
he demanded.
"I I have no idea. Mrs. Green, your servant?" "There is no Mrs. Green. I live alone, except for Jack Boot, and Jack Boot cannot read." "A friend, then?"
Mr. Green seemed about to deny that he had ever had any friends. Mr. Murray sighed. "Shackleton, give Mr. Green another copy and his money for the second book." To Mr. Green he said, "I am glad you like it so well. Do buy another copy."
"Like it!"
cried Mr. Green, more astonished than ever.
"I have not the least idea whether I like it or not. I never had a chance to open it."
After he had gone, Mr. Murray lingered in the shop a while, making jokes about linen baskets and hard-boiled eggs. But Mr. Shackleton, who was generally as fond of a joke as anyone, refused to be entertained. He looked thoughtful and anxious, and insisted several times that there was something queer going on. Half an hour later, Mr. Murray was in his room upstairs, gazing at his bookcase. He looked up and saw Shackleton.
"He is back," said Shackleton.
"What?"
"Green. He has lost his book again. He had it in his right-hand pocket, but by the time he reached Great Pulteney Street it was gone. Of course I told him that London is full of thieves, but you must admit—"
"Yes, never mind that now," interrupted Mr. Murray. "My own copy is gone. Look, I put it here between Disraeli's Flimflams and Miss Austen's Emma. You can see the space where it stood. What is happening, Shackleton?"
"Magic," said Shackleton firmly. "I have been thinking about it, and I believe Green is right. There is some sort of spell operating upon the books, and upon us."
"A spell?" Mr. Murray opened his eyes wide. "Yes, I suppose it must be. I have never experienced magic at first hand before. I do not think that I shall be in any great hurry to do so again. It is most eerie and unpleasant. How in the world is a man to know what to do when nothing behaves as it should?"
"Well," said Shackleton, "if I were you, I would begin by consulting with the other booksellers and discover if their books are disappearing too. Then at least we will know if the problem is a general one, or confined to us."
This seemed like good advice. So, leaving the shop in charge of the office boy, Mr. Murray and Shackleton put on their hats and went out into the wind and rain. The nearest bookseller was Edwards and Skittering in Piccadilly. When they got there, they were obliged to step aside to make way for a footman in blue livery. He was carrying a large pile of books out of the shop. Mr. Murray had scarcely time to think that both footman and livery looked familiar before the man was gone. Inside they found Mr. Edwards deep in conversation with John Childermus. As Murray and Shackleton came in, Mr. Edwards looked round with a guilty expression, but Childermus was just as usual.
Mr. Murray," he said, "I am glad to see you, sir. This spares me a walk in the rain."
"What is happening?" demanded Mr. Murray. "What are you doing?"
"Doing? Mr. Norrell is purchasing some books, that is all."
"Ha! If your master means to suppress Mr. Strange's book by buying up all the copies, then he will be disappointed. Mr. Norrell is a rich man, but he must come to the end of his fortune at last, and I can print books as fast as he can buy them."
"No," said Childermus, "you can't."
Mr. Murray turned to Mr. Edwards. Robert, why do you let them tyrannize over you in this fashion?" Poor Mr. Edwards looked most unhappy.
"I am sorry, Mr. Murray, but the books were all disappearing. I have had to give more than 30 people their money back. I stood to lose a great deal. But now Mr. Norrell has offered to buy up my entire stock of Strange's book and pay me a fair price for them, and so I—"
"Fair?" cried Shackleton, quite unable to bear this.
"Fair? What is fair about it, I should like to know? Who do you suppose is making the books disappear in the first place?"
"Quite," agreed Mr. Murray. Turning to Childermus, he said, "You will not attempt to deny that all this is Norrell's doing?"
No. Upon the contrary, Mr. Norrell is eager to declare himself responsible. He has a whole list of reasons, and will be glad to tell them to anyone who will listen."
"And what are these reasons?" asked Mr. Murray coldly.
"Oh, the usual sort of thing, I expect," said Childermus, looking for the first time slightly evasive. "A letter is being prepared which tells you all about it."
"And you think that will satisfy me, do you? A letter of apology?"
"Apology? I doubt you will get much in the way of an apology."
"I intend to speak to my attorney," said Mr. Murray, "this very afternoon."
"Of course you do. We should not expect anything less. But be that as it may, it is not Mr. Norrell's intention that you should lose money by this. As soon as you are able to give me an account of all that you have spent in the publication of Mr. Strange's book, I am authorized to give you a banker's draft for the full amount."
This was unexpected. Mr. Murray was torn between his desire to return Childermus a very rude answer, and his consciousness that Norrell was depriving him of a great deal of money, and ought in fairness to pay him. Shackleton poked Mr. Murray discreetly in the arm to warn him not to do anything rash.
"What of my profit?"
asked Mr. Murray, trying to gain a little time.
"Oh, you wish that to be taken into consideration, do you? That is only fair, I suppose. Let me speak to Mr. Norrell."
With that, Childermus bowed and walked out of the shop. There was no reason for Mr. Murray and Shackleton to remain any longer. As soon as they were out in the street again, Mr. Murray turned to Shackleton and said, "Go down to Thames Street." This was the warehouse where Mr. Murray kept his stock. "And find out if any of Mr. Strange's books are left. Do not allow Jackson to put you off with a short answer. Make him show them to you. Tell him I need him to count them, and that he must send me the reckoning within the hour." When Mr. Murray arrived back at Albemarle Street, he found 3 young men loitering in his shop. They shut up their books the moment they saw him, surrounded him in an instant, and began talking at once. Mr. Murray naturally supposed that they must have come upon the same errand as Mr. Green. As 2 of them were very tall, and all of them were loud and indignant, he became rather nervous and signalled to the office-boy to run and fetch help. The office-boy stayed exactly where he was, and watched the proceedings with an expression of unwonted interest upon his face. Some rather violent exclamations from the young men, such as "Desperate villain!" and "Abominable scoundrel!" did little to reassure Mr. Murray, but after a few moments he began to understand that it was not he whom they were abusing, but Norrell. "I beg your pardon, gentlemen," he said, "but if it is not too much trouble, I wonder if you would do me the kindness of informing me who you are?" The young men were surprised. They had supposed they were better known than that. They introduced themselves. They were Strange's 3 pupils-in-waiting, Henry Purefoy, William Hadley Bright, and Tom Levy. William Hadley Bright and Henry Purefoy were both tall and handsome, while Tom Levy was a small, slight figure with dark hair and eyes. As has already been noted, Hadley Bright and Purefoy were well-born English gentlemen, while Tom was an ex-dancing master whose forefathers had all been Hebrew. Happily, Hadley Bright and Purefoy took very little notice of such distinctions of rank and ancestry. Knowing Tom to be the most talented amongst them, they generally deferred to him in all matters of magical scholarship, and apart from calling him by his given name, while he addressed them as Mr. Purefoy and Mr. Hadley Bright, and expecting him to pick up books they left behind them, they were very much inclined to treat him as an equal. "We cannot sit about doing nothing while this villain, this monster, destroys Mr. Strange's great work," declared Henry Purefoy. "Give us something to do, Mr. Murray. That is all we ask." "And if that something could involve running Mr. Norrell through with a very sharp sabre, then so much the better," added William Hadley Bright. "Can one of you go after Strange and bring him back?" asked Mr. Murray. "Oh, certainly. Hadley Bright is your man for that," declared Henry Purefoy. "He was one of the Duke's aides-de-camp at Waterloo, you know. There is nothing he likes better than dashing about on a horse at impossible speeds." "Do you know where Mr. Strange has gone?" asked Tom Levy. "2 weeks ago he was in Geneva," said Mr. Murray. "I had a letter from him this morning. He may be still there, or he may have gone on to Italy." The door opened, and Shackleton walked in. His wig hung with drops of rain, as if he had decorated it with innumerable glass beads. "All is well," he said eagerly to Mr. Murray. "The books are still in their bales." "You saw them with your own eyes?" "Yes, indeed. I dare say it takes a good deal of magic to make 10,000 books disappear." "I wish I could be so sanguine," said Tom Levy. "Forgive me, Mr. Murray, but from all I ever heard of Mr. Norrell, once he has set himself a task, he works tirelessly at it until it is accomplished." I do not believe we have time to wait for Mr. Strange to come back." Shackleton looked surprised to hear any one pronounce with such confidence upon magical matters. Mr. Murray hastily introduced Strange's three pupils. "How much time do you think we have?" he asked Tom. "A day, 2 at the most. Certainly not enough time to find Mr. Strange and bring him back. I think, Mr. Murray, that you must put this into our hands, and we must try a spell or two to counteract Norrell's magic." "Are there such spells?" asked Mr. Murray, eyeing the novice magicians doubtfully. "Oh, hundreds," said Henry Purefoy. "Do you know any of them?" asked Mr. Murray. "We know of them," said William Hadley Bright. "We could probably put a fairly decent one together. What an excellent thing it would be if Mr. Strange came back from the Continent, and we had saved his book. That would rather make him open his eyes, I think." "What about Pale's invisible what-do-you-call-it and thingamajig?" asked Henry Purefoy. "I know what you mean," said William Hadley Bright. "A really remarkable procedure of Dr. Pale's," Henry Purefoy informed Mr. Murray. "It turns a spell around and inflicts it upon its maker. Mr. Norrell's own books would go blank or disappear, which is, after all, no more than he deserves." "I am not sure Mr. Strange would be so delighted if he came back and found we had destroyed England's foremost magical library," said Tom. "Besides, in order to perform Pale's invisible reflection and protection, we would have to construct a quilophon." "A what?" said Mr. Murray. "A quilophon," said William Hadley Bright. "Dr. Pale's works are full of such machines for doing magic. I believe that in appearance it is something between a trumpet and a toasting fork." "And there are 4 metal globes on top that go round and round," added Henry Purefoy.
"I see," said Mr. Murray.
"Building a quilophon would take too long," said Tom firmly. "I suggest we turn our attention to de Shep's prophylaxis."
Note: Walter de Shep was an early 13th century London magician. His procedure, prophylaxis, protects a person, city, or object from magic spells. Supposedly it closely follows a piece of fairy magic. It is reputed to be very strong. Indeed, the only problem with this spell is its remarkable efficacy. Sometimes objects become impervious to human or fairy agency of any sort, whether magical or not. Thus, if Strange's students had succeeded in casting the spell over one of Strange's books, it is quite possible that no one would have been able to pick up the book or turn its pages. In 1280 the citizens of Bristol ordered the town's magicians to cast de Shep's prophylaxis over the whole town to protect it from the magic spells of its enemies. Unfortunately, so successful was the magic that everyone in the town, all the animals and all the ships in the harbour, became living statues. No one could move. Water stopped flowing within the boundaries. Even the flames in the hearth were frozen. Bristol remained like this for a whole month, until John Uskglass came from his house in Newcastle to put matters right. End of note.
"That is very quick to implement and correctly done. Should hold off Norrell's magic for a while, long enough to get a message to Mr. Strange."
Just then the door opened, and an untidy-looking fellow in a leather apron entered the shop. He was somewhat discomfited to find the eyes of all the room upon him. He made a little bobbing bow, handed a piece of paper to Shackleton, and quickly made his escape. "What is it, Shackleton?" asked Mr. Murray.
"A message from Thames Street. They have looked inside the books. They are all blank, not a word left upon any of the pages." "I am sorry, Mr. Murray, but the history and practice of English magic is gone."
William Hadley Bright stuck his hands in his pockets and gave a low whistle. As the hours progressed, it became clear that not a single copy of Strange's book remained in circulation. William Hadley Bright and Henry Purefoy were all for calling Mr. Norrell out, until it was represented to them that Mr. Norrell was an elderly gentleman who rarely took exercise, and had never been seen with a sword or a pistol in his hand. There were no circumstances under which it would be fair or honourable for 2 men in the prime of life, one of them a soldier, to challenge him to a duel. Hadley Bright and Purefoy accepted this with a good grace, but Purefoy could not help looking hopefully about the room for a person of equal decrepitude to Mr. Norrell. He gazed speculatively at Shackleton.
Other friends of Strange appeared to condole with Mr. Murray and give vent to some of the fury they felt at what Mr. Norrell had done. Lord Portishead arrived and gave an account of the letter he had sent to Mr. Norrell, breaking off their friendship, and the letter he had sent to Lascelles, resigning as editor of the Friends of English Magic and cancelling his subscription. "Henceforth, gentlemen," he told Strange's pupils, "I consider myself as belonging solely to your party." Strange's pupils assured his lordship he had done the right thing and would never regret it. At 7 o'clock Childermus arrived. He walked into the crowded room with as much composure as if he were walking into church.
"Well, how much have you lost, Mr. Murray?"
he asked. He took out his memorandum book and picked up a quill from Mr. Murray's desk and dipped it in the ink. "Put your book away again, Mr. Childermus," said Mr. Murray. "I do not want your money."
"Indeed? Be careful, sir, how you let these gentlemen influence you. Some of them are young and have no responsibilities."
Childermus gave a cool glance to Strange's 3 pupils and to the several officers in uniform who stood about the room.
"And others are rich, and £100 more or less is nothing to them."
Childermus looked at Lord Portishead.
"But you, Mr. Murray, are a man of business, and business ought to be your first consideration."
"Ha!" Mr. Murray crossed his arms and looked triumphantly at Childermus with his one good eye. "You think I am in desperate need of the money, but you see I am not. Offers of loans from Mr. Strange's friends have been arriving all evening. I believe I might set up a whole new business if I chose. But I desire you will take a message to Mr. Norrell. It is this: he will pay in the end, but upon our terms, not his. We intend to make him pay for the new edition. He shall pay for the advertisements for his rival's book. That will give him greater pain than anything else could, I believe."
"Oh, indeed. If it ever happens," said Childermus dryly.
He turned towards the door. Then he paused, and, staring for a moment at the carpet, seemed to debate something within himself.
"I will tell you this," he said. "The book is not destroyed, however it may seem at present. I have dealt my cards and asked them if there are any copies left. It seems that 2 remain. Strange has 1, and Norrell the other."
For the next month London talked of little else but the astonishing thing that Mr. Norrell had done. But as to whether it were the wickedness of Strange's book or the spitefulness of Mr. Norrell which was most to blame, London was divided. People who had bought copies were furious at the loss of their books, and Mr. Norrell did not help matters by sending his servants to their houses with a guinea, the cost of the book, and the letter in which he explained his reasons for making their books disappear. A great many people found themselves more insulted than ever, and some of them immediately summoned their attorneys to begin proceedings against Mr. Norrell. Note: the letter contained 2 implications which were considered particularly offensive. First, that the purchasers were not clever enough to understand Strange's book, and second, that they did not possess the moral judgment to decide for themselves if the magic Strange was describing was good or wicked. The Norrellites had fully expected that the destruction of Strange's book would be controversial, and they were prepared to receive a great deal of criticism. However, the harm done to their own cause by the letter was entirely unintentional. Mr. Norrell had been supposed to show the letter to Mr. Lascelles before it was sent out. If Lascelles had seen it, then the language and expressions would have undergone considerable modification, and presumably have been less offensive to the recipients. Unfortunately, there was a misunderstanding. Mr. Norrell asked Childermus if Lascelles had made his amendments. Childermus thought they were speaking of an article for the Friends of English Magic, and said that he had. And so the letter went out uncorrected. Lascelles was furious, and accused Childermus of having purposely encouraged Mr. Norrell to damage his own cause. Childermus vehemently denied doing any such thing. From this time on, relations between Lascelles and Childermus, never good, worsened rapidly, and soon Lascelles was hinting to Mr. Norrell that Childermus had Strangeite sympathies, and was secretly working to betray his master. End of note. In September, the ministers returned from the country to London, and naturally Mr. Norrell's extraordinary actions formed one of the main topics of conversation at their first meeting. "When we first employed Mr. Norrell to do magic on our behalf," said one, "we had no idea of permitting him to intrude his spells into people's houses and alter their possessions. In some ways it is a pity that we do not have that magical court he is always proposing. What is it called?" "The Cinque Dragons," said Sir Walter Poole. "I presume he must be guilty of some magical crime or other." "Oh, certainly. But I have not the least idea what. John Childermus probably knows, but I very much doubt that he would tell us." "It does not matter. There are several suits against him in the common courts for theft." "Theft?" said another minister in surprise. "I find it very shocking that a man who has done the country such service should be prosecuted for such a low crime." "Why?" asked the first. "He has brought it upon himself." "The problem is," said Sir Walter, "that the moment he is asked to defend himself, he will respond by saying something about the nature of English magic. And no one is competent to argue that subject except Strange. I think we must be patient. I think we must wait until Strange comes back."
"Which raises another question," said another minister. "There are only 2 magicians in England. How can we decide between them? Who can say which of them is right and which is wrong?" The ministers looked at each other in perplexity. Only Lord Liverpool, the Prime Minister, was unperturbed. "We will know them as we know other men," he declared, "by the fruits that they bear." Note: "Wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them." St. Matthew 7:16. End of note. There was a pause for the ministers to reflect that the fruits Mr. Norrell was currently bearing were not very promising: arrogance, theft, and malice. It was agreed that the Home Secretary should speak to Mr. Lascelles privately and ask that he would convey to Mr. Norrell the extreme displeasure of the Prime Minister and all the ministers at what Mr. Norrell had done. There seemed no more to be said, but the ministers were unable to leave the subject without indulging in a little gossip. They had all heard how Lord Portishead had severed himself from Mr. Norrell. But Sir Walter was able to tell them how Childermus, who up to this moment had seemed like his master's shadow, had distanced himself from Mr. Norrell's interests and spoken to Strange's assembled friends as an independent person, assuring them that the book was not destroyed. Sir Walter sighed deeply. "I cannot help thinking that in many ways this is a worse sign than all the rest. Norrell never was a good judge of men, and now the best of his friends are deserting him. Strange is gone, John Murray, and now Portishead. If Childermus and Norrell quarrel, there will only be Henry Lascelles left." Strange's friends all sat down that evening and wrote him letters full of indignation. The letters would take 2 weeks to reach Italy, but Strange moved about so much that it might be another 2 weeks before they found him. At first Strange's friends felt confident that the instant he read them he would immediately set out for England in a blaze of anger, ready to contend with Norrell in the courts and the newspapers. But in September they received news which made them think that perhaps they would have to wait a while after all. As long as Strange had been travelling towards Italy, he had seemed generally to be in good spirits. His letters had been full of cheerful nonsense. But as soon as he arrived there, his mood changed. For the first time since Arabella's death he had no work to do, and nothing to distract him from his widowed state. Nothing he saw pleased him, and for some weeks it seemed that he could only find any relief for his misery in continual change of scene. Note: "I cannot tell you anything of Piacenza," Strange wrote to Henry Woodhope, "as I did not stay long enough to see it. I arrived in the evening. After dinner I thought I would walk about for a half-hour, but on entering the main piazza
I was immediately struck by a tall urn standing upon a pedestal with its long black shadow trailing upon the stones. 2 or 3 strands of ivy or some other creeping plant emerged from the neck of the urn, but they were quite dead. I cannot say why, but this seemed to me so deeply melancholy that I could not bear it. It was like an allegory of loss, death, and misery. I returned to the inn, went immediately to bed, and in the morning left for Turin. End of note. In early September he reached Genoa. Liking this place a little better than other Italian towns he had seen, he stayed almost a week. During this time an English family arrived at the hotel where he was staying. Though he had previously declared to Sir Walter his intention of avoiding the society of Englishmen while he was abroad, Strange struck up an acquaintance with this family. In no time at all he was writing letters back to England full of praise for the manners, cleverness, and kindness of the Greysteels. At the end of the week he travelled to Bologna, but finding no pleasure there, he very soon returned to Genoa to remain with the Greysteels until the end of the month, when they all planned to travel together to Venice. Naturally, Strange's friends were very glad that he had found some agreeable company, but what intrigued them most were several references in Strange's letters to the daughter of the family, who was young and unmarried, and in whose society Strange seemed to take a particular pleasure. The same interesting idea occurred to several of his friends at once. What if he were to marry again? A pretty young wife would cure his gloomy spirits better than anything else could, and best of all, she would distract him from that dark, unsettling magic he seemed so set upon. There were more thorns in Mr. Norrell's side than Strange. A gentleman called Knight had begun a school for magicians in Henrietta Street in Covent Garden. Mr. Knight was not a practical magician, nor did he pretend to be. His advertisement offered young gentlemen a thorough education in theoretical magic and English magical history, upon the same principles which guided our foremost magician, Mr. Norrell, in teaching his illustrious pupil, Jonathan Strange. Mr. Lascelles had written Mr. Knight an angry letter, in which he declared that Mr. Knight's school could not possibly be based upon the principles mentioned, since these were known only to Mr. Norrell and Mr. Strange. Lascelles threatened Mr. Knight with exposure as a fraud, if he did not immediately dismantle his school. Mr. Knight had written a polite letter back, in which he begged to differ. He said that, upon the contrary, Mr. Norrell's system of education was well known. He directed Mr. Lascelles' attention to page 47 of The Friends of English Magic from the autumn of 1810, in which Lord Portishead had declared that the only basis for training up more magicians approved by Mr. Norrell was that devised by Francis Sutton Grove. Mr. Knight, who declared himself a sincere admirer of Mr. Norrell's, had bought a copy of Sutton Grove's De Generibus Artium Magicarum Anglorum, and studied it. He took the opportunity to wonder whether Mr. Norrell would do him the honour of becoming the school's visiting tutor, and giving lectures and so forth. He had intended to tutor 4 young men, but he had been so overpowered by applications that he had been obliged to rent another house to accommodate them, and hire more teachers to teach them. Other schools were being proposed in Bath, Chester, and Newcastle. Almost worse than the schools were the shops. Several establishments in London had begun to sell magical filters, magic mirrors, and silver basins, which the manufacturers claimed had been specially constructed for seeing visions in. Mr. Norrell had done what he could to halt the trade, with diatribes against them in the Friends of English Magic. He had persuaded the editors of all the other magical publications over which he had any influence to publish articles explaining that there never ever had been any such thing as magical mirrors, and that the magic performed by magicians using mirrors, which were in any case only a few sorts and hardly any that Mr. Norrell approved, were performed using ordinary mirrors. Nevertheless, the magical articles continued to sell out as fast as the shopkeepers could put them on the shelves, and some shopkeepers were considering whether they ought not to give up their other business and devote their whole shop to magical accoutrements. 51. A family by the name of Greysteel. October to November, 1816. Campo Santa Maria, Zobenigo, Venice. Jonathan Strange to Sir Walter Poole. October 16th, 1816. We left terra firma at Mestre. There were 2 gondolas. Miss Greysteel and her aunt were to go in one, and the doctor and I were to go in the other. But whether there was some obscurity in my Italian when I explained it to the gondolieri, or whether the distribution of Miss Greysteel's boxes and trunks dictated another arrangement, I do not know. But matters did not fall out as we had planned. The first gondola glided out across the lagoon with all the Greysteels inside it, while I still stood upon the shore. Dr. Greysteel stuck his head out and roared his apologies, like the good fellow that he is, before his sister, who I think is a little nervous of the water, pulled him back in again. It was the most trivial incident, yet somehow it unnerved me, and for some moments afterwards I was prey to the most morbid fears and imaginings. I looked at my gondola. Much has been said, I know, about the funereal appearance of these contraptions, which are something between a coffin and a boat. But I was struck by quite another idea. I thought how much they resembled the black-painted, black-curtained conjuring boxes of my childhood, the sort of boxes into which quack sorcerers would put country people's handkerchiefs and coins and lockets. Sometimes these articles could never be got back, for which the sorcerer was always very sorry, but fairy spirits, sir, is very giddy, vexatious creatures. And all the nursemaids and kitchen-maids I ever knew when I was a child always had an aunt who knew a woman whose first cousin's boy had been put into just such a box, and had never been seen again. Standing on the quayside at Mestre, I had a horrible notion that when the Greysteels got to Venice, they would open up the gondola that should have conveyed me there, and find nothing inside. This idea took hold of me so strongly that for some minutes I forgot to think of anything else, and there were actual tears standing in my eyes, which I think may serve to show how nervous I have become. It is quite ridiculous for a man to begin to be afraid that he is about to disappear. It was towards evening, and our 2 gondolas were as black as night and quite as melancholy. Yet the sky was the coldest, palest blue imaginable. There was no wind, or hardly any, and the sea was nothing but the sky's mirror. There were immeasurable spaces of still cold light above us, and immeasurable spaces of still cold light beneath. But the city ahead of us received no illumination, either from sky or lagoon, and appeared like a vast collection of shadow towers and shadow pinnacles, all pierced with tiny lights and set upon the shining water. As we entered Venice, the water became crowded with scraps and rubbish, splinters of wood and hay, orange peels and cabbage stalks. I looked down and saw a ghostly hand for a moment. It was only a moment, but I quite believed that there was a woman beneath the dirty water trying to find her way back to the light. Of course it was only a white glove, but the fright while it lasted was very great. But you are not to worry about me. I am very well occupied working on the 2nd volume of the History and Practice, and when I am not working I am generally with the Greysteels, who are just such a set of people as you yourself would like, cheerful, independent, and well-informed. I confess to being a little fretful that I have heard nothing as yet of how the 1st volume was received. I am tolerably certain of its being a great triumph. I know that when he read it, N fell down on the floor in a jealous fit and foamed at the mouth, but I cannot help wishing that someone would write and tell me so. Campo Santa Maria Sabenico, Venice. Jonathan Strange to John Murray, October 27, 1816. From 8 separate persons of what Norrell has done. Oh, I could be angry. I could, I dare say, wear out both my pen and myself in a long tirade. But to what end? I do not choose to be governed any longer by this impudent little man. I shall return to London in the early spring, as I planned, and we shall have a new edition. We shall have lawyers. I have my friends, just as he has his. Let him say in court, if he dares, why he thinks that Englishmen have become children and may not know the things that their forefathers knew. And if he dares to use magic against me again, then we shall have some counter-magic, and then we shall finally see who is the greatest magician of the age. And I think, Mr. Murray, that you will be best advised to print a great many more copies than before. This has been one of Norrell's most notorious acts of magic, and I am sure that people will like to see the book that forced him to it. By the by, when you print the new edition, we shall have corrections. There are some horrible blunders. Chapters 6 and 42 are particularly bad. Harley Street, London. Sir Walter Poole to Jonathan Strange, October 1st, 1816. A bookseller in St. Paul's Churchyard, Titus Watkins, has printed up a very nonsensical book and is selling it as Strange's Lost History and Practice of English Magic. Lord Portishead says some of it is copied out of Absalom, and some of it is nonsense. Note: The Tree of Learning by Gregory Absalom, 1507–99, end of note. Portishead wonders which you will find the most insulting, the Absalom part or the nonsense. Like a good fellow, Portishead contradicts this imposition wherever he goes, but a great many people have already been taken in, and Watkins has certainly made money. I am glad you like Miss Greysteel so much. Campo Santa Maria Sobenigo, Venice. Jonathan Strange to John Murray, November 16th, 1816. My dear Murray, you will be pleased, I think, to hear that some good at least has come from the destruction of the history and practice of English magic. I have made up my quarrel with Lord Byron. His lordship knows nothing of the great controversies which are rending English magic in two, and frankly cares less. But he has the greatest respect for books. He informs me that he is constantly on guard lest your overcautious pen, Mr. Murray, should alter some of his own poems and render some of the more surprising words a little more respectable. When he heard that a whole book had been magicked out of existence by the author's enemy, his indignation was scarcely to be described. He sent me a long letter, vilifying Norrell in the liveliest terms. Of all the letters I received upon that sad occasion, this is my favourite. No Englishman alive can equal his lordship for an insult. He arrived in Venice about a week ago, and we met at Florian's. Note: a famous café on the San Marco piazza. End of note. I confess to being a little anxious lest he should bring that insolent young person, Mrs. Claremont, but happily she was nowhere to be seen. Apparently he dismissed her some time ago. Our new friendly relations have been sealed by the discovery that we share a fondness for billiards. I play when I am thinking about magic, and he plays when he is hatching his poems. The sunlight was as cold and clear as the note struck by a knife on a fine wine-glass. In such a light, the walls of the Church of Santa Maria Formosa were as white as shells or bones, and the shadows on the paving stones were as blue as the sea. The door to the church opened, and a little party came out into the campo. These ladies and gentlemen were visitors to the city of Venice, who had been looking at the interior of the church, its altars and objects of interest, and now that they had got out of it, they were inclined to be talkative, and filled up the water-lapped silence of the place with loud, cheerful conversation. They were excessively pleased with the Campo Santa Maria Formosa. They thought the facades of the houses very magnificent. They could not praise them highly enough. But the sad decay which buildings, bridges, and church all displayed seemed to charm them even more. They were Englishmen, and to them the decline of other nations was the most natural thing in the world. They belonged to a race blessed with so sensitive an appreciation of its own talents, and so doubtful an opinion of anybody else's, that they would not have been at all surprised to learn that the Venetians themselves had been entirely ignorant of the merits of their own city, until Englishmen had come to tell them it was delightful. One lady, having got to the end of her raptures, began to speak of the weather to the other lady. "You know, it is a very odd thing, my dear, but when we were in the church, while you and Mr. Strange were looking at the pictures, I just popped my head out of the door, and I thought then that it was raining, and I was very much afraid that you would get wet. Now, Aunt, see, the stones are perfectly dry. There is not a spot of rain upon them. Well, then, my dear, I hope that you are not inconvenienced by this wind. It is a little sharp about the ears. We can always ask Mr. Strange and Papa to walk a little faster if you do not like it." "Thank you, Aunt, but I am perfectly comfortable. I like this breeze. I like the smell of the sea. It clears the brain, the senses, everything. But perhaps, Aunt, you do not like it?" "Oh, no, my dear, I never mind any such thing. I am quite hardy. I only think of you." "I know you do, Aunt," said the young lady. The young lady was perhaps aware that the sunlight and breeze, which showed Venice to so much advantage, made its canals so blue and its marble so mystically bright, did as much, or almost as much, for her. Nothing could so well draw attention to the translucency of Miss Greysteel's complexion as the rapid progression across it of sunlight and shadow. Nothing could be so becoming to her white muslin gown as the breeze which blew it about. "Oh, said the aunt. "Now Papa is showing Mr. Strange some new thing or other. Flora, my dear, would not you like to see?"
"I have seen enough. You go, aunt."
So the aunt hurried away to the other end of the compound, and Miss Greysteel walked slowly on to the little white bridge that stood just by the church, fretfully poking the point of her white parasol between the white paving stones, and murmuring to herself, "I have seen enough. Oh, I have seen quite enough." The repetition of this mysterious exclamation did not appear to afford her spirits much relief. Indeed, it only served to make her more melancholy, and to make her sigh more frequently. "You are very quiet today," said Strange suddenly. She was startled. She had not known he was so close by.
"Am I? I was not aware of it."
But she then gave her attention to the view and was silent for several moments. Strange leant back against the bridge, folded his arms, and looked very intently at her. "Quiet," he repeated, "and a little sad, I think. And so, you know, I must talk to you." This made her smile in spite of herself.
"Must you?"
she said. But then the very act of smiling and of speaking to him seemed to give her pain, and so she sighed and looked away again. "Indeed, because whenever I am melancholy you talk to me of cheerful things and cure my low spirits, and so I must now do the same for you. That is what friendship is."
"Openness and honesty, Mr. Strange. Those are the best foundations for friendship, I think."
"Oh, you think me secretive. I see by your face that you do. You may be right, but that is... No, I dare say you are right. It is not, I suppose, a profession that encourages—"
Miss Greysteel interrupted him. "I did not mean a fling at your profession. Not at all. All professions have their different sorts of discretion. That, I think, is quite understood."
"Then I do not understand you."
"It is no matter. We should rejoin my aunt and Papa."
"No, wait, Miss Greysteel. It will not do. Who else will put me right when I am going wrong if not you? Tell me, whom do you think I deceive?" Miss Greysteel was silent a moment, and then, with some reluctance, said,
"Your friend of last night, perhaps?"
"My friend of last night? What do you mean?"
Miss Greysteel looked very unhappy. "The young woman in the gondola who was so anxious to speak to you, and so unwilling, for a full half-hour, that anyone else should."
"Ah!" Strange smiled and shook his head. "No, you have run away with the wrong idea. She is not my friend. She is Lord Byron's."
"Oh!"
Miss Greysteel reddened a little.
She seemed rather an agitated young person.
"She is not pleased with his lordship's behaviour." Strange shrugged. "Who is? She wished to discover if I were able to influence his lordship, and I was at some pains to persuade her that there is not now, nor ever was, I think, magic enough in England to do that."
"You are offended?"
"Not in the least. Now I believe we are closer to that good understanding which you require for friendship. Will you shake hands with me?"
"With the greatest goodwill," she said.
"Flora! Mr. Strange!" cried Dr. Greysteel, starting up to them. "What is this?" Miss Greysteel was a little confused. It was of the greatest importance to her that her aunt and father should have a good opinion of Mr. Strange. She did not want them to know that she herself had suspected him of wrongdoing. She feigned not to have heard her father's question, and began to speak energetically of some paintings in the Scuola di Giorgio degli Scavoni that she had a great desire to see.
"It is really no distance. We could go now. You will come with us, I hope," she said to Strange.
Strange smiled ruefully at her. "I have work to do." "Your book?" asked Dr. Greysteel. "Not today. I am working to uncover the magic which will bring forth a fairy spirit to be my assistant. I have lost count of how many times I have tried, and how many ways, and never, of course, with the least success. But such is the predicament of the modern magician. Spells which were once taken for granted by every minor sorcerer in England are now so elusive that we despair of ever getting them back. Martin Pale had 28 fairy servants. I would count myself fortunate to have one."
"Fairies!" exclaimed Aunt Greysteel. "But by all accounts they are very mischievous creatures. Are you quite certain, Mr. Strange, that you really wish to burden yourself with such a troublesome companion?" "My dear aunt," said Miss Greysteel, "Mr. Strange knows what he is doing."
But Aunt Greysteel was concerned, and to illustrate her point she began to speak of a river that flowed through the village in Derbyshire, where she and Dr. Greysteel had grown up. It had been enchanted by fairies long ago, and as a consequence had shrunk from a noble torrent to a gentle brook, and though this had happened centuries and centuries ago, the local population still remembered and resented it. They still talked of the workshops they might have set up and the industries they might have founded, if only the river had been strong enough to supply the power. Note: Aunt Greysteel is probably speaking of the Derwent. Long ago, when John Uskglass was still a captive child in Faery, a king in Faery foretold that if he came to adulthood, then all the old fairy kingdoms would fall. The king sent his servants into England to bring back an iron knife to kill him. The knife was forged by a blacksmith on the banks of the Derwent, and the waters of the Derwent were used to cool the hot metal. However, the attempt to kill John Uskglass failed, and the king and his clan were destroyed by the boy magician. When John Uskglass entered England and established his kingdom, his fairy followers went in search of the blacksmith. They killed him and his family, destroyed his house, and laid magic spells upon the Derwent to punish it for its part in making the wicked knife. End of note. Strange listened politely, and when she had finished, he said, "Oh, to be sure, fairies are naturally full of wickedness and exceedingly difficult to control. Were I successful, I should certainly have to take care whom my fairy, or fairies, associated with." He cast a glance at Miss Greysteel. "Nevertheless, their power and knowledge are such that a magician cannot lightly dispense with their help, not unless he is Gilbert Norrell. Every fairy that ever drew breath has more magic in his head, hands, and heart than could be contained in the greatest library of magical books that ever existed." Note: the views Strange is expressing at this point are wildly optimistic and romantic. English magical literature is full of examples of fairies whose powers were weak, or who were stupid or ignorant. End of note. "Has he indeed?" said Aunt Greysteel. "Well, that is remarkable." Dr. Greysteel and Aunt Greysteel wished Strange success with his magic, and Miss Greysteel reminded him that he had promised to go with her one day soon to look at a pianoforte, which they had heard was for hire from an antiquarian who lived near the Campo San Angelo. Then the Greysteels went on to the rest of the day's pleasures, while Strange returned to his lodgings near Santa Maria Sol Benigo. Most English gentlemen who come to Italy nowadays write poems or descriptions of their tour, or they make sketches. Italians who wish to rent apartments to these gentlemen are well advised to provide them with rooms where they can pursue these occupations. Strange's landlord, for example, had set aside a shadowy little chamber at the top of his house for his tenants' use. It contained an ancient table with 4 carved griffins to serve for its legs. There was a sea captain's chair, a painted wooden cupboard such as one might find in a church, and a wooden figure 2 or 3 feet tall which stood upon a pillar. It represented a smiling man holding something round and red in his hand, which might have been an apple, might have been a pomegranate, or might have been a red ball. It was difficult to imagine quite where this gentleman could have come from. He was a little too cheerful for a saint in a church, and not quite comical enough for a coffee-house sign. Strange had found the cupboard to be damp and full of mildew, and so he had abandoned it, and placed his books and papers in heaps about the floor. But he had made a sort of friend of the wooden figure, and as he worked he constantly addressed remarks to it, such as, "What is your opinion?" and "Doncaster or Belassus? What do you suggest?" and, "Well, do you see him?" "I do not." And once in tones of extreme exasperation, "Be quiet, will you?" Note: Jacques Belassus was reputed to have created an excellent spell for summoning fairy spirits. Unfortunately, the only copy of Belassus's masterpiece, the instructions, was at the library at Heartache, and Strange had never seen it. All he knew of it were vague descriptions in later histories, and so it must be assumed that Strange was recreating this magic, and had only the flimsiest notion of what he was aiming at. By contrast, the spell commonly attributed to the Master of Doncaster is very well known, and appears in a number of widely available works. The identity of the Master of Doncaster is not known. His existence is deduced from a handful of references in Argentine histories to 13th-century magicians acquiring spells and magic from Doncaster. Moreover, it is far from clear that all the magic attributed to the Master of Doncaster is the work of one man. This has led magio-historians to postulate a second magician, even more shadowy than the first, the pseudo-Master of Doncaster. If, as has been convincingly argued, the Master of Doncaster was really John Uskclass, then it is logical to assume that the spell of summoning was created by the pseudo-master. It seems highly unlikely that John Uskclass would have had any need of a spell to summon fairies. His court was, after all, full of them. End of note. He took out a paper on which he had scribbled a spell. He moved his lips as magicians do when they are reciting magic words. When he had finished, he glanced about the room as though he half expected to find another person there. But whomever it was that he hoped to see, he did not see them. He sighed, crumpled the spell into a ball, and threw it at the little wooden figure. Then he took another sheet of paper, made some notes, consulted a book, retrieved the first piece of paper from the floor, smoothed it out, studied it for half an hour, pulling at his hair all the while, crumpled it up again, and threw it out the window. A bell had begun to toll somewhere. It was a sad and lonely sound, which made the hearer think of wild, forlorn places, dark skies, and emptiness. Some of these ideas must have occurred to Strange because he became distracted and stopped what he was doing and glanced out of the window as though to reassure himself that Venice had not suddenly become an empty, silent ruin. But the scene outside was the usual one of bustle and animation. Sunlight shone on blue water. The Campo was crowded with people. There were Venetian ladies coming to Santa Maria Zopenigo, Austrian soldiers strolling about arm in arm and looking at everything, shopkeepers trying to sell them things, urchins fighting and begging, cats going about their secret business. Strange returned to his work. He took off his coat and rolled up the sleeve of his shirt. Next he left the room and returned with a knife and a small white basin. He used the knife to let some blood from his arm. He put the basin on the table and peered into it to see if he had got enough, but the loss of blood must have affected him more than he supposed, because in a moment of faintness he knocked the table and the bowl fell upon the floor. He cursed in Italian, a good cursing language, and looked around for something to wipe up the blood. It so happened that there was some white cloth lying bundled up on top of the table. It was a nightshirt which Arabella had sewn in the early years of their marriage. Without realizing what it was, Strange reached out for it. He had almost grasped it when Stephen Black stepped out of the shadows and handed him a rag. Stephen accompanied the action with that faint half-bow that is second nature to a well-trained servant. Strange took the rag and mopped up the blood, somewhat ineffectually, but of Stephen's presence in the room he appeared to know nothing at all. Stephen picked up the nightshirt, shook out the creases, carefully folded it up, and placed it neatly on a stool in the corner. Strange threw himself back into his chair, caught the damaged part of his arm upon the edge of the table, swore again, and covered his face with his hands. "What in the world is he trying to do?" asked Stephen Black in a hushed tone.
"Oh, he is attempting to summon me," declared the gentleman with the thistledown hair. "He wishes to ask me all sorts of questions about magic. But there is no need to whisper, my dear Stephen. He can neither see nor hear you. They are so ridiculous, these English magicians. They do everything in such a roundabout way. I tell you, Stephen, watching this fellow try to do magic is like watching a man sit down to eat his dinner with his coat on backwards, a blindfold round his eyes, and a bucket over his head. When did you ever see me perform such nonsensical tricks? Draw forth my own blood, or scribble words on paper. Whenever I wish to do something, I simply speak to the air, or to the stones, or to the sunlight, or the sea, or to whatever it is, and politely request them to help me. And then, since my alliances with these powerful spirits were set in place thousands of years ago, they are only too glad to do whatever I ask."
"I see," said Stephen. "But though the magician is ignorant, he has still succeeded. After all, you are here, sir, are you not?"
"Yes, I dare say," said the gentleman in an irritated tone, "but that does not detract from the fact that the magic that brought me here is clumsy and inelegant. Besides, what does it profit him? Nothing. I do not choose to show myself to him, and he knows no magic to counteract that. Stephen, quick, turn the pages of that book. There is no breeze in the room, and it will perplex him beyond anything. Ah! See how he stares! He half suspects that we are here, but he cannot see us. Ha ha! How angry he is becoming! Give his neck a sharp pinch. He will think it is a mosquito."
52. The Old Lady of Cannaregio. End of November 1816. Some time before he had left England, Dr. Greysteel had received a letter from a friend in Scotland, begging that, if he were to get as far as Venice, he would pay a visit to a certain old lady who lived there. It would be, said the Scottish friend, an act of charity, since this old lady, once rich, was now poor. Dr. Greysteel thought he remembered hearing once that she was of some odd mixed parentage, as it might be half Scottish, half Spanish, or perhaps half Irish, half Hebrew. Dr. Greysteel had always intended to visit her, but what with inns and carriages, sudden removals and changes of plan, he had discovered, on arriving at Venice, that he could no longer lay his hand on the letter, and no longer retained a very clear impression of its contents. Nor had he any note of her name, nothing but a little scrap of paper, with a direction where she might be found. Aunt Greysteel said that under such very difficult circumstances as these, they would do best to send the old lady a letter informing her of their intention to call upon her, though, to be sure, she added, it would look very odd that they did not know her name. Doubtless she would think them a sad, negligent sort of people. Dr. Greysteel looked uncomfortable, and sniffed and fidgeted a good deal, but he could think of no better plan, and so they wrote the note forthwith and gave it to their landlady, so that she might deliver it to the old lady straight away. Then came the first odd part of the business, for the landlady studied the direction, frowned, and then, for reasons which Dr. Greysteel did not entirely comprehend, sent it to her brother-in-law on the island of Judaca. Some days later, this same brother-in-law, an elegant little Venetian lawyer, waited upon Dr. Greysteel. He informed Dr. Greysteel that he had sent the note just as Dr. Greysteel had requested, but Dr. Greysteel should know that the lady lived in that part of the city which was called Cannaregio, in the ghetto, where the Jews lived. The letter had been delivered into the hands of a venerable Hebrew gentleman. There had been no reply. How did Dr. Greysteel wish to proceed? The little Venetian lawyer was happy to serve Dr. Greysteel in any way he could. In the late afternoon, Miss Greysteel, Aunt Greysteel, Dr. Greysteel, and the lawyer, whose name was Signor Tosatti, glided through the city in a gondola, through that part of the city which is called St. Mark's, where they saw men and women preparing for the night's pleasures, past the landing of Santa Maria Zobenigo, where Miss Greysteel turned back to gaze at a little candlelit window which might have belonged to Jonathan Strange, past the altar, where Aunt Greysteel began to tut and sigh and wish very much that she saw more shoes upon the children's feet. They left the gondola at the Ghetto Nuovo. Though all the houses of Venice are strange and old, those of the Ghetto seemed particularly so, as if queerness and ancientness were two of the commodities this mercantile people dealt in, and they had constructed their houses out of them. Though all the streets of Venice are melancholy, these streets had a melancholy that was quite distinct, as if Jewish sadness and Gentile sadness were made up according to different recipes. Yet the houses were very plain, and the door upon which Signor Tosatti knocked was black enough and humble enough to have done for any Quaker meeting-house in England. The door was opened by a manservant who let them into the house, and into a dark chamber panelled with dried-out, ancient-looking wood that smelt of nothing so much as the sea. There was a door in this chamber that was open a little. From where he stood, Dr. Greysteel could see ancient, battered-looking books in thin leather bindings, silver candlesticks that had sprouted more branches than English candlesticks generally do, mysterious-looking boxes of polished wood, all of which Dr. Greysteel took to be connected with the Hebrew gentleman's religion. Hung upon the wall was a doll or puppet as tall and broad as a man, with huge hands and feet, but dressed like a woman, with its head sunk upon its breasts so that its face could not be seen. The manservant went through this door to speak to his master. Dr. Greysteel whispered to his sister that the servant was decent-looking enough. "Yes," said Aunt Greysteel, "except that he wore no coat." Aunt Greysteel said that she had often noticed that male servants were always liable to present themselves in their shirt-sleeves, and that it was often the case that if their masters were single gentlemen, then nothing would be done to correct this bad habit. Aunt Greysteel did not know why this should be. Aunt Greysteel supposed that the Hebrew gentleman was a widower. "Oh," said Dr. Greysteel, peeping through the half-open doorway, "we have interrupted him at his dinner." The venerable Hebrew gentleman wore a long, dusty black coat, and had a great beard of curly grey and white hairs, and a black skull-cap on top of his head. He was seated at a long table upon which was laid a spotless white linen cloth, and he had tucked a generous portion of this into the neck of his black robe to serve him as a napkin. Aunt Greysteel was very shocked that Dr. Greysteel should be spying through chinks and doorways, and attempted to make him stop by poking at him with her umbrella. But Dr. Greysteel had come to Italy to see everything he could, and saw no reason to make an exception of Hebrew gentlemen in their private apartments. This particular Hebrew gentleman did not seem inclined to interrupt his dinner to wait upon an unknown English family. He appeared to be instructing the manservant in what to say to them. The servant came back and spoke to Signor Tosetti, and when he had finished, Signor Tosetti bowed low to Aunt Greysteel, and explained that the name of the lady they sought was Delgado, and that she lived at the very top of the house. Signor Tosetti was a little annoyed that none of the Hebrew gentleman's servants seemed willing to show them the way and announce their arrival, but, as he said, their party was one of bold adventurers, and doubtless they could find their way to the top of a staircase. Dr. Greysteel and Signor Tosetti took a candle each. The staircase wound up into the shadows. They passed many doors which, although rather grand, had a queer, stunted look about them, for in order to accommodate all the people, the houses in the ghetto had been built as tall and with as many stories as the householders had dared, and to compensate for this all the ceilings were rather low. At first they heard people talking behind these doors, and at one they heard a man singing a sad song in an unknown language. Then they came to doors that stood open, showing only darkness. A cold, stale draught came from each. The last door, however, was closed. They knocked, but no one answered. They called out they were come to wait upon Mrs. Delgado. Still no reply. And then, because Aunt Greysteel said that it was foolish to come so far and just go away again, they pushed open the door and went inside. The room, which was scarcely more than an attic, had all the wretchedness that old age and extreme poverty could give it. It contained nothing that was not broken, chipped, or ragged. Every colour in the room had faded or darkened or done what it must until it was grey. There was one little window that was open to the evening air and showed the moon, although it was a little surprising that the moon with her clean white face and fingers should condescend to make an appearance in that dirty little room. Yet this was not what made Dr. Greysteel look so alarmed, made him pull at his neckcloth, redden and go pale alternately, and draw great breaths of air. If there was one thing which Dr. Greysteel disliked more than another, it was cats, and the room was full of cats. In the midst of the cats sat a very thin person on a dusty wooden chair. It was lucky, as Signor Tosetti had said, that the Greysteels were all bold adventurers, for the sight of Mrs. Delgado might well have been a little shocking to nervous persons, for though she sat very upright, one would almost have said that she was poised, waiting for something. She bore so many of the signs and disfigurings of extreme old age that she was losing her resemblance to other human beings, and began instead to resemble other orders of living creatures. Her arms lay in her lap, so extravagantly spotted with brown that they were like two fish. Her skin was the white, almost transparent skin of the extremely old, as fine and wrinkled as a spider's web, with veins of knotted blue. She did not rise at their entrance, nor make any sign that she had noticed them at all. But perhaps she did not hear them, for though the room was silent, the silence of 50 cats is a peculiar thing, like 50 individual silences, all piled one on top of another. So the Greysteels and Signor Tosetti, practical people, sat down in the terrible little room, and Aunt Greysteel, with her kind smile and solicitous wishes that everyone should be made comfortable and easy, began their addresses to the old lady.
"I hope, my dear Mrs. Delgado, that you will forgive this intrusion, but my niece and I wish to do ourselves the honour of waiting upon you."
Aunt Greysteel paused, in case the old lady wished to make a reply, but the old lady said nothing.
"What an airy situation you have here, ma'am. A dear friend of mine, a Miss Wilesmith, lodges in a little room at the top of a house in Queen Square in Bath, a room much like your own, Mrs. Delgado, and she declares that in summer she would not exchange it for the best house in the city, for she catches the breezes that nobody else gets, and is perfectly cool when great people stifle in their rich apartments. And she has everything so neat and tidy, and just to hand, whenever she wants it. And her only complaint is that the girl from the second back pair is always putting hot kettles on the staircase, which, as you know, Mrs. Delgado, can be so very displeasing if you chance to strike your foot against one of them. Do you suffer much inconvenience from the staircase, ma'am?"
There was a silence, or rather some moments passed, filled with nothing but the breathing of 50 cats. Dr. Greysteel dabbed at his sweating brow with his handkerchief and shifted about inside his clothes. "We are here, ma'am," he began, "at the particular request of Mr. John McKean of Aberdeenshire. He wishes to be remembered to you. He hopes that you are well, and sends every good wish for your future health." Dr. Greysteel spoke rather louder than usual, for he had begun to suspect that the old lady was deaf. This had no other effect, however, than to disturb the cats, many of which began to stalk around the room, brushing against each other and sending up sparks into the twilight air. A black cat dropped from somewhere or other onto the back of Dr. Greysteel's chair and walked it as if it were a tightrope. Dr. Greysteel took a moment to recover himself, and then said, "May we take back some report of your health and situation to Mr. McKean, ma'am?" But the old lady said nothing. Miss Greysteel was next.
"I am glad, ma'am," she said, "to see you so well provided with good friends. They must be a great comfort to you. And that little honey-coloured puss at your feet, what an elegant form she has, and such a dainty way of washing her face. What do you call her?"
But the old lady did not answer. So, prompted by a glance from Dr. Greysteel, the little Venetian lawyer began to relate much of what had already been said, but this time in Italian. The only difference was that now the old lady no longer troubled to look at them, but fixed her gaze upon a great grey cat, which was in its turn looking at a white cat, which was in its turn staring at the moon. "Tell her that I have brought her money," said Dr. Greysteel to the lawyer. "Tell her it is a gift made to her on behalf of John McKean. Tell her she must not thank me." Dr. Greysteel waved his hand vigorously, as if a reputation for generous deeds and benevolent actions were a little like a mosquito, and he hoped in this way to prevent one from landing on him.
"Mr. Tosetti," said Aunt Greysteel, "you are not well. You are pale, sir. Will you have a glass of water? I am sure that Mrs. Delgado could furnish you with a glass of water."
"No, Madamina Greysteel, I am not ill. I am—"
Signor Tosetti looked round the room to find the word he wanted.
"Fearful," he whispered.
"Fearful?" whispered Dr. Greysteel. "Why, what of?"
"Ah, Signor Dottore, this is a terrible place," returned the other in a whisper, and his eyes wandered in a kind of horror, first to where one of the cats was licking its paw, in preparation to washing its face, and then back to the old lady, as if in expectation of seeing her perform the same action. Miss Greysteel whispered that in their concern to show Mrs. Delgado attention, they had come in too great a number and arrived too suddenly at her door. Clearly they were the first visitors she had had in years. Was it any wonder her wits seemed temporarily to be wandering? It was too severe a trial. "Oh, Flora," whispered Aunt Greysteel, "only think, to pass years and years without society of any kind."
To be all whispering together in such a small room, for the old lady was not 3 feet distant from any of them, appeared to Dr. Greysteel to be very ridiculous, and From not knowing what else to do, he became rather irritable with his companions, so that his sister and daughter judged it best to go. Aunt Greysteel insisted on taking a long and fond farewell of the old lady, telling her that they would all return when she was feeling better, which Aunt Greysteel hoped would be soon. Just as they passed through the door, they looked back. At that moment a new cat appeared upon the sill of the window with a stiff, spiky something in its mouth, a thing remarkably like a dead bird. The old lady made a little joyous sound and sprang with surprising energy out of her chair. It was the oddest sound in all the world, and bore not the slightest resemblance to human speech. It made Signor Tosetti, in his turn, cry out in alarm and pull the door shut and hide whatever it was that the old lady was about to do next. Note: Signor Tosetti later confessed to the Greysteels that he believed he knew who the old lady of Cannaregio was. He had heard her story often as he went about the city, but until he had seen her with his own eyes he had dismissed it as a mere fable, a tale to frighten the young and foolish. It seems her father had been a Jew, and her mother was descended from half the races of Europe. As a child she had learnt several languages and spoke them all perfectly. There was nothing she could not make herself mistress of if she chose. She learnt for the pleasure of it. At 16 she spoke not only French, Italian, and German, which are part of any lady's commonplace accomplishments, but all the languages of the civilized and uncivilized world. She spoke the language of the Scottish Highlands, which is like singing. She spoke Basque, which is a language which rarely makes any impression upon the brains of any other race, so that a man may hear it as often and as long as he likes, but never afterwards be able to record a single syllable of it. She even learnt the language of a strange country which, Signor Tosetti had been told, some people believed still existed, although no one in the world could say where it was. The name of this country was Wales. She travelled through the world, and appeared before kings and queens, archdukes and archduchesses, princes and bishops, grafs and grafins, and to each and every one of these important people she spoke in the language he or she had learnt as a child, and every one of them proclaimed her a wonder. And at last she came to Venice. But this lady had never learnt to moderate her behaviour in anything. Her appetite for learning was matched by her appetite in other things, and she had married a man who was the same. This lady and her husband came at Carnevale, and never went away again. All their wealth they gambled away in the ridottos. All their health they lost in other pleasures. And one morning, when all of Venice's canals were silver and rose-coloured with the dawn, the husband lay down upon the wet stones of the Fondamenta dei Mori and died, and there was nothing anyone could do to save him. And the wife would perhaps have done as well to do the same, for she had no money and nowhere to go. But the Jews remembered that she had some claim to their charity, being in a manner of speaking a Jewess herself, though she had never before acknowledged it, or perhaps they felt for her as a suffering creature, for the Jews have endured much in Venice. However it was, they gave her shelter in the ghetto. There are different stories of what happened next, but what they all agree upon is that she lived among the Jews, but she was not one of them. She lived quite alone, and whether the fault was hers or whether the fault was theirs I do not know. And a great deal of time went by, and she did not speak to a living soul, and a great wind of madness howled through her and overturned all her languages, and she forgot Italian, forgot English, forgot Latin, forgot Basque, forgot Welsh, forgot everything in the world except cat. And that, it is said, she spoke marvellously well. End of note. 53. A Little Dead Grey Mouse. End of November, 1816. The following evening, in a room where Venetian gloom and Venetian magnificence mingled in a highly romantic and satisfactory manner, the Greysteels and Strange sat down to dinner together. The floor was of cracked, worn marble, all the colours of a Venetian winter. and Greysteel's head, in its neat white cap, was set off by the vast dark door that loomed in the distance behind her. The door was surmounted by dim carvings, and resembled nothing so much as some funerary monument wreathed in dreary shadows. On the plaster walls were the ghosts of frescoes painted in the ghosts of colours, all glorifying some ancient Venetian family whose last heir had drowned long ago. The present owners were as poor as church mice, and had not been able to repair their house for many years. It was raining outside, and, what was more surprising, inside too. From somewhere in the room came the disagreeable sound of large quantities of water dripping liberally upon floor and furniture. But the Greysteels were not to be made gloomy, nor put off a very good dinner, by such trifles as these. They had banished the funereal shadows with a good blaze of candlelight, and were masking the sound of dripping water with laughter and conversation. They were generally bestowing a cheerful Englishness on that part of the room where they sat. "But I do not understand," said Strange. "Who takes care of the old woman?" Dr. Greysteel said, "The Jewish gentleman, who seems a very charitable old person, provides her with a place to live, and his servants put dishes of food for her at the foot of the stairs."
"But as to how the food is conveyed to her," exclaimed Miss Greysteel, "no one knows for certain. Signor Tosetti believes that her cats carry it up to her."
"Such nonsense," declared Dr. Greysteel. "Who ever heard of cats doing anything useful?" "Except for staring at one in a supercilious manner," said Strange. "That has a sort of moral usefulness, I suppose, in making one feel uncomfortable and encouraging sober reflection upon one's imperfections." The Greysteels' odd adventure had supplied a subject of conversation since they had sat down to dinner. "Flora, my dear," said Aunt Greysteel, "Mr. Strange will begin to think we cannot talk of anything else." "Oh, do not trouble upon my account," said Strange. "It is curious, and we magicians collect curiosities, you know."
"Could you cure her by magic, Mr. Strange?"
asked Miss Greysteel. "Cure madness? No. Though it is not for want of trying. I was once asked to visit a mad old gentleman to see what I could do for him, and I believe I cast stronger spells upon that occasion than upon any other, but at the end of my visit he was just as mad as ever."
"But there might be recipes for curing madness, might there not?" asked Miss Greysteel eagerly. "I dare say the Orient magicians might have had one." Miss Greysteel had begun to interest herself in magical history, and her conversation these days was full of words like Orient and Argentine.
"Possibly," said Strange. "But if so, then the prescription has been lost for hundreds of years."
"And if it were 1,000 years, then I am sure that it need be no impediment to you. You have related to us dozens of examples of spells which were thought to be lost, and which you have been able to recover."
"True, but generally I had some idea of how to begin. I never heard of a single instance of an Orient magician curing madness. Their attitude towards madness seems to have been quite different from ours. They regarded madmen as seers and prophets, and listened to their ramblings with the closest attention."
"How strange! Why?"
Mr. Norrell believed it was something to do with the sympathy which fairies feel for madmen, that and the fact that madmen can perceive fairy spirits when no one else can. Strange paused. "You say this old woman is very mad?" he said.
"Oh, yes, I believe so."
In the drawing-room after dinner, Dr. Greysteel fell soundly asleep in his chair. Aunt Greysteel nodded in hers, waking every now and then to apologize for her sleepiness, and then promptly falling asleep again. So Miss Greysteel was able to enjoy a tete-a-tete with Strange for the rest of the evening. She had a great deal to say to him. On his recommendation, she had recently been reading Lord Portishead's A Child's History of the Raven King, and she wished to ask him about it. However, he seemed distracted, and several times she had the disagreeable impression that he was not attending to her. The following day the Greysteels visited the arsenal, and were full of admiration for its gloom and vastness. They idled away an hour or two in curiosity shops, where the shopkeepers seemed nearly as quaint and old-fashioned as the curiosities themselves, and they ate ices at a pastry-cook's near the church of San Stefano. To all the pleasures of the day Strange had been invited, but early in the morning Aunt Greysteel had received a short note presenting his compliments and thanks. But he had come quite by accident upon a new line of inquiry, and dare not leave it. And scholars, madam, as you know by the example of your own brother, are the most selfish beings in creation, and think that devotion to their researches excuses anything. nor did he appear the next day when they visited the Scuola di Santa Maria della Carità, nor the following one when they went by gondola to Torcello, a lonely reed-choked island shrouded in grey mists where the first Venetian city had been raised, been magnificent, been deserted, and finally crumbled away, all long, long ago. But though Strange was shut away in his rooms near Santa Maria Zobenigo, doing magic, Dr. Greysteel was spared the anguish of missing him greatly by the frequency with which his name was mentioned among them. If the Greysteels walked by the Rialto, and if the sight of that bridge threw Dr. Greysteel on to talk of Shylock, Shakespeare, and condition of the modern theatre, then Dr. Greysteel was sure to have the benefit of Strange's opinions upon all these subjects, for Miss Greysteel knew them all, and could argue for them quite as well as for her own. If, in a little curiosity shop, the Greysteels were struck by a painting of a quaint dancing bear, then it only served as an opportunity for Miss Greysteel to tell her father of an acquaintance of Mr. Strange who had a stuffed brown bear in a glass case. If the Greysteels ate mutton, then Miss Greysteel was sure to be reminded of an occasion of which Mr. Strange had told her, when he had eaten mutton at Lyme Regis. On the evening of the third day, Dr. Greysteel sent Strange a message proposing that the two of them should take a coffee and a glass of Italian spirit together. They met at Florian's a little after 6 o'clock. "I am glad to see you," said Dr. Greysteel, "but you look pale. Are you remembering to eat, to sleep, to take exercise?" "I believe I ate something today," said Strange, "although I really cannot recall what it was." They talked for a while of indifferent matters, but Strange was distracted. Several times he answered Dr. Greysteel almost at random. Then, swallowing the last of his grappa, he took out his pocket-watch and said, "I hope you will forgive my hurrying away. I have an engagement. And so, good night." Dr. Greysteel was a little surprised at this, and he could not help but wonder what sort of an engagement it might be. A man might behave badly anywhere in the world, but it seemed to Dr. Greysteel that in Venice he might behave worse and do so more frequently. No other city in the world was so bent upon providing opportunities for every sort of mischief, and Dr. Greysteel happened to be particularly concerned at this period that Strange should have a character beyond reproach. So he inquired, with as careless an air as he could manage, whether the appointment was with Lord Byron. "No, indeed. To own the truth," Strange narrowed his eyes and grew confidential, "I believe I may have found someone to aid me." "Your fairy?" "No, another human being. I have high hopes of this collaboration, yet at the same time I am not quite sure how the other person will greet my proposals. You will understand that under such circumstances I have no desire to keep them waiting." "No, indeed," exclaimed Dr. Greysteel. "Go, go." Strange walked away and became one of the many black figures on the piazza, all with black faces and no expressions, hurrying across the face of moon-coloured Venice. The moon itself was set among great architectural clouds, so that there appeared to be another moonlit city in the sky, whose grandeur rivaled Venice, and whose great palaces and streets were crumbling and falling into ruins, as if some spirit in a whimsical mood had set it there to mock the other's slow decline. Meanwhile, Aunt Greysteel and Miss Greysteel had taken advantage of the doctor's absence to return to the terrible little room at the top of the house in the ghetto. They had come in secret, having an idea that Dr. Greysteel, and perhaps even Mr. Strange, might try to prevent them going, or else insist upon accompanying them, and they had no wish for male companionship upon this occasion. "They will want to be talking about it," said Aunt Greysteel. "They will be trying to guess how she came to this sad condition. But what good will that do? How does that help her?" Miss Greysteel had brought some candles and a candlestick. She lit the candles so that they could see what they were doing. Then out of their baskets they took a nice savoury dish of veal fricassee that filled the stale, desperate room with a good smell, some fresh white rolls, some apples, and a warm shawl. Aunt Greysteel placed the plate of veal fricassee before Mrs. Delgado, but she found that Mrs. Delgado's fingers and fingernails were as curved and stiff as claws, and she could not coax them round the handles of the knife and fork. "Well, my dear," said Aunt Greysteel at last, "she shows great interest in it, and I am sure it will do her good, but I think we will leave her to eat it in whatever way she thinks best." They went down into the street. As soon as they were outside, Aunt Greysteel exclaimed, "Oh, Flora, did you see? She had her supper already prepared. There was a little china saucer, quite a pretty saucer, rather like my tea-service with rosebuds and forget-me-nots, and she had laid a mouse in it, a little dead grey mouse." Miss Greysteel looked thoughtful. "I dare say a head of chicory, boiled and dressed with a sauce, as they prepare it here. Looks a little like a mouse." "Oh, my dear," said Aunt Greysteel, "you know it was nothing of the sort." They were walking through the Ghetto Vecchio towards Cannaregio Canal, when Miss Greysteel suddenly turned away into the shadows and disappeared from sight. "Flora, what is the matter?" cried Aunt Greysteel. "What do you see? Do not linger, my love. It is so very dark here among the houses. Dearest! Flora!" Miss Greysteel moved back into the light as quickly as she had gone away. "It is nothing, Aunt," she said. "Do not be startled. It is only that I thought I heard someone say my name, and I went to see. I thought it was someone I knew, but there is no one there." At the Fondamenta their gondola was waiting for them. The oarsman handed them in, and then with slow strokes moved away. Aunt Greysteel made herself snug under the covering in the centre of the boat. Rain began to patter upon the canvas. "Perhaps when we get home we shall find Mr. Strange with Papa," she said. "Perhaps," said Miss Greysteel. "Or maybe he has gone to play billiards with Lord Byron again," said Aunt Greysteel. "It is odd that they should be friends. They seem such very different gentlemen." "Oh, indeed, though Mr. Strange told me that he found Lord Byron a great deal less agreeable when he met him in Switzerland. His lordship was with some other poetical people who claimed all his attention and whose company he clearly preferred to that of anyone else. Mr. Strange says that he was barely civil." "Well, that is very bad, but not at all surprising. Should not you be afraid to look at him, my love? Lord Byron, I mean. I think that perhaps I might. A little." "No, I should not be afraid." "Well, my love, that is because you are more clear-headed and steady than other people. Indeed, I do not know what there is in the world that you would be afraid of." "Oh, I do not think it is because of any extraordinary courage on my part. As to extraordinary virtue, I cannot tell. I was never yet much tempted to do anything very bad. It is only that Lord Byron could never have any power over me or sway the least of my thoughts or actions. I am quite safe from him. But that is not to say that there might not be someone in the world, I do not say that I have seen him yet, whom I would be a little afraid to look at sometimes, for fear that he might be looking sad, or lost, or thoughtful, or what, you know, might seem worst of all, brooding on some private anger or hurt, and so not knowing or caring if I looked at him at all." In the little attic at the top of the house in the ghetto, Miss Greysteel's candles guttered and went out. The moon shone down into the nightmare apartment, and the old lady of Cannaregio began to devour the veal fricassee which the Greysteel ladies had brought her. She was about to swallow the last bite, when an English voice suddenly said, "Unfortunately, my friends do not stay to perform the introductions, and it is always an awkward business, is it not, madam, when two people are left together in a room to get acquainted? My name is Strange. Yours, madam, though you do not know it, is Delgado, and I am delighted to meet you." Strange was leaning against the window-sill with his arms crossed, looking intently at her. She, on the other hand, took as little notice of him as she had of Aunt Greysteel or Miss Greysteel, or any of her visitors of the last few days. She took as little notice of him as a cat takes of anybody who does not interest it. "Let me first assure you," said Strange, "that I am not one of those tiresome visitors who have no real purpose for their visit and nothing to say for themselves. I have a proposal to make to you, Mrs. Delgado. It is our excellent fortune, madam, that you and I should meet at this time. I am able to give you your heart's desire, and in return you shall give me mine." Mrs. Delgado made no sign that she had heard any of this. She had turned her attention to the saucer with the dead mouse, and her ancient mouth gaped to devour it. "Really, madam," cried Strange, "I must insist that you put off your dinner for a moment and attend to what I am saying." He leant forward and removed the saucer. For the first time Mrs. Delgado seemed to know he was there. She made a little mew of displeasure and looked resentfully at him. "I want you to teach me how to be mad."
The idea is so simple, I wonder I did not think of it before." Mrs. Delgado growled very low. "Oh, you question the wisdom of my proceedings. You are probably right. To wish madness upon oneself is very rash. My tutor, my wife, and my friends would all be angry if they knew anything of it." He paused. The sardonic expression disappeared from his face, and the light tone disappeared from his voice. "But I have cast off my tutor. My wife is dead, and I am separated from my friends by 20 miles of chill water and the best part of a continent. For the first time since I took up this odd profession, I am not obliged to consult anyone else. Now to begin. You must give me something to serve as a symbol and vessel of your madness." He glanced around the room. "Unfortunately, you do not appear to possess anything, except your gown." He looked down at the saucer which he held in his hand. "And this mouse. I believe I prefer the mouse." Strange began to say a spell. There was a burst of silver light in the room. It was something between white flames and the glittering effect which fireworks produce. For a moment it hung in the air between Mrs. Delgado and Strange. Then Strange made a gesture as if he intended to throw it at her. The light flew towards her, and just for a moment she was bathed in a silver radiance. Suddenly Mrs. Delgado was nowhere to be seen, and in her place was a solemn, sulky girl in an old-fashioned gown. Then the girl, too, disappeared, to be replaced by a beautiful young woman with a wilful expression. She was followed swiftly by an older woman of imperious bearing, but with a glint of impending madness in her eyes. All the women Mrs. Delgado had ever been flickered for an instant in the chair. Then all of them disappeared. On the chair was only a heap of crumpled silk. Out of it stepped a little grey cat. The cat jumped daintily down, sprang up on the windowsill, and vanished into the darkness. "Well, that worked," said Strange. He picked up the half-rotten dead mouse by its tail. Instantly he became interested in several of the cats who mewed and purred and rubbed themselves against his legs to attract his attention. He grimaced. "And what was John Uskglass forced to endure, I wonder, in order to forge English magic?" He wondered if he would notice any difference. Would he find, after he had done the spell, that he was trying to guess if he were mad now? Would he stand about, trying to think mad thoughts to discover if any of them seemed more natural? He took a last look around at the world, opened his mouth, and gingerly lowered the mouse into it. It was like plunging beneath a waterfall or having 2,000 trumpets sound in one's ear. Everything he thought before, everything he knew, everything he had been, was swept away in a great flood of confused emotion and sensation. The world was made again in flame-like colours that were impossible to bear. It was shot through with new fears, new desires, new hatreds. He was surrounded by great presences. Some had wicked mouths full of teeth and huge burning eyes. There was a thing like a horribly crippled spider that reared up beside him. It was full of malice. He had something in his mouth, and the taste of it was unspeakable. Unable to think, unable to know, he found from God knows where the presence of mind to spit it out. Someone screamed. He found that he was lying on his back, staring up into a confusion of darkness, roof beams, and moonlight. A shadowy face appeared, and peered into his own face in an unnerving manner. Its breath was warm, damp, and malodorous. He had no recollection of lying down, but then he did not have much recollection of anything. He wondered vaguely if he were in London or Shropshire. There was the queerest sensation all over his body, as if several cats were walking on him at once. After a moment he raised his head and found that this was indeed the case. He sat up, and the cats leapt away. The full moon shone down through a broken window. Then, mounting from recollection to recollection, he began to piece the evening together. He remembered the spell by which he had transformed the old woman, his plan to bring madness upon himself in order to see the fairy. At first it seemed to him so distant that he thought he must be remembering events that had happened, perhaps a month or so ago. Yet here he was, in the room, and he found by his pocket-watch that scarcely any time had passed at all. He managed to rescue the mouse,
By luck his arm had fallen upon it and kept it safe from the cats. He tucked it into his pocket and left the room hurriedly. He did not want to remain there a moment longer. The room had been nightmarish to begin with. Now it seemed to him a place of untold horror. He met several people on the stairs, but they took not a scrap of notice of him. He had previously cast a spell over the inhabitants of the house, and they were quite convinced that they saw him every day, that he frequented these rooms regularly, and that nothing was more natural than that he should be there. But if anyone had asked them who he was, they would have been quite unable to say. He walked back to his lodgings at Santa Maria Zobenigo. The old woman's madness still seemed to infect him. People he passed in the street were strangely changed. Their expressions seemed ferocious and unintelligible, and even their gait was lumbering and ugly. Well, one thing is clear, he thought. The old woman was very mad indeed. I could not possibly summon the fairy in that condition. The next day he rose early, and immediately after breakfast began the process of reducing the flesh and guts of the mouse to a powder, according to various well-known principles of magic. The bones he preserved intact. Then he turned the powder into a tincture. This had two advantages. First, and by no means least, it was considerably less repulsive to swallow a few drops of tincture than to put a dead mouse in his mouth. Secondly, he believed that in this way he might be able to regulate the degree of madness he imposed upon himself. By 5 o'clock he had a darkish-brown liquid, which smelt chiefly of the brandy he had used to make the tincture. He decanted it into a bottle. Then he carefully counted 14 drops into a glass of brandy, and drank it. After a few minutes he looked out of the window and into the Campo Santa Maria Zobenigo. People were walking up and down. The backs of their heads were hollowed out. Their faces were nothing but thin masks at the front. Within each hollow a candle was burning. This was so plain to him now that he wondered he had never noticed it before. He imagined what would happen if he went down into the street and blew some of the candles out. It made him laugh to think of it. He laughed so much that he could no longer stand. His laughter echoed round and round the house. Some small remaining shred of reason warned him that he ought not to let the landlord and his family know what he was doing, so he went to bed and muffled the sound of his laughter in the pillows, kicking his legs from time to time with the sheer hilarity of the idea. Next morning he awoke in bed, fully dressed and with his boots still on. Apart from the dull, greasy feeling that generally results from sleeping in one's clothes, he believed he was much as usual. He washed, shaved, and put on fresh clothes. Then he went out to take something to eat and drink. There was a little coffee-house he liked on the corner of the Calle de la Cortesia and the Campo San Angelo. All seemed well until the waiter approached his table and put the cup of coffee down upon it. Strange looked up and saw a glint in the man's eye, like a tiny candle flame. He found he could no longer recall whether people had candles in their heads or not. He knew that there was a world of difference between these two notions. One was sane, and the other was not, but he could not for the life of him remember which was which. This was a little unsettling. The only problem with the tincture, he thought, is that it is really quite difficult to judge when the effects have worn off. I had not thought of that before. I suppose I ought to wait a day or two before trying it again. But at midday his impatience got the better of him. He felt better. He was inclining to the view that people did not have candles in their heads. And anyway, he thought, it does not much matter which it is. The question has no relevance to my present undertaking. He put 9 drops of the tincture into a glass of vin santo and drank it down. Immediately he became convinced that all the cupboards in the house were full of pineapples. He was certain that there were other pineapples under his bed and under the table. He was so alarmed by this thought that he felt hot and cold all over, and was obliged to sit down on the floor. All the houses and palazzi in the city were full of pineapples, and outside in the streets people were carrying pineapples, hidden under their clothes. He could smell the pineapples everywhere, a smell both sweet and sharp. Some time later there was a knock at his door. He was surprised to find it was now evening, and the room was quite dark. The knock sounded again. The landlord was at the door. The landlord began to talk, but Strange could not understand him. This was because the man had a pineapple in his mouth. How he had managed to cram the whole thing in there, Strange could not imagine. Green, spiky leaves emerged slowly out of his mouth and then were sucked back in again as he spoke. Strange wondered if perhaps he ought to go and fetch a knife or a hook and try and fish the pineapple out in case the landlord should choke. But at the same time he did not care much about it. After all, he thought with some irritation, it is his own fault. He put it there. The next day in the coffee-house on the corner of the Calle de la Cortesia, one of the waiters was cutting up a pineapple. Strange, huddled over his coffee, shuddered to see it. He had discovered that it was easier, far easier than anyone could have supposed, to make oneself mad, but like all magic it was full of obstacles and frustrations. Even if he succeeded in summoning the fairy, which did not seem very likely, he would be in no condition to talk to him. Every book he had ever read on the subject urged magicians to be on their guard when dealing with fairies. Just when he needed all his wits, he would have scarcely any wits at all. How am I supposed to impress him with the superiority of my magicianship if all I can do is babble about pineapples and candles? He thought. He spent the day pacing up and down his room, breaking off every now and then to scribble notes upon bits of paper. When evening came, he wrote down a spell for summoning fairies and put it on the table. Then he put 4 drops of tincture into a glass of water and swallowed it. This time the tincture affected him quite differently. He was not assailed by any peculiar beliefs or fears. Indeed, in many ways he felt better than he had in a long time, cooler, calmer, less troubled. He found that he no longer cared very much about magic. Doors slammed in his mind, and he went wandering off into rooms and hallways inside himself that he had not visited in years. For the first 10 minutes or so he became the man he had been at 20 or 22. After that he was someone else entirely, someone he had always had the power to be, but for various reasons had never actually become. His first desire after taking the tincture was to go to a ridotto. It seemed ridiculous that he should have been in Venice since the beginning of October and never visited one. But on examining his pocket-watch he discovered that it was only 8 o'clock. "That is much too early," he remarked to no one in particular. He was feeling talkative and looked round for someone to confide in. For lack of anyone better, he settled upon the little wooden figure in the corner. "There will be no one worth seeing for 3 or 4 hours yet," he told it. To fill the time, he thought he might go and find Miss Greysteel. "But I suppose her aunt and father will be there." He made a small sound of irritation. "Dull, dull, dull. Why do pretty women always have such herds of relatives?" He looked at himself in a mirror. "Dear God, this neckcloth looks as if it was tied by a ploughman." He spent the next half-hour tying and retying the neckcloth until he was satisfied with it. Then he discovered that his fingernails were longer than he liked and not particularly clean. He went to look for a pair of scissors to cut them with. The scissors were on the table, and something else besides. "What have we here?" he asked. Papers with magic spells on them." This struck him as highly amusing. "You know, it is the queerest thing," he told the little wooden figure. "But I know the fellow who wrote this. His name is Jonathan Strange. And now that I think about it, I think these books belong to him." He read a little further. "Ha! You will never guess what idiocy he is engaged in now. Casting spells to summon fairies. Ha ha! He tells himself he is doing it to get himself a fairy servant, and further the cause of English magic. But really he is only doing it to terrify Gilbert Norrell. He has come hundreds of miles to the most luxurious city in the world, and all he cares about is what some old man in London thinks so ridiculous." He put the piece of paper down again in disgust and picked up the scissors. He turned and just avoided striking his head against something. "What in the world?" he began. A black ribbon hung from the ceiling. At the end of it were a few tiny bones, a phial of some dark liquid, blood perhaps, and a piece of paper with writing on it, all tied up together. The length of the ribbon was such that a person moving about the room was almost certain to knock against it sooner or later. Strange shook his head in disbelief at other people's stupidity. Leaning against the table, he began to cut his nails. Several minutes passed. "He had a wife, you know," he remarked to the little wooden figure. He brought his hand near to the candlelight to examine his nails. "Arabella Woodhope. The most charming girl in all the world, but dead. Dead, dead, dead." He picked up a nail buffer from the table and began to polish his nails with it. "In fact, now that I come to think of it, was I not in love with her myself? I think I must have been. She had the sweetest way of saying my name, and smiling at the same time, and every time she did so my heart turned over." He laughed. "You know, it is really very ridiculous, but I cannot actually remember what my name is. Lawrence? Arthur? Frank? I wish Arabella were here. She would know, and she would tell me too. She is not one of those women who tease one and insist upon making a game of everything long after it has ceased to be amusing. By God, I wish she were here. There is an ache here." He tapped his heart. "And something hot and hard inside here." He tapped his forehead. "But half an hour's conversation with Arabella would put both right, I am sure. Perhaps I ought to summon this fellow's fairy and ask him to bring her here. Fairies can summon the dead, can they not?" He picked up the spell from the table and read it again. "There is nothing to this. It is the simplest thing in the world." He rattled off the words of the spell, and then, because it seemed important to do so, he went back to shining his nails. In the shadows, by the painted cupboard, there was a person in a leaf-green coat, a person with hair the colour of thistledown, a person with an amused, superior sort of smile upon his face. Strange was still intent upon his nails. The gentleman with the thistledown hair walked very rapidly over to where Strange stood and put out his hand to pull Strange's hair. But before he could do so, Strange looked directly at him and said, "I don't suppose that you happen to have such a thing as a pinch of snuff, do you?" The gentleman with the thistledown hair froze. "I have looked in every pocket of this damned coat," continued Strange, perfectly unaware of the gentleman's astonishment, "but there is not a snuff-box anywhere. I cannot imagine what I was thinking of to come out without one. Kendal Brown is what I generally take, if you have it." As he spoke, he fished in his pockets again, but he had forgotten about the little bone-and-blood posy that hung from the ceiling, and as he moved, he knocked his head against it. The posy swung back, swung forward again, and struck him fairly in the middle of his forehead. 54. A little box the colour of heartache. 1st and 2nd December, 1816. There was a kind of snap in the air, followed immediately by a faint breeze and a new freshness, as if some stale odour had suddenly been swept from the room. Strange blinked 2 or 3 times. His first thought, upon coming to himself, was that his whole elaborate scheme had worked. Here was someone, without a doubt a fairy, standing before him. His second thought was to wonder what in the world he had been doing. He pulled out his pocket-watch and examined it. Almost an hour had passed since he had drunk the tincture. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I know it is an odd question, but have I asked anything of you yet?" "Snuff," said the gentleman with the thistledown hair. "Snuff?" "You asked me for a pinch of snuff." "When?" "What?" "When did I ask you for snuff?" "A moment ago." "Ah, good. Well, you need not trouble yourself. I do not need it now." The gentleman with the thistledown hair bowed. Strange was conscious that his confusion showed in his face. He remembered all the stern warnings he had read against letting members of this tricksy race suspect that they know more than oneself. So he covered up his perplexity with sarcastic looks. Then, remembering that it is generally considered even more perilous to appear superior and so make the fairy spirit angry, he covered up his sarcasm with a smile. Finally, he went back to looking puzzled. He did not notice that the gentleman was at least as uncomfortable as himself. "I have summoned you here," he said, "because I have long desired one of your race to aid me and instruct me in magic." He had rehearsed this little pronouncement several times, and was pleased to find that it sounded both confident and dignified. Unfortunately, he immediately spoilt the effect by adding anxiously, "Did I mention that before?" The gentleman said nothing. "My name is Jonathan Strange. Perhaps you have heard of me? I am at a most interesting point in my career. I believe it is no exaggeration to say that the entire future of English magic depends upon my actions in the coming months. Agree to help me, and your name will be as famous as those of Colonel Tom Blue and Master Wycherley." Note: Colonel Tom Blue was, of course, the most famous servant of Ralph Stokesay. Master Wycherley assisted Martin Pale. End of note.
"Tut!"
declared the gentleman in disgust.
"Low persons."
"Really?" said Strange. "I had no idea." He pressed on. "It was your—" He paused to find the right phrase. "Kind attentions to the King of England that first brought you to my notice. Such power, such inventiveness. English magic today lacks spirit. It lacks fire and energy. I cannot tell you how bored I am of the same dull spells to solve the same dull problems. The glimpse I had of your magic proved to me that it is quite different. You could surprise me, and I long to be surprised." The gentleman raised one perfect fairy eyebrow, as if he would not object in the least to surprising Jonathan Strange. Strange continued excitedly. "Oh, and I may as well tell you immediately that there is an old person in London called Norrell, a magician of sorts, who will be driven into fits of rage the moment he learns that you have allied yourself to me. He will do his best to thwart us, but I dare say you and I will be more than a match for him." The gentleman appeared to have stopped listening. He was glancing about the room, fixing his gaze first upon one object, then upon another. "Is there something in the room which displeases you?" asked Strange. "I beg you will tell me if that is the case. I dare say your magical sensibilities are much finer than my own, but even in my case there are certain things which can disrupt my ability to do magic. I believe it is so with all magicians. A salt-cellar, a rowan tree, a fragment of the consecrated host. These all make me feel decidedly unsettled. I do not say I cannot do magic in their presence, but I always need to take them into account in my spells. If there is something here you dislike, you have only to say so, and I shall be happy to remove it." The gentleman stared at him a moment as if he had not the least idea what Strange was talking about. Then suddenly he exclaimed,
"My magical sensibilities, yes. How clever of you. My magical sensibilities are, as you suppose, quite tremendous. And just now they inform me that you have recently acquired an object of great power. A ring of disenchantment? An urn of visibility? Something of that nature? My congratulations. Show me the object, and I shall immediately instruct you as to its history and proper use."
"Actually, no," said Strange, surprised. "I have nothing of the sort." The gentleman frowned. He looked hard first at a chamber pot half hidden under the table, then at a mourning ring that contained a miniature of an angel painted on ivory, and finally at a painted pottery jar that had once contained candied peaches and plums.
"Perhaps you have come upon it by accident?" he asked. "Such objects can be very powerful, even if the magician has no idea that they are present."
"I really do not think so," said Strange. "That jar, for instance, was purchased in Genoa from a confectioner's, and there were dozens in the shop just the same. I cannot see why one would be magical and the others not."
"No, indeed," agreed the gentleman. "And really there does not seem to be anything here apart from the usual objects. I mean," he added quickly, "the objects that I would expect to find in the apartments of a magician of your genius."
There was a short pause. "You make no reply to my offer," said Strange. "You are undecided until you know more of me. That is just as it should be. In a day or two I will do myself the honour of soliciting your company again, and we shall talk some more."
"It has been a most interesting conversation," said the gentleman.
"The first of many, I hope," said Strange, politely, and bowed. The gentleman bowed in return. Then Strange released the gentleman from the spell of summoning, and he promptly disappeared. Strange's excitement was immense. He supposed he ought to sit down and make sober, scholarly notes of what he had seen, but it was difficult to keep from dancing, laughing, and clapping his hands. He actually performed several figures of a country dance, and if the carved wooden figure had not been attached by its feet to a wooden pillar, he would certainly have made it his partner and whirled about the room with it. When the dancing fit left him, he was sorely tempted to write to Norrell. In fact, he did sit down and begin a letter full of triumph and steeped in sarcasm. "You will no doubt be delighted to learn." But then he thought better of it. "It will only provoke him to make my house disappear or something. Ha! How furious he will be when I arrive back in England. I must publish the news immediately I return. I shall not wait for the next issue of the Famulus. That would take much too long. Mary will complain, but I cannot help that. The Times would be best. I wonder what he meant by all that nonsense about rings of power and chamber pots. I suppose he was trying to account for my success in summoning him." Upon the whole, he could not have been more pleased with himself if he had conjured up John Uskglass himself, and had half an hour of civil conversation with him. The only unsettling part of the business was the memory, returning to him in scraps and fragments, of the form his madness had taken this time. "I think I turned into Lascelles or Drawlight. How perfectly horrible." The next morning Stephen Black had business to conduct for Sir Walter. He paid a visit to a banker in Lombard Street. He spoke to a portrait painter in Little Britain. He delivered instructions to a woman in Fetter Lane about a gown for Lady Poole. His next appointment was at the office of an attorney. A soft, heavy snow was falling. All around him were the customary sounds of the city, the snorting and stamping of the horses, the rattle of the carriages, the cries of the street vendors, the slamming of doors, and the padding of feet through the snow. He was standing at the corner of Fleet Street and Mitre Court. He had just taken out his pocket-watch, a present from the gentleman with the thistledown hair, when every sound ceased, as if it had been cut off with a knife. For a moment it seemed he must have been struck deaf, but almost before he could feel any alarm, he looked round and realized that this was not the only peculiarity. The street was suddenly empty. There were no people, no cats, no dogs, no horses, no birds. Everyone was gone. And the snow, that was the oddest thing of all. It hung, suspended in the air in huge, soft white flakes, as big as sovereigns. "Magic," he thought in disgust. He walked a little way down Mitre Court, looking in the windows of the shops. Lamps were still lit, goods were lying heaped or scattered over the counters, silks, tobacco, sheet music. Fires were still burning in the hearths, but their flames were frozen. He looked back and discovered that he had made a sort of tunnel through the three-dimensional lacework of snow. It was, of all the strange things he had seen in his life, the strangest. From out of nowhere, A furious voice cried,
"I thought myself quite safe from him. What tricks can he be using?"
The gentleman with the thistledown hair suddenly appeared immediately before Stephen, with blazing face and glittering eyes. The shock was so great that for a moment Stephen feared he would drop down in a swoon. But he was well aware how highly the gentleman prized coolness and composure, so he hid his fright as best he could, and gasped, "Safe from whom, sir?"
"Why, the magician, Stephen. The magician. I thought that he must have acquired some potent object that would reveal my presence to him, but I could not see anything in his rooms, and he swore that he had nothing of the sort. Just to be sure, I have circled the globe in the past hour, and examined every ring of power, every magical chalice and quern, but none of them are missing. They are all exactly where I thought they were."
From this rather incomplete explanation, Stephen deduced that the magician must have succeeded in summoning and speaking to the gentleman with the thistledown hair. "But surely, sir," he said, "there was a time when you wished to aid the magicians and do magic with them and gain their gratitude. That is how you came to rescue Lady Poole, is it not? Perhaps you will find you like it better than you think."
Perhaps. But I really do not think so. I tell you, Stephen, apart from the inconvenience of having him summon me whenever he chooses, it was the dreariest half-hour I have spent in many a long age. I have never heard anyone talk so much. He is quite the most conceited person I have ever met. People like that, who must be continually talking themselves and have no time to listen to anyone else, are quite disgusting to me."
"Oh, indeed, sir, it is most vexatious. And I dare say that, since you will be busy with the magician, we will have to put off making me King of England." The gentleman said something very fierce in his own language, presumably a curse.
"I believe you are right, and that makes me angrier than all the rest put together."
He thought for a moment.
"But then again, it may not be so bad as we fear. These English magicians are generally very stupid. They usually want the same things. The poor ones desire an unending supply of turnips or porridge. The rich ones want yet more riches, or power over the whole world, and the young ones want the love of some princess or queen. As soon as he asks for one of those things, I will grant it to him. It is sure to bring a world of trouble on his head. It always does. He will become distracted, and then you and I can pursue our plan to make you King of England. Oh, Stephen, how glad I am that I came to you. I always hear better sense from you than from anyone else."
Upon the instant the gentleman's anger evaporated, and he was full of delight. The sun actually appeared from behind a cloud, and all the strange, suspended fall of snow glittered and blazed around them, though whether this was the gentleman's doing or no, Stephen could not tell. He was about to point out that he had not actually suggested anything, but in that instant the gentleman disappeared. All the people, horses, carriages, cats, and dogs immediately reappeared, and Stephen walked straight into a fat woman in a purple pelisse. Strange rose from his bed in excellent spirits. He had slept for 8 hours without interruption. For the first time in weeks he had not got up in the middle of the night to do magic. As a reward to himself for his success in summoning the fairy, he decided that today should be a holiday. Shortly after 10 o'clock he presented himself at the palazzo where the Greysteels were staying, and found the family at their breakfast. He accepted their invitation to sit down, ate some hot rolls, drank some coffee, and told Miss Greysteel and Aunt Greysteel that he was entirely at their service. Aunt Greysteel was happy to give up her share of the favour to her niece. Miss Greysteel and Strange passed the forenoon in reading books about magic together. These were books that he had lent to her, or that she had bought upon his recommendation. They were Portishead's A Child's History of the Raven King, Hickman's Life of Martin Pale, and Heather Gray's The Anatomy of a Minotaur. Strange had read them when he first began to study magic, and he was amused to discover how simple, almost innocent, they seemed to him now. It was the most agreeable thing in the world to read them to Miss Greysteel and answer her questions and listen to her opinions upon them. Eager, intelligent, and, it seemed to him, slightly over-serious. At 1 o'clock, after a light repast of cold meat, Aunt Greysteel declared that they had all sat still long enough, and she proposed a walk. "I dare say, Mr. Strange, that you will be glad of the fresh air. Scholars often neglect exercise."
"We are very sad fellows, madam," agreed Strange, cheerfully.
It was a fine day. They wandered through the narrow streets and alleys, and chanced upon a happy succession of intriguing objects: a carving of a dog with a bone in its mouth, a shrine to a saint that none of them recognized, a set of windows whose curtains seemed at first to be made of heavy swags of the most exquisite lace, but which were found upon closer examination to be only spiders' webs, vast intermingling spiders' webs, which permeated every part of the room inside. They had no guide to tell them about these things. There was no one standing near whom they could ask, and so they entertained themselves by making up their own explanations. Just before twilight they entered a chilly, stony little square with a well at its centre. It was a curiously blank and empty place. The ground was paved with ancient stones. The walls were pierced with surprisingly few windows. It was as if the houses had all been offended by something the square had done, and had resolutely turned their backs and looked the other way. There was one tiny shop that appeared to sell nothing but Turkish delight of an infinite number of varieties and colours. It was closed, but Miss Greysteel and Aunt Greysteel peered into the window, and wondered aloud when it might open, and whether they would be able to find their way back to it. Strange walked about. He was thinking of nothing in particular. The air was very cold, pleasantly so, and overhead the first star of evening appeared. He became aware of a peculiar scraping sound behind him, and he turned to see what was making it. In the darkest corner of the little square something was standing, a thing the like of which he had never seen before. It was black, so black that it might have been composed of the surrounding darkness. Its head, or top, took the form of an old-fashioned sedan chair, such as one might occasionally see conveying a dowager about Bath. It had windows with black curtains pulled across, but beneath the windows it dwindled into a body and legs of a great black bird. It wore a tall black hat, and carried a thin black walking-stick. It had no eyes, yet Strange could tell it was looking at him. It was scraping the tip of the walking-stick across the paving stones with a horrible, jerking motion. He supposed he ought to feel afraid. He supposed that he ought perhaps to do some magic to try and fend it off. Spells of dispersal, spells of dismissal, spells of protection flowed through his brain, but he somehow failed to catch hold of any of them. Although the thing reeked of evil and malevolence, he had a strong sense that it was no danger to himself or anyone else just at present. It seemed more like a sign of evil yet to come. He was just beginning to wonder how the Greysteels bore with this sudden appearance of horror in their midst, when something shifted in his brain. The thing was no longer there. In its place stood the stout form of Dr. Greysteel. Dr. Greysteel in black clothes, Dr. Greysteel with a walking-stick in his hand.
"Well,"
called out Dr. Greysteel.
I beg your pardon," Strange called back. "Did you speak? I was thinking of something else. I asked you if you intended to dine with us tonight."
Strange stared at him.
"What is the matter? Are you sick?" asked Dr. Greysteel.
He looked rather probingly at Strange, as if he saw something in the magician's face or manner he did not like.
"I am perfectly well, I assure you," said Strange, "and I will dine with you, gladly. I should like nothing better. Only I have promised Lord Byron that I will play billiards with him at 4. "We should find a gondola to take us back," said Dr. Greysteel. "I believe Louisa is more tired than she admits to." He meant Aunt Greysteel. "Where do you meet his lordship? Where shall we tell the fellow to take you?" "Thank you," said Strange, "but I shall walk. Your sister was right. I am in need of fresh air and exercise."
Miss Greysteel was a little disappointed to find that Strange was not to return with them. The two ladies and the magician took a somewhat prolonged leave of each other, and reminded each other several times that they were all to meet again in a few hours, until Dr. Greysteel began to lose patience with them all. The Greysteels walked off in the direction of the Rio. Strange followed at a distance. Despite his cheerful assurances to Dr. Greysteel, he was feeling badly shaken. He tried to persuade himself that the apparition had been nothing more than a trick of the light, but it would not do. He was obliged to admit to himself that what it most resembled was a return of the old lady's madness.
It was really most aggravating. The effects of the tincture seemed to have worn off entirely. Well, pray God, I do not need to drink any more of it. If this fairy refuses to serve me, I shall simply have to find another way of summoning someone else.
He emerged from the alley into the clearer light of the Rio, and saw that the Greysteels had found a gondola, and that someone, a gentleman, was helping Miss Greysteel into it. He thought at first that it was a stranger, but then he saw that this person had a head of shining thistledown hair. He hurried to meet him.
"What a beautiful young woman," said the gentleman, as the gondola pulled away from the quayside.
His eyes sparkled with brilliance.
"And she dances most delightfully, I expect."
"Dances?" said Strange. "I do not know. We were supposed to attend a ball together in Genoa, but she had the toothache, and we did not go. I am surprised to see you. I had not expected that you would come until I summoned you again."
"Ah, but I have been thinking about your proposal that we do magic together, and I now perceive it to be an excellent plan."
"I am pleased to hear it," said Strange, suppressing a smile. "But tell me something. I have been trying to summon you for weeks. Why did you not come before?"
"Oh, that is easily explained," declared the gentleman, and he began a long story about a cousin of his who was very wicked and very jealous of all his talents and virtues, who hated all English magicians, and who had somehow contrived to distort Strange's magic so that the gentleman had not known of the summons until last night. It was an exceedingly complicated tale, and Strange did not believe a word of it. But he thought it prudent to look as if he did, and so he bowed his acceptance. "And to show you how sensible I am of the honour you do me," finished up the gentleman, "I will bring you anything you desire."
"Anything?" repeated Strange, with a sharp look. "And this offer is, if I understand correctly, in the nature of a binding agreement. You cannot deny me something once I have named it?"
"Nor would I wish to."
"And I can ask for riches, dominion over all the world, that sort of thing?"
"Exactly,"
said the gentleman, with a delighted air. He raised his hands to begin.
"Well, I do not want any of those things. What I chiefly want is information. Who was the last English magician you dealt with?" A moment's pause.
"Oh, you do not want to hear about that," declared the gentleman. "I assure you it is very dull. Now, come, there must be something you desire above all else. A kingdom of your own. A beautiful companion. Princess Pauline Borghese is a most delightful woman, and I can have her here in the twinkling of an eye."
Strange opened his mouth to speak, and then stopped a moment.
"Pauline Borghese, you say? I saw a picture of her in Paris."
Note: this lady was the most beautiful and tempestuous of Napoleon Bonaparte's sisters, much given to taking lovers and posing, unclothed, for statues of herself. End of note.
Then, recollecting himself, he continued, "But I am not interested in that just at present. Tell me about magic. How would I go about turning myself into a bear? Or a fox? What are the names of the 3 magical rivers that flow through the kingdom of Grace?"
Note: A grace is the name sometimes given to John Uskglass's third kingdom. This kingdom was thought to lie on the far side of hell. End of note.
Ralph Stokesy thought that these rivers influenced events in England. Is that true?
There is mention in The Language of Birds of a group of spells that are cast by manipulating colours. What can you tell me about that? What do the stones in the Doncaster squares represent?
The gentleman threw up his hands in mock surprise. "So many questions!"
He laughed. It was clearly meant to be a merry, carefree laugh, but it sounded a little forced.
"Well, then, tell me the answer to one of them. Any one you like."
The gentleman only smiled pleasantly. Strange stared at him in undisguised vexation. Apparently the offer did not extend to knowledge, only objects.
"And if I wanted to give myself a present, I would go and buy something," thought Strange. "If I wanted to see Pauline Borghese, I would simply go to her and introduce myself. I do not need magic for that. How in the world do I—"
A thought struck him. Out loud he said,
"Bring me something that you gained from your last dealings with an English magician."
"What?"
said the gentleman, startled.
"No, you do not want that. It is worthless, utterly worthless. Think again."
Clearly he was much perturbed by Strange's request, though Strange could not tell why he should be. Perhaps, he thought, the magician gave him something valuable, and he is loath to give it up. No matter, once I have seen what it is, and learnt what I can from it, I shall give it back to him. That ought to persuade him of my good intentions. He smiled politely. "A binding agreement, I think you said? I should expect it, whatever it is, later this evening." At 8 o'clock he dined with the Greysteels in their gloomy dining-hall. Miss Greysteel asked him about Lord Byron.
"Oh," said Strange, "he does not intend to return to England. He can write poems anywhere. Whereas in my own case, English magic was shaped by England just as England herself was shaped by magic. The two go together. You cannot separate them."
"You mean," said Miss Greysteel, frowning a little, "that English minds and history and so forth were shaped by magic? You are speaking metaphorically."
"No, I was speaking quite literally. This city, for example, was built in the common way."
"Oh," interrupted Dr. Greysteel, laughing, "how like a magician that sounds! The slight edge of contempt when he speaks of things being done in the common way."
"I do not think that I intended any disrespect. I assure you I have the greatest regard for things done in the common way. No, my point was merely that the boundaries of England, its very shape, was determined by magic."
Dr. Greysteel sniffed. "I am not sure of this. Give me an example."
"Very well. There was once a very fine town stood on the coast of Yorkshire, whose citizens began to wonder why it was that their king, John Uskglass, should require taxes from them. Surely, they argued, so great a magician could conjure up all the gold he wanted from the air. Now, there is no harm in wondering, but these foolish people did not stop there. They refused to pay, and began to plot with the king's enemies. A man is best advised to consider carefully before he quarrels with a magician, and still more with a king. But when these two characters are combined in one person, why, then the peril is multiplied 100 times. First, a wind came out of the north and blew through the town. As the wind touched the beasts of the town, they grew old and died. Cows, pigs, fowls, and sheep, even the cats and dogs. As the wind touched the town itself, houses became ruins before the very eyes of the unhappy householders. Tools broke, pots shattered, wood warped and split, brick and stone crumbled into dust. Stone images in the church wore away as if with extreme age, until it was said every face of every statue appeared to be screaming. The wind whipped up the sea into strange, menacing shapes. The townspeople, very wisely, began to run from the town, and when they reached the higher ground they looked back and were just in time to see the remains of the town
slip slowly under the cold grey waves. Dr. Greysteel smiled.
Let the government be who they may, Whigs, Tories, emperors, or magicians. They take it very ill when people do not pay their taxes. And shall you include these tales in your next book?
Oh, certainly. I am not one of those miserly authors who measure out their words to the last quarter-ounce. I have very liberal ideas of authorship. Anyone who cares to pay Mr. Murray their guinea will find that I have thrown the doors of my warehouse wide open, and that all my learning is up for sale. My readers may stroll about and choose at their leisure. Miss Greysteel gave this tale a moment or two of serious consideration.
"He was certainly provoked," she said at last. "But it was still the act of a tyrant."
Somewhere in the shadows footsteps were approaching.
"What is it, Frank?"
asked Dr. Greysteel. Frank, Dr. Greysteel's servant, emerged from the gloom.
"We have found a letter in a little box, sir. Both for Mr. Strange."
Frank looked troubled.
"Well, do not stand and gape so. Here is Mr. Strange, sat just at your elbow. Give him his letter and his little box."
Frank's expression and attitude all declared him to be tussling with some great perplexity. His scowl suggested that he believed himself to be quite out of his depth. He made one last attempt to communicate his vexation to his master.
"We found the letter in the little box on the floor just inside the door, sir. But the door was locked and bolted." "Then someone must have unlocked and unbolted it, Frank. Do not be making mysteries," said Dr. Greysteel.
So Frank gave the letter and box to Strange and wandered away into the darkness again, muttering to himself and inquiring of the chairs and tables he met on the way what sort of blockhead they took him for. Aunt Greysteel leaned over and politely entreated Mr. Strange to use no ceremony. He was with friends and should read his letter directly. This was very kind of her, but a little superfluous, since Strange had already opened the paper and was reading his letter.
"Oh, Aunt!"
cried Miss Greysteel, picking up the little box which Frank had placed on the table.
"See how beautiful!"
The box was small and oblong, and apparently made of silver and porcelain. It was a beautiful shade of blue, but then again, not exactly blue. It was more like lilac. But then again, not exactly lilac either, since it had a tinge of grey in it. To be more precise, it was the colour of heartache. But fortunately neither Miss Greysteel nor Aunt Greysteel had ever been much troubled by heartache, and so they did not recognize it.
"It is certainly very pretty," said her aunt. "Is it Italian, Mr. Strange?"
Said Strange. He glanced up. "I do not know."
"Is there anything inside?"
asked Aunt Greysteel.
"Yes, I believe so,"
said Miss Greysteel, beginning to open it.
"Flora!"
cried Dr. Greysteel, and shook his head sharply at his daughter. He had an idea that the box might be a present which Strange intended to give to Flora. He did not like this idea, but Dr. Greysteel did not think himself competent to judge the sorts of behaviour in which a man like Strange, a fashionable man of the world, might consider himself licensed to indulge. Strange, with his nose still deep in the letter, saw and heard none of this. He took up the little box and opened it.
"Is there anything inside, Mr. Strange?"
asked Aunt Greysteel. Strange shut the box quickly again. "No, madam, nothing at all." He put the box in his pocket and immediately summoned Frank and asked for a glass of water. He left the Greysteels very soon after dinner and went straight to their coffee-house on the corner of the Calle de la Cortesia. The first glimpse of the contents of the box had been very shocking, and he had a strong desire to be among people when he opened it again. The waiter brought his brandy. He took a sip and opened the box. At first he supposed that the fairy had sent him a replica of a small white amputated finger, made of wax or some such material, and very lifelike. It was so pale, so drained of blood, that it seemed almost to be tinged with green, with a suggestion of pink in the grooves around the fingernail. He wondered that anyone should labour so long to produce anything quite so horrible. But the moment he touched it, he realized it was not wax at all. It was icy cold, and yet the skin moved in the same way as the skin moved upon his own finger, and the muscles could be detected beneath the skin, both by touch and sight. It was, without a doubt, a human finger. From the size of it, he thought it was probably a child's finger, or perhaps the smallest finger of a woman with rather delicate hands. But why would the magician give him a finger? He wondered. Perhaps it was the magician's finger. But I do not see how that can be, unless the magician were either a child or a woman. It occurred to him that he had heard something about a finger once, but for the moment he could not remember what it was. Oddly enough, although he did not remember what he had been told, he thought he remembered who had told him. It had been Drawlight. Which explains why I did not pay a great deal of attention. But why would Drawlight have been talking of magic? He knew little and cared less. He drank some more brandy. I thought that if I had a fairy to explain everything to me, then all the mysteries would become clear. But all that has happened is that I have acquired another mystery. He fell to musing upon the various stories he had heard concerning the great English magicians and their fairy servants. Martin Pale, with Master Wycherley, Master Fallowthorpe, and all the rest, Thomas Godbless with Dick Come Tuesday, Maraude with Coleman Gray, and, most famous of all, Ralph Stokesy and Colonel Tom Blue. When Stokesy first saw Colonel Tom Blue, he was a wild, unruly person. The last fairy in the world to ally himself to an English magician. So Stokesy had followed him into Fairy, to Colonel Tom Blue's own castle, and had gone about invisibly and discovered many interesting things. Notes. 1. Bruch, the ancient she-word for the homes of the fairies, is usually translated as castle or mansion, but in fact means the interior of a barrow or hollow hill. 2. Stokesy summoned Colonel Tom Blue to his house in Exeter. When the fairy refused for the third time to serve him, Stokesy made himself invisible and followed Colonel Tom Blue out of the town. Colonel Tom Blue walked along a fairy road, and soon arrived in a place that was not England. There was a low brown hill by a pool of still water. In answer to Colonel Tom Blue's command, a door opened in the hillside, and he went inside. Stokesy went after him. In the centre of the hill, Stokesy found an enchanted hall, where everyone was dancing. He waited until one of the dancers came close. Then he rolled a magic apple towards her, and she picked it up. Naturally, it was the best and most beautiful apple in all the worlds that ever were. As soon as the fairy woman had eaten it, she desired nothing so much as another one just the same. She looked around, but saw no one. "Who sent me that apple?" she asked. "The east wind," whispered Stokesy. On the next night, Stokesy again followed Colonel Tom Blue inside the hill. He watched the dancers, and again he rolled an apple towards the woman. When she asked who had sent it to her, he replied that it was the east wind. On the third night he kept the apple in his hand. The fairy woman left the other dancers and looked round. "East wind, east wind," she whispered, "where is my apple?" "Tell me where Colonel Tom Blue sleeps," whispered Stokesy, "and I will give you the apple." So she told him, deep in the ground, on the northernmost edge of the brook. On the following night Stokesy impersonated the west wind, the north wind, and the south wind, and he used his apples to persuade other inhabitants of the mound to give him information about Colonel Tom Blue. From a shepherd he learnt what animals guarded Colonel Tom Blue while he slept: a wild she-pig and an even wilder he-goat. From Colonel Tom Blue's nurse he learnt what Colonel Tom Blue held in his hand while he slept, a very particular and important pebble. And from a kitchen boy he learnt what 3 words Colonel Tom Blue said every morning upon waking. In this way Stokesay learnt enough to gain power over Colonel Tom Blue. But before he could use his new knowledge, Colonel Tom Blue came to him and said he had reconsidered. He believed he would like to serve Stokesay after all. What had happened was this. Colonel Tom Blue had discovered that the east wind, the west wind, the north wind, and the south wind had all been asking questions about him. He had no idea what he could have done to offend these important personages, but he was seriously alarmed. An alliance with a powerful and learned English magician suddenly seemed a great deal more attractive. End of notes. Strange was not so naive as to suppose that the story, as it had come down to children and magio-historians, was an accurate description of what had happened. Yet there is probably some truth in it somewhere, he thought. Perhaps Stokesay managed to penetrate Colonel Tom Blue's castle, and that proved to Colonel Tom Blue that he was a magician to be reckoned with. There is no reason that I could not do something similar. After all, this fairy knows nothing of my skills or achievements. If I were to pay him an unexpected visit, it would prove to him the extent of my power. He thought back to the misty, snowy day at Windsor, when he and the king had almost stumbled into Faerie, lured by the gentleman's magic. He thought of the wood and the tiny lights within it that had suggested an ancient house. The king's roads could certainly take him there, but, leaving aside his promise to Arabella, he had no desire to find the gentleman by magic he had already done. He wanted this to be something new and startling. When he next saw the gentleman, he wanted to be full of the confidence and exhilaration that a successful new spell always bestowed on him. Faerie is never very far away, he thought, and there are 1,000 ways of getting there. Surely I ought to be able to find one of them? There was a spell he knew of that could make a path between any two beings the magician named. It was an old spell, just a step away from fairy magic. The paths it would make could certainly cross the boundaries between worlds. Strange had never used it before, and he had no idea of what the path would look like or how he would follow it. Still, he believed he could do it. He muttered the words to himself, made a few gestures, and named himself and the gentleman as the two beings between whom the path should be drawn. There was a shift, as sometimes happened at the start of magic. It was as if an invisible door had opened and closed, leaving him upon the other side of it. Or as if all the buildings in the city had turned round and everything was now facing in another direction. The magic appeared to have worked perfectly. Something had certainly happened, but he could see no result. He considered what to do next. It is probably only a matter of perception, and I know how to cure that. He paused. It is vexatious. I had much rather not use it again, but still, once more is not likely to hurt. He reached into the breast of his coat and brought out the tincture of madness. The waiter brought him a glass of water, and he carefully tipped in one tiny drop. He drank it down. He looked around and perceived for the first time the line of glittering light which began at his foot, crossed the tiled floor of the coffee-house, and led out of the door. It was very like those lines which he had often made to appear upon the silver dish of water. He found that if he looked directly at it, it disappeared, but if he kept it in the corner of his eye, he could see it very well. He paid the waiter and stepped out into the street. "Well," he said, "that is truly remarkable." 55. The second shall see his dearest possession in his enemy's hand. Night of 2nd, 3rd December, 1816. It was as if that fate which had always seemed to threaten the city of Venice had overtaken her in an instant. But instead of being drowned in water, she was drowned in trees. Dark, ghostly trees crowded the alleys and squares, and filled the canals. Walls were no obstacle to them. Their branches pierced stone and glass. Their roots plunged deep beneath paving stones. Statues and pillars were sheathed in ivy. It was suddenly, to Strange's senses at any rate, a great deal quieter and darker. Trailing beards of mistletoe hid lamps and candles, and the dense canopy of branches blocked out the moon. Yet none of Venice's inhabitants appeared to notice the least change. Strange had often read how men and women could be cheerfully oblivious to magic going on around them, but never before had he seen an example of it. A baker's apprentice was carrying a tray of bread on his head. As Strange watched, the man neatly circumvented all the trees he did not know were there, and ducking this way and that to avoid branches which would have poked his eye out. A man and a woman dressed for the ballroom or the ridotto, with cloaks and masks, came down the Salizzada San Moise together, arm in arm, heads together, whispering. A great tree stood in their way. They parted quite naturally, passed one on each side of the tree, and joined arms again on the other side. Strange followed the line of glittering light down an alley to the quayside. The trees went on where the city stopped, and the line of light led through the trees. He did not much care for the idea of stepping into the sea. At Venice there is no gently sloping beach to lead one inch by inch into the water. The stone world of the city ends at the quayside, and the Adriatic begins immediately. Strange had no notion how deep the water might be just here, but he was tolerably certain that it was deep enough to drown in. All he could do was hope that the glittering path which led him through the wood would also prevent him from drowning. Yet, at the same time, it pleased his vanity to think how much better suited he was to this adventure than Norrell. He could never be persuaded to step into the sea. He hates getting wet. Who was it that said a magician needs the subtlety of a Jesuit, the daring of a soldier, and the wits of a thief? I believe it was meant for an insult, but it has some truth in it. He stepped off the quayside. Instantly the sea became more ethereal and dreamlike, and the wood became more solid. Soon the sea was scarcely more than a faint silver shimmer among the dark trees, and a salty tang mingling with the usual scents of a night-time wood. "I am," thought Strange, "the first English magician to enter Faerie in almost 300 years." Note: the last English magician to enter Faerie willingly before Strange was Dr. Martin Pale. He made many journeys there. The last was probably sometime in the 1550s. End of note. He felt excessively pleased at the thought, and rather wished there were someone there to see him do it and be astonished. He realized how tired he was of books and silence, how he longed for the times when to be a magician meant journeys into places no Englishman had ever seen. For the first time since Waterloo he was actually doing something. Then it occurred to him that rather than congratulating himself, he ought to be looking about him and seeing if there were anything he could learn. He applied himself to studying his surroundings. The wood was not quite an English wood, though it was very like it. The trees were a little too ancient, a little too vast, and a little too fantastic in shape. Strange had the strong impression that they possessed fully formed characters, with loves, hates, and desires of their own. They looked as if they were accustomed to being treated equally with men and women, and expected to be consulted in matters that concerned them. "This," he thought, "is just as I would have expected, but it ought to stand as a warning to me of how different this world is from my own. The people I meet here are sure to ask me questions. They will want to trick me." He began to imagine the sorts of questions they might ask him, and to prepare a variety of clever answers. He felt no fear. A dragon might appear for all he cared. He had come so far in the last 2 days, he felt as if there was nothing he could not do if he tried. After 20 minutes or so of walking, the glittering line led him to the house. He recognized it immediately. Its image had been so sharp and clear before him that day in Windsor. Yet at the same time it was different. In Windsor it had appeared bright and welcoming. Now he was struck by its overwhelming air of poverty and desolation. The windows were many, but very small, and most of them were dark. It was much bigger than he expected, far larger than any earthly dwelling. The Tsar of Russia may have a house as large as this, he thought. Or perhaps the Pope in Rome. I do not know. I have never been to those places. It was surrounded by a high wall. The glittering line seemed to stop at the wall. He could not see any opening. He muttered Ormskirk's spell of revelation, followed immediately by Tiamash's shield, a charm to ensure safe passage through enchanted places. His luck held, and immediately a mean little gate appeared. He passed through it, and found himself in a wide grey courtyard. It was full of bones that glimmered whitely in the starlight. Some skeletons were clad in rusting armour. The weapons that had destroyed them were still tangled with their ribs or poking out of an eye socket. Strange had seen the battlefields of Badajoz and Waterloo. He was scarcely perturbed by a few ancient skeletons. Still, it was interesting. He felt as if he really were in Faerie now. Despite the dilapidation of the house, he had the strongest suspicion that there was something magical about its appearance. He tried Ormskirk's revelation again. Immediately the house shifted and changed, and he could see that it was only partly built of stone. Some of what had appeared to be walls, buttresses, and towers was now revealed as a great mound of earth, a hillside, in fact. "It is a brook," he thought, in great excitement. Note, see Chapter 54. End of note. He passed under a low doorway and found himself immediately in a vast room filled with people dancing. The dancers were dressed in the finest clothes imaginable, but the room itself seemed in the very worst state of repair. Indeed, at one end, part of a wall had collapsed and lay in a heap of rubble. The furnishings were few and shabby, the candles were of the poorest sort, and there was only one fiddler and one piper to provide the music. No one appeared to be paying Strange the least attention, and so he stood among the people near the wall and watched the dance. In many ways the entertainment here was less foreign to him than, say, a conversazione in Venice. Note. Italian party. End of note. The manners of the guests seemed more English, and the dance itself was very like the country dances that are enjoyed by ladies and gentlemen from Newcastle to Penzance every week of the year. It occurred to him that once upon a time he had been fond of dancing, and so had Arabella. But after the war in Spain he had hardly danced with her, or indeed with anyone else. Wherever he had gone in London, whether to a ballroom or government office, there had always been too many people to talk to about magic. He wondered if Arabella had danced with other people. He wondered if he had asked her. Though if I did think to ask her, he thought with a sigh, I clearly did not listen to her answers. I cannot remember anything about it. "Good God, sir! What are you doing here?" Strange turned to see who spoke. The one thing he was not prepared for was that the first person he should meet should be Sir Walter Poole's butler. He could not remember the fellow's name, though he had heard Sir Walter speak it 100 times. Simon? Samuel? The man grasped Strange by the arm and shook him. He seemed highly agitated. "For God's sake, sir, what are you doing here? Don't you know that he hates you?" Strange opened his mouth to deliver one of the clever riposts, but then hesitated. Who hated him? Norrell? In the complexity of the dance the man was whisked away. Strange looked for him again and caught sight of him on the other side of the room. The man glared furiously at Strange, as if he were angry at him for not leaving. How odd, thought Strange, and yet of course they would do that. They would do the thing you least expected. Probably it is not Poole's butler at all. Probably it is only a fairy in his likeness, or a magical illusion. He began to look around for his own fairy.
"Stephen! Stephen!"
"I am here, sir." Stephen turned and found the gentleman with the thistledown hair at his elbow.
"The magician is here. He is here. What can he want?"
"I do not know, sir."
"Oh, he has come here to destroy me. I know he has."
Stephen was astonished. For a long time he had imagined that the gentleman was proof against any injury. Yet here he was in a condition of the utmost anxiety and fright. "But why would he want to do that, sir?"
asked Stephen in a soothing tone.
"I think it far more likely that he has come here to take home his wife. Perhaps we should release Mrs. Strange from her enchantment, and permit her to return home with her husband. And Lady Poole, too. Let Mrs. Strange and Lady Poole return to England with the magician, sir. I am sure that will be enough to mollify his anger against you. I am sure I can persuade him."
What are you talking about? Mrs. Strange? No, no, Stephen, you are quite mistaken. Indeed you are. He has not so much as mentioned our dear Mrs. Strange. You and I, Stephen, know how to appreciate the society of such a woman. He does not. He has forgotten all about her. He has a new sweetheart now, a bewitching young woman whose lovely presence, I hope, one day will add lustre to our own balls. There is naught so fickle as an Englishman. Oh, believe me, he has come to destroy me. From the moment he asked me for Lady Poole's finger, I knew that he was far, far cleverer than I had ever guessed before. Advise me, Stephen. You have lived among these Englishmen for years. What ought I to do? How can I protect myself? How can I punish such wickedness?"
Through all the dullness and heaviness of his enchantment, Stephen struggled to think clearly. A great crisis was upon him, he was sure of it. Never before had the gentleman asked for his help so openly. Surely he ought to be able to turn the situation to his advantage. But how? And he knew from long experience that none of the gentleman's moods lasted long. He was the most mercurial being in the world. The smallest word could turn his fear into a blazing rage and hatred. If Stephen misspoke now, then, far from freeing himself and the others, he might goad the gentleman into destroying them all. He gazed about the room in search of inspiration.
"What shall I do, Stephen?"
moaned the gentleman.
"What shall I do?"
Something caught Stephen's eye. Beneath the black arch stood a familiar figure, a fairy woman who habitually wore a black veil that went from the crown of her head to the tips of her fingers. She never joined in the dancing. She half walked, half floated among the dancers and the standers-by. Stephen had never seen her speak to anyone, but when she passed by there was a faint smell of graveyards, earth, and charnel houses. He could never look upon her without feeling a shiver of apprehension. But whether she was malignant, cursed, or both, he did not know.
"There are people in this world," he began, "whose lives are nothing but a burden to them. A black veil stands between them and the world. They are utterly alone. They are like shadows in the night, shut off from joy and love and all gentle human emotions, unable even to give comfort to each other. Their days are full of nothing but darkness, misery, and solitude. You know whom I mean, sir. I do not speak of blame."
The gentleman was gazing at him with fierce intensity.
"But I am sure we can turn the magician's wrath away from you, if you will only release—"
"Ah!" exclaimed the gentleman, and his eyes widened with understanding. He held up his hand as a sign for Stephen to be silent. Stephen was certain that he had gone too far.
"Forgive me," he whispered.
"Forgive?"
said the gentleman in a tone of surprise.
"Why, there is nothing to forgive. It is long centuries since anyone spoke to me with such forthrightness, and I honour you for it. Darkness, yes, darkness, misery, and solitude."
He turned upon his heel and walked away into the crowd. Strange was enjoying himself immensely. The eerie contradictions of the ball did not disturb him in the least. They were just what he would have expected. Despite the poverty of the great hall, it was still in part an illusion. His magician's eye perceived that at least part of the room was beneath the earth. A little way off a fairy woman was regarding him steadily. She was dressed in a gown the colour of a winter sunset, and carried a delicate glittering fan strung with something which might have been crystal beads, but which more resembled frost upon leaves and the fragile pendants of ice that hang from twigs. A dance was at that moment starting up. No one appeared to claim the fairy woman's hand, so upon an impulse Strange smiled and bowed and said, "There is scarcely anyone here who knows me, so we cannot be introduced. Nevertheless, madam, I should be greatly honoured if you would dance with me." She did not answer him or smile in return, but she took his proffered hand and allowed him to lead her to the dance. They took their places in the set and stood for a moment without saying a word. "You are wrong to say no one knows you," she said suddenly. "I know you. You are one of the 2 magicians who is destined to return magic to England." Then she said, as if reciting a prophecy or something that was commonly known, "And the name of one shall be Fearfulness, and the name of the other shall be Arrogance. Well, clearly you are not Fearfulness, so I suppose you must be Arrogance." This was not very polite. "That is indeed my destiny," Strange agreed, "and an excellent one it is." "Oh, you think so, do you?" she said, giving him a sideways look. "Then why haven't you done it yet?" Strange smiled. "And what makes you think, madam, that I have not?" "Because you are standing here." "I do not understand." "Did you not listen to the prophecy when it was told to you?" "The prophecy, madam?" "Yes, the prophecy of—" She finished by saying a name, but it was in her own language, and Strange could not make it out. Note: presumably John Uskglass's she name. End of note. "I beg your pardon?" "The prophecy of the king." Strange thought back to Vinculus climbing out from under the winter hedge with bits of dry brown grass and empty seed pods stuck to his clothes. He remembered Vinculus reciting something in the winter lane, but what Vinculus had said he had no idea. He had had no notion of becoming a magician just then, and had not paid any attention. "I believe there was a prophecy of some sort, madam," he said, "but to own the truth, it was long ago, and I do not remember. What does the prophecy say we must do, the other magician and I?"
"Fail."
Strange blinked in surprise. I do not think— Fail? No, madam, no. It is too late for that. Already we are the most successful magicians since Martin Pale." She said nothing. Was it too late to fail? Wondered Strange. He thought of Mr. Norrell in the house in Hanover Square, of Mr. Norrell at Hertford Abbey, of Mr. Norrell complimented by all the ministers and politely attended to by the Prince Regent. It was perhaps a little ironic that he, of all people, should take comfort from Norrell's success, but at that moment nothing in the world seemed so solid, so unassailable. The fairy woman was mistaken. For the next few minutes they were occupied in going down the dance. When they resumed their places in the set, she said, "You are certainly very bold to come here, magician." "Why, what ought I to fear, madam?" She laughed. "How many English magicians do you suppose have left their bones lying in this brook, beneath these stars?" "I have not the least idea." 47. Strange began to feel a little less comfortable. Not counting Peter Porkis, but he was no magician. He was only a Cowan. Note: a particular problem in medieval England was the great abundance of Cowans. It is a term, now obsolete, properly applied to any unqualified or failed craftsman, but here has special application to magicians. End of note. Indeed. "Do not pretend that you know what I mean," she said sharply, "when it is as plain as pandemonium that you do not." Strange was once again perplexed what to reply. She seemed so bent upon being displeased. But then again, he thought, what was so unusual about it? In Bath and London and all the cities of Europe, ladies pretended to scold the men they meant to attract. For all he knew, she was just the same. He decided to treat her severe manner as a kind of flirtation and see if that soothed her. So he laughed lightly and said, "It seems you know a great deal of what has passed in this brook, madam." It gave him a little thrill of excitement to say the word, a word so ancient and romantic. She shrugged. "I have been a visitor here for 4,000 years. Note: several authorities have noted that long-lived fairies have a tendency to call any substantial period of time 4,000 years. The fairy lady simply means she has known the brook, time out of mind, before anyone troubled to reckon up time into years, centuries, and millennia. Many fairies, when asked, will say they are 4,000 years old. They mean they do not know their age. They are older than human civilization, or possibly than humankind. End of note. I should be very glad to talk to you about it whenever you are at liberty. Say rather when you are next at liberty. Then I shall have no objection to answering any of your questions. You are very kind. Not at all. 100 years from tonight, then. I beg your pardon. But she seemed to feel she had talked enough, and he could get nothing more from her but the most commonplace remarks upon the ball and their fellow dancers. The dance ended. They parted. It had been the oddest and most unsettling conversation of Strange's life. Why in the world should she think that magic had not yet been restored to England? And what was all that nonsense about 100 years? He consoled himself with the thought that a woman who passed much of her life in an echoing mansion in a deep, dark wood was unlikely to be very well informed upon events in the wider worlds. He rejoined the watchers by the wall. The course of the next dance brought a particularly lovely woman close to him. He was struck by the contrast between the beauty of her face and the deep, settled unhappiness of her expression. As she raised her hand to join hands with her partner, he saw that her little finger was missing. Curious, he thought, and touched the pocket of his coat where the box of silver and porcelain lay. Perhaps... But he could not conceive any sequence of events which would result in a magician giving the fairy a finger belonging to someone in the fairy's own household. It made no sense. Perhaps the two things are not connected at all, he thought. But the woman's hand was so small and white. He was sure that the finger in his pocket would fit it perfectly. He was full of curiosity, and determined to go and speak to her and ask her how she had lost her finger. The dance had ended. She was speaking to another lady, who had her back to him. "I beg your pardon," he began. Instantly the other lady turned. It was Arabella. She was dressed in a white gown, with an overdress of pale blue net and diamonds. It glittered like frost and snow, and was far prettier than any gown she had possessed when she lived in England. In her hair were sprays of some tiny star-like blossoms, and there was a black velvet ribbon tied around her throat. She gazed at him with an odd expression, an expression in which surprise was mixed with wariness, delight with disbelief. "Jonathan! Look, my love," she said to her companion. "It is Jonathan." "Arabella," he began. He did not know what he meant to say. He held out his hands to her, but she did not take them. Without appearing to know what she did, she withdrew slightly and joined her hands with those of the unknown woman, as if this was now the person to whom she went for comfort and support. The unknown woman looked at Strange in obedience to Arabella's request. "He looks as most men do," she remarked coldly, and then, as if she felt the meeting were now concluded, "Come," she said. She tried to lead Arabella away. "Oh, but wait," said Arabella softly. "I think that he must have come to help us. Do not you think he might have?" "Perhaps," said the unknown woman in a doubtful tone. She stared at Strange again. "No, I do not think so. I believe he came for another reason entirely." "I know that you have warned me against false hopes," said Arabella, "and I have tried to do as you advise.
But he is here. I was sure he would not forget me so soon."
"Forget you?" exclaimed Strange. "No, indeed. Arabella, I—"
"Did you come here to help us?"
asked the unknown woman, suddenly addressing Strange directly.
"What?"
said Strange.
"No, you must understand that until now I did not know. Which is to say, I do not quite understand."
The unknown woman made a small sound of exasperation.
"Did you, or did you not, come here to help us? It is a simple enough question, I should think."
"No," said Strange. "Arabella, speak to me, I beg you. Tell me what has—"
"There, you see,"
said the unknown woman to Arabella.
"Now let you and me find a corner where we can be peaceful together. I believe I saw an unoccupied bench near the door."
But Arabella would not be persuaded to walk away just yet. She continued to gaze at Strange in the same odd way. It was as if she were looking at a picture of him, rather than the flesh-and-blood man. She said,
"I know you do not put a great deal of faith in what men can do, but—" "I put no faith in them at all,"
interrupted the unknown woman.
"I know what it is to waste years and years upon vain hopes of help from this person or that. No hope at all is better than ceaseless disappointment."
Strange's patience was gone. "You will forgive my interrupting you, madam," he said to the unknown woman, "though I observe you have done nothing but interrupt since I joined you. I fear I must insist on a minute's private conversation with my wife. Perhaps if you will have the goodness to retire a pace or two."
But neither she nor Arabella was attending to him. They were directing their gaze a little to his right. The gentleman with thistledown hair was just at his shoulder. Stephen pushed through the crowd of dancers. His conversation with the gentleman had been most unnerving. Something had been decided upon, but the more Stephen thought about it, the more he realized he had not the least idea what it was.
"It is still not too late," he muttered as he forced his way through. "It is still not too late."
Part of him, the cold, uncaring, enchanted half, wondered what he meant by that. Not too late to save himself, to save Lady Poole and Mrs. Strange. The magician. Never had the lines of dancers seemed so long, so like a fence barring his way. On the other side of the room he thought he saw a head of gleaming thistledown hair.
"Sir," he cried, "wait, I must speak with you again."
The light changed. The sounds of music, dancing, and conversation were swept away. Stephen looked around, expecting to find himself in a new city or upon another continent. But he was still in the great hall of Lost Hope. It was empty. The dancers and musicians were gone. 3 people remained. Stephen himself, and some way off, the magician and the gentleman with the thistledown hair. The magician called out his wife's name. He hastened towards a dark door, as if he intended to dash off into the house in search of her. "Wait!" cried the gentleman with the thistledown hair. The magician turned, and Stephen saw that his face was black with anger, that his mouth was working as if a spell were about to explode out of him. The gentleman with the thistledown hair raised his hands. The great hall was filled with a flock of birds. In the blink of an eye they were there. In the blink of an eye they were gone. The birds had struck Stephen with their wings. They had knocked the breath out of him. When he recovered enough to lift his head, he saw that the gentleman with the thistledown hair had raised his hands a second time. The great hall was full of spinning leaves. Winter-dry and brown they were, turning in a wind that had come out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye they were there. In the blink of an eye they were gone. The magician was staring wildly. He did not seem to know what to do in the face of such overwhelming magic. "He is lost," thought Stephen. The gentleman with the thistledown hair raised his hands a third time. The great hall was full of rain, not a rain of water, a rain of blood. In the blink of an eye it was there, in the blink of an eye it was gone. The magic ended. In that instant the magician disappeared, and the gentleman with the thistledown hair dropped to the floor like a man in a swoon.
Where is the magician, sir?" cried Stephen, rushing to kneel beside him. "What has happened?"
"I have sent him back to Altinum's sea colony,"
he said in a hoarse whisper. Note, meaning Venice. Altinum was the city on Italy's eastern coast, whence came the first inhabitants of Venice. End of note. He tried to smile, but seemed quite unable.
"I have done it, Stephen. I have done what you advised. It has taken all my strength. My old alliances have been stretched to their utmost limit. But I have changed the world. Oh, I have dealt him such a blow. Darkness, misery, and solitude. He will not hurt us any more."
He attempted a triumphant laugh, but it turned into a fit of coughing and retching. When it was done, he took Stephen's hand.
"Do not be concerned about me, Stephen. I am a little tired, that is all. You are a person of remarkable vision and penetration. Henceforth you and I are no longer friends, we are brothers. You have helped me defeat my enemy, and in return I shall find your name. I shall make you king."
His voice faded to nothing.
"Tell me what you have done,"
whispered Stephen. But the gentleman closed his eyes. Stephen remained kneeling in the ballroom, grasping the gentleman's hand. The tallow candles went out. The shadows closed about them. 56. The Black Tower. 3rd, 4th December, 1816. Dr. Greysteel was asleep and dreaming. In his dreams someone was calling for him, and something was required of him. He was anxious to oblige whoever it was, and so he went to this place and that, searching for them, but he did not find them, and still they called his name. Finally he opened his eyes. "Is there—" he asked.
"It's me, sir, Frank, sir."
"What's the matter?"
"Mr. Strange is here. He wants to speak to you, sir."
"Is something wrong?"
"He don't say, sir, but I think there must be."
"Where is he, Frank?"
"He won't come in, sir. He won't be persuaded. He's outside, sir."
Dr. Greysteel lowered his legs out of the bed and drew in his breath sharply. "It's cold, Frank," he said.
"Yes, sir."
Frank helped Dr. Greysteel on with his dressing-gown and slippers. They padded through numerous dark rooms, across acres of dark marble floors. In the vestibule a lamp was burning. Frank pulled back the great iron double doors, and then he picked up the lamp and went outside. Dr. Greysteel followed him. A flight of stone steps descended into darkness. Only the smell of the sea, the lap of water against stone, and a certain occasional glitter and shifting about of the darkness gave the observer to understand that at the bottom of the steps there was a canal. A few houses round about had lamps burning in windows or upon balconies. Beyond this all was silence and darkness. "There is no one here," cried Dr. Greysteel. "Where is Mr. Strange?" For answer Frank pointed off to the right. A lamp bloomed suddenly under a bridge, and by its light Dr. Greysteel saw a gondola waiting. The gondoliero poled his boat towards them. As it approached, Dr. Greysteel could see there was a passenger. Despite all that Frank had said, it took a moment or two for Dr. Greysteel to recognize him.
"Strange!" he cried. "Good God! What has happened? I did not know you. My dear friend!"
Dr. Greysteel's tongue stumbled, trying to find a suitable word. He had grown accustomed in the last few weeks to the idea that he and Strange would soon stand in a much closer relationship.
"Come inside! Frank, quick! Fetch a glass of wine for Mr. Strange."
"No!" cried Strange in a hoarse, unfamiliar voice. He spoke urgently in Italian to the gondoliero. His Italian was considerably more fluent than Dr. Greysteel's, and Dr. Greysteel did not understand him, but the meaning soon became clear when the gondoliero began to move his boat away.
"I cannot come inside," cried Strange. "Do not ask me."
"Very well, but tell me what has happened."
"I am cursed."
"Cursed? No, do not say so."
"But I do say so. I have been wrong from start to finish. I told this fellow to take me a little way off. It is not safe for me to be too close to your house. Dr. Greysteel, you must send your daughter away."
"Flora? Why?"
"There is someone nearby who means her harm."
"Good God!"
Strange's eyes grew wider. "There is someone who means to bind her to a life of ceaseless misery, slavery and subjugation to a wild spirit. An ancient prison built as much of cold enchantments as of stone and earth. Wicked, wicked! And then again, perhaps not so wicked after all. For what does he do but follow his nature? How can he help himself?" Neither Dr. Greysteel nor Frank could make anything of this.
"You're ill, sir," said Dr. Greysteel. "You have a fever. Come inside. Frank can make you a soothing drink to take away these evil thoughts. Come inside, Mr. Strange."
He drew away slightly from the steps so that Strange might approach, but Strange took no notice.
"I thought—"
began Strange, and then stopped immediately. He paused so long it seemed he had forgotten what he was going to say, but then he began again.
"I thought,"
he began again,
"that Norrell had only lied to me. But I was wrong. Quite wrong. He has lied to everybody. He has lied to us all."
Then he spoke to the gondoliero, and the gondola moved away into the darkness.
"Wait! Wait!"
cried Dr. Greysteel, but it was gone. He stared into the darkness, hoping that Strange would reappear, but he did not.
"Should I go after him, sir?"
asked Frank.
"We do not know where he has gone. I dare say he has gone home, sir. I can follow him on foot." "And say what to him, Frank? He will not listen to us just now. No, let us go inside. There is Flora to consider."
But once inside, Dr. Greysteel stood helpless, quite at a loss to know what to do next. He suddenly looked as old as his years. Frank took him gently by the arm and led him down a dark stone staircase into the kitchen. It was a very small kitchen to service so many large marble rooms upstairs. In daylight it was a dank, gloomy place. There was only one window. It was high up on the wall, just above the level of the water outside, and it was covered by a heavy iron grill. This meant that most of the room was below the level of the canal. Yet after their encounter with Strange it seemed a warm and friendly place. Frank lit more candles and stirred the fire into life. Then he filled a kettle to make them both some tea. Dr. Greysteel, seated in a homely kitchen chair, stared into the fire, lost in thought.
"When he spoke of someone meaning harm to Flora," he said at last.
Frank nodded as if he knew what came next.
"I could not help thinking he meant himself, Frank," said Dr. Greysteel. "He fears he will do something to hurt her, and so he comes to warn me." "That's it, sir," agreed Frank. "He comes here to warn us, which shows that he is a good man at heart." "He is a good man," said Dr. Greysteel earnestly. "But something has happened. It is this magic, Frank. It must be. It is a very queer profession, and I cannot help wishing he were something else, a soldier or a clergyman or a lawyer." "What will we tell Flora, Frank?" "She will not want to go, you may be sure of that. She will not want to leave him, especially when he is sick. What can I tell her? I ought to go with her. But then who will remain in Venice to take care of Mr. Strange?" "You and I will stay here and help the magician, sir. But send Miss Flora away with her aunt." "Yes, Frank, that's it. That's what we shall do. Though I must say, sir, added Frank, "that Miss Flora scarcely needs people to take care of her. She is not like other young ladies." Frank had lived long enough with the Greysteels to catch the family habit of regarding Miss Greysteel as someone of exceptional abilities and intelligence. Feeling that they had done all that they could for the present, Dr. Greysteel and Frank went back to bed. But it is one thing to form plans in the middle of the night. It is quite another to carry them out in the broad light of day. As Dr. Greysteel had predicted, Flora objected in the strongest terms to being sent away from Venice and from Jonathan Strange. She did not understand. Why must she go?
"Because," said Dr. Greysteel, "he was ill."
"All the more reason to stay, then," she said. "He would need someone to nurse him."
Dr. Greysteel tried to imply that Strange's illness was contagious, but he was, by principle and inclination, an honest man. He had had little practice at lying, and he did it badly. Flora did not believe him. Aunt Greysteel scarcely understood the change of plan any better than her niece. Dr. Greysteel could not stand against their united opposition, and so he was obliged to take his sister into his confidence and tell her what had happened during the night. Unfortunately, he had no talent for conveying atmospheres. The peculiar chill of Strange's words was entirely absent from his explanation. Aunt Greysteel understood only that Strange had been incoherent. She naturally concluded that he had been drunk. This, though very bad, was not unusual among gentlemen, and seemed no reason for them all to remove to another city. "After all, Lancelot," she said, "I have known you very much the worse for wine. There was the time we dined with Mr. Sixsmith, and you insisted upon saying good-night to all the chickens. You went out into the yard and pulled them one by one out of the hen-house, and they all escaped and ran about, and half of them were eaten by the fox. I never saw Antoinette so angry with you." Antoinette was the doctor's late wife. This was an old story, and very demeaning. Dr. Greysteel listened with mounting exasperation.
"For God's sake, Louisa, I am a physician. I know drunkenness when I see it."
So Frank was brought in. He remembered much more precisely what Strange had said. The visions he conjured up of Flora shut away in prison for all eternity were quite enough to terrify her aunt. In a very short space of time Aunt Greysteel was as eager as anyone else to send Flora away from Venice. However, she insisted upon one thing, something which had never occurred to Dr. Greysteel and Frank. She insisted that they tell Flora the truth. It cost Flora Greysteel a great deal of pain to hear that Strange had lost his reason. She thought at first they must be mistaken, and even when they had persuaded her that it might be true, she was still certain there was no necessity for her to leave Venice. She was sure he would never hurt her. But she could now see that her father and aunt believed otherwise, and that they would never be comfortable until she went. Most reluctantly she agreed to leave. Shortly after the departure of the two ladies, Dr. Greysteel was sitting in one of the palazzo's chill marble rooms. He was comforting himself with a glass of brandy, and trying to find the courage to go and look for Strange, when Frank entered the room and said something about a black tower.
"What?"
said Dr. Greysteel. He was in no mood to be puzzling out Frank's eccentricities.
"Come to the window, and I will show you, sir."
Dr. Greysteel got up and went to the window. Something was standing in the centre of Venice. It could best be described as a black tower of impossible vastness. The base of it seemed to cover several acres. It rose up out of the city into the sky, and the top of it could not be seen. From a distance its colour was uniformly black, and its texture smooth. But there were moments when it seemed almost translucent, as if it were made of black smoke. One caught glimpses of buildings behind, or possibly even within it. It was the most mysterious thing Dr. Greysteel had ever seen.
"Where can it have come from, Frank? And what has happened to the houses that were there before?"
Before these or any other questions could be answered, there was a loud, official-sounding knock upon the door. Frank went to answer it. He returned a moment later with a small crowd of people, none of whom Dr. Greysteel had ever seen before. Two of them were priests, and there were 3 or 4 young men of military bearing, who all wore brightly coloured uniforms decorated with an extravagant amount of gold lace and braid. The most handsome of the young men stepped forward. His uniform was the most splendid of all, and he had long yellow moustaches. He explained that he was Colonel Wenzel von Ottenfeld, secretary to the Austrian governor of the city. He introduced his companions. The officers were Austrian like himself, but the priests were Venetian. This in itself was enough to cause Dr. Greysteel some surprise. The Venetians hated the Austrians, and the 2 races were hardly ever seen in each other's company.
"You are the Sir Doctor," said Colonel von Ottenfeld, "the friend of the Hexenmeister of the great Wellington?"
Note: Hexenmeister, German for magician. End of note. Dr. Greysteel agreed that he was.
"Ah, Sir Doctor, we are beggars under your feet today."
Von Ottenfeld put on a melancholy expression which was much enhanced by his long, drooping moustaches. Dr. Greysteel said he was astonished to hear it.
"We come today, we ask your—"
Von Ottenfeld frowned and snapped his fingers.
"Vermittlung. Wir bitten um Ihre Vermittlung. Wie kann man das sagen?"
There was some discussion how this word ought to be translated. One of the Italian priests suggested intercession.
Yes, yes, agreed von Ottenfeld eagerly. We ask your intercession from us to the Hexenmeister of the Great Wellington. Sir Doctor, we esteem very much the Hexenmeister of the Great Wellington, but now the Hexenmeister of the Great Wellington has done something. What calamity! The people of Venice are afraid. Many must leave their houses and go away.
"Oh," said Dr. Greysteel knowingly. He thought for a moment, and comprehension dawned.
"Oh, you think Mr. Strange has something to do with this Black Tower?" "No," declared von Ottenfeld. "It is not the tower. It is the night. What calamity!"
"I beg your pardon," said Dr. Greysteel, and looked to Frank for help. Frank shrugged. One of the priests, whose English was a little more robust, explained that when the sun had risen that morning, it had risen in every part of the city except one, the parish of Santa Maria Zobenigo, which was where Strange lived. There night continued to reign.
"Why does the Hexenmeister of the Great Wellington this?" asked von Ottenfeld. "We do not know. We beg you, go, Sir Doctor. Ask him, please, for the sun to come back to Santa Maria Zobenigo. Ask him respectfully to do no more magic in Venice."
"Of course I will go," said Dr. Greysteel. "It is a most distressing situation, and though I am quite sure that Mr. Strange has not done this deliberately, that it will prove to be all a mistake, I will gladly help in any way I can."
"Ah,"
said the priest with the good English anxiously, and put up his hand, as if he feared that Dr. Greysteel would rush out to Santa Maria Zobenigo upon the instant.
"But you will take your servant, please. You will not go alone."
Snow was falling thickly. All of Venice's sad colours had become shades of grey and black. St. Mark's Piazza was a faint grey etching of itself done on white paper. It was quite deserted. Dr. Greysteel and Frank stumped through the snow together. Dr. Greysteel carried a lantern, and Frank held a black umbrella over the doctor's head. Beyond the piazza rose up the black pillar of night. They passed beneath the arch of the atrio and between the silent houses. The darkness began halfway across a little bridge. It was the eeriest thing in the world to see how the flakes of snow, falling aslant, were sucked suddenly into it, as if it were a living thing that ate them up with greedy lips. They took one last look at the silent white city and stepped into the darkness. The alleys were deserted. The inhabitants of the parish had fled to relatives and friends in other parts of the city. But the cats of Venice, who are as contrary a set of creatures as the cats of any other city, had flocked to Santa Maria Zobenigo to dance and hunt and play in the endless night which seemed to them to be a sort of high holiday. In the darkness, cats brushed past Dr. Greysteel and Frank, and several times Dr. Greysteel caught sight of glowing eyes watching him from a doorway. When they reached the house where Strange lodged, it was quiet. They knocked and called out, but no one came. Finding the door was unlocked, they pushed it open. The house was dark. They found the staircase and went up to Strange's room at the top of the house, where he did magic. After all that had happened, they were rather expecting something remarkable, to find Strange in conversation with a demon or haunted by horrible apparitions. It was somewhat disconcerting that the scene which presented itself was so ordinary. The room looked as it had upon numerous occasions. It was lit by a generous number of candles, and an iron stove gave out a welcome heat. Strange was at the table, bending over his silver dish, with a pure white light radiating up into his face. He did not look up. A clock ticked quietly in the corner. Books, papers, and writing things were thickly scattered over every surface as usual. Strange passed the tip of his finger over the surface of the water and struck it twice, very gently. Then he turned and wrote something in a book. "Strange," said Dr. Greysteel. Strange glanced up. He did not look so frantic as he had the night before, but his eyes had the same haunted look. He regarded the doctor for a long moment without any sign of recognition. "Greysteel," he murmured at last, "what are you doing here?" "I have come to see how you are. I am concerned about you." Strange made no reply to this. He turned back to his silver dish and made a few gestures over it. But immediately he seemed dissatisfied with what he had done. He took a glass and poured some water into it. Then he took a tiny bottle and carefully tipped 2 drops of liquid into the glass. Dr. Greysteel watched him. There was no label upon the bottle. The liquid was amber-colored. It could have been anything. Strange observed Dr. Greysteel's eyes upon him. "I suppose you are going to say I ought not to take this. Well, you may spare yourself the trouble." He drank it down in one draught. "You will not say so when you know the reason." "No, no," said Dr. Greysteel in his most placating tone, the one he employed for his most difficult patients. "I assure you I was going to say nothing of the kind. I only wish to know if you are in pain or ill. I thought last night that you were. Perhaps I can advise—" He stopped. He smelt something. It was quite overpowering. A dry, musty scent mixed with something rank and animal. And the curious thing was that he recognized it. Suddenly he could smell the room where the old woman lived, the mad old woman with all the cats. "My wife is alive," said Strange. His voice was hoarse and thick. "Ha! There! You did not know that!" Dr. Greysteel turned cold. If there was anything Strange could have said to alarm him even more, this was probably it. "They told me she was dead," continued Strange. "They told me that they had buried her. I cannot believe I was so taken in. She was enchanted. She was stolen from me. And that is why I need this." He waved the little bottle of amber-colored liquid in the doctor's face. Dr. Greysteel and Frank took a step or two backwards. Frank muttered in the doctor's ear, "All is well, sir. All is well. I shall not let him harm you. I have the measure of him, do not fear." "I cannot go back to the house," said Strange. "He has expelled me, and he will not let me go back. The trees will not let me pass. I have tried spells of disenchantment, but they do not work. They do not work." "Have you been doing magic since last night?" asked Dr. Greysteel. "What?" "Yes." "I am very sorry to hear it. You should rest. I dare say you do not remember very much of last night." "Ha!" exclaimed Strange with bitterest irony. "I shall never forget the smallest detail." "Is that so? Is that so?" said Dr. Greysteel in the same soothing tone. "Well, I cannot conceal from you that your appearance alarmed me. You were not yourself.
It was the consequence, I am sure, of overwork. Perhaps if I— Forgive me, Dr. Greysteel. But, as I have just explained, my wife is enchanted. She is a prisoner beneath the earth. Much as I would like to continue this conversation, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Very well. Calm yourself. Our presence here distresses you. We will go away again and come back tomorrow. But before we go, I must say this. The governor sent a delegation to me this morning. He respectfully requests that you refrain from performing magic for the present. Not do magic? Strange laughed, a cold, hard, humourless sound. You ask me to stop now? Quite impossible. What did God make me a magician for, if not for this? He returned to a silver dish and began to draw signs in the air just above the surface of the water. Then at least free the parish from this unnatural night. Do that at least for me, for friendship's sake, for Flora's sake. Strange paused in the middle of a gesture. What are you talking about? What unnatural night? What is unnatural about it? For God's sake, Strange, it is almost noon. For a moment Strange said nothing. He looked at the black window, at the darkness in the room, and finally at Dr. Greysteel. I had not the least idea, he whispered, aghast. Believe me, this is not my doing. Whose is it, then? Strange did not reply. He stared vacantly about the room. Dr. Greysteel feared it would only vex him to be questioned more about the darkness, and so he simply asked, Can you bring the daylight back? I do not know. Dr. Greysteel told Strange that they would come again the next day, and he took the opportunity once more to recommend sleep as an excellent remedy. Strange was not listening, but just as Dr. Greysteel and Frank were leaving, he took hold of the doctor's arm and whispered, May I ask you something? Dr. Greysteel nodded. Are you not afraid that it will go out? What will go out? Asked Dr. Greysteel. The candle. Strange gestured to Dr. Greysteel's forehead. The candle inside your head. Outside, the darkness seemed eerier than ever. Dr. Greysteel and Frank made their way silently through the night streets. When they reached the daylight at the western extremity of St. Mark's Piazza, both breathed a great sigh of relief. Dr. Greysteel said, I am determined to say nothing to the governor about the overturn of his reason. God knows what the Austrians might do. They might send soldiers to arrest him, or worse. I shall simply say that he is unable to banish the night just now, but that he means no harm to the city, for I am quite certain he does not, and that I am sure of persuading him to set matters right very soon. The next day, when the sun rose, darkness still covered the parish of Santa Maria Zobenigo. At 8:30, Frank went out to buy milk and fish. The pretty, dark-eyed peasant girl who sold milk from the milk barge in the San Lorenzo Canal liked Frank and always had a word and a smile for him. This morning she handed him up his jug of milk and asked, Hai sentito che la stregone inglese è pazzo? Have you heard that the English magician is mad? In the fish market by the Grand Canal, a fisherman sold Frank 3 mullet, but then almost neglected to take the money, because his attention was given to the argument he was conducting with his neighbour as to whether the English magician had gone mad because he was a magician or because he was English. On the way home, 2 pale-faced nuns, scrubbing the marble steps of a church, wished Frank a good morning and told him that they intended to say prayers for the poor, mad English magician. Then, just as he was almost at the house door, a white cat stepped out from under a gondola seat, sprang on to the quayside, and gave him a look. He waited for it to say something about Jonathan Strange, but it did not. "How in God's name did this happen?" asked Dr. Greysteel, sitting up in bed. "Do you think Mr. Strange went out and spoke to someone?" Frank did not know.
Out he went again and made some inquiries. It seemed that Strange had not yet stirred from the room at the top of the house in Santa Maria Zobenigo, but Lord Byron, who was the one person in all the city who treated the appearance of eternal night as a sort of entertainment, had visited him at about 5 o'clock the previous evening, and had found him still doing magic and raving about candles, pineapples, dances that went on for centuries, and dark woods that filled the streets of Venice. Byron had gone home and told his mistress, his landlord, and his valet, and as these were all sociable people, much given to spending their evenings among large groups of talkative friends, the number of people who knew by morning was quite remarkable.
"Lord Byron, of course!" cried Dr. Greysteel. "I forgot all about him. I must go and warn him to be discreet."
"I think it's a little late for that, sir," said Frank. Dr. Greysteel was obliged to admit the truth of this. Nevertheless, he felt he should like to consult someone. And who better than Strange's other friend? So that evening he dressed carefully and went in his gondola to the house of the Countess Albrizzi. The Countess was a clever Greek lady of mature years who had published some books upon sculpture, but her chief delight was to give conversazioni, where all sorts of fashionable and learned people could meet each other. Strange had attended one or two, but until tonight Dr. Greysteel had never troubled about them. He was shown to a large room on the piano nobile. It was richly decorated with marble floors, wonderful statues, and painted walls and ceilings. At one end of the room the ladies sat in a semicircle around the Countess. The men stood at the other end. From the moment he entered the room, Dr. Greysteel felt the eyes of the other guests upon him. More than one person was pointing him out to his neighbour. There was little doubt but that they were talking of Strange and the darkness. A small, handsome man was standing by the window. He had dark, curly hair and a full, soft, red mouth. It was a mouth which would have been striking upon a woman, but on a man it was simply extraordinary. With his small stature, carefully chosen clothes, and dark hair and eyes, he had a little of the look of Christopher Drawlight, but only if Drawlight had been fearfully clever. Dr. Greysteel went up to him directly and said, "Lord Byron?" The man turned to see who spoke. He did not look best pleased to be addressed by a dull, stout, middle-aged Englishman. Yet he could not deny who he was. "Yes, my name is Greysteel. I'm a friend of Mr. Strange." "Ah," said his lordship, "the physician with the beautiful daughter." Dr. Greysteel, in his turn, was not best pleased to hear his daughter spoken of in such terms by one of the most notorious rakes in Europe. Yet he could not deny that Flora was beautiful. Putting it aside for the moment, he said, "I have been to see Strange. All my worst fears are confirmed. His reason is quite overturned." "Quite," agreed Byron. "I was with him again a few hours ago, and could not get him to talk of anything but his dead wife, and how she is not really dead, but merely enchanted. And now he shrouds himself in darkness and works black magic. There is something rather admirable in all this, do you not agree?" "Admirable?" said the doctor sharply. "Say, pitiable, rather. What, do you think he made the darkness? He told me quite plainly that he had not." "But of course he made it," declared Byron. "A black world to match his black spirits, who would not blot out the sun sometimes. The difference is that when one is a magician, one can actually do it." Dr. Greysteel considered this. "You may be right," he conceded. "Perhaps he created the darkness and then forgot about it. I do not think he always remembers what he has said or done. I have found that he retains very little impression of my earlier conversations with him." "Ah, well, quite," said his lordship, as if there was nothing very surprising in this, and that he too would be glad to forget the doctor's conversation just as soon as he could. "Were you aware that he has written to his brother-in-law?" "No, I did not know that." "He has instructed the fellow to come to Venice to see his dead sister." "Do you think he will come?" asked Dr. Greysteel. "I have not the least idea," Lord Byron's tone implied that it was somewhat presumptuous of Dr. Greysteel to expect the greatest poet of the age to interest himself in such matters. There was a moment or two of silence, and then he added in a more natural tone, "To own the truth, I believe he will not come. Strange showed me the letter. It was full of disjointed ramblings and reasonings that none but a madman, or a magician, could understand." "It is a very bitter thing," said Dr. Greysteel. "Very bitter indeed. Only the day before yesterday we were walking with him. He was in such cheerful spirits. To have gone from complete sanity to complete madness in the space of one night, I cannot understand it. I wonder if there might not be some physical cause, some infection, perhaps?" "Nonsense," declared Byron. "The causes of his madness are purely metaphysical. They lie in the vast chasm between that which one is and that which one desires to become, between the soul and the flesh. Forgive me, Dr. Greysteel, but this is a matter of which I have experience. Of this I can speak with authority." "But—" Dr. Greysteel frowned and paused to collect his thoughts. "But the period of intense frustration appeared to be over. His work was going well." "All I can tell you is this. Before this peculiar obsession with his dead wife, he was full of quite another matter. John Usglass. You must have observed that. Now, I know very little of English magicians. They have always seemed to me a parcel of dull, dusty old men. Except for John Usglass. He is quite another matter. The magician who tamed the Otherlanders. Note. A somewhat poetical name for fairies. End of note. The only magician to defeat death. The magician whom Lucifer himself was forced to treat as an equal. Now, whenever Strange compares himself to this sublime being, as he must from time to time, he sees himself for what he truly is, a plodding, earth-bound mediocrity. All his achievements, so praised up in the desolate little isle— Note. Lord Byron is speaking of Great Britain, end of note. Crumble to dust before him. That will bring on as fine a bout of despair as you could wish to see. This is to be mortal, and seek the things beyond mortality." Lord Byron paused for a moment, as if committing the last remark to memory in case he should want to put it in a poem. "I myself was touched with something of the same melancholia when I was in the Swiss mountains in September. I wandered about, hearing avalanches every 5 minutes, as if God was bent upon my destruction. I was full of regrets and immortal longings. Several times I was sorely tempted to blow my brains out, and I would have done it too, but for the recollection of the pleasure it would give my mother-in-law." Lord Byron might shoot himself any day of the week for all that Dr. Greysteel cared. But Strange was another matter. "You think him capable of self-destruction?" he asked anxiously. "Oh, certainly." "But what is to be done?" "Done?" echoed his lordship, slightly perplexed. "Why would you want to do anything?" Then, feeling that they had talked long enough about someone else, his lordship turned the conversation to himself. "Upon the whole, I am glad that you and I have met, Dr. Greysteel. I brought a physician with me from England, but I was obliged to dismiss him at Geneva. Now I fear my teeth are coming loose. Look." Note. See Byron's letter to Augusta Lee, October 28, 1816. End of note. Byron opened his mouth wide and displayed his teeth to Dr. Greysteel. Dr. Greysteel gently tugged on a large white tooth. "They seem very sound and firm to me," he said. "Oh, do you think so? But not for long, I fear. I grow old, I wither. I can feel it." Byron sighed. Then, struck by a more cheerful thought, he added, "You know, this crisis with Strange could not have come at a better time. I am, by chance, writing a poem about a magician who wrestles with the ineffable spirits who rule his destiny. Of course, as a model for my magician, Strange is far from perfect. He lacks the true heroic nature.
For that I shall be obliged to put in something of myself."
A lovely young Italian girl passed by. Byron tilted his head to a very odd angle, half-closed his eyes, and composed his features to suggest that he was about to expire from chronic indigestion. Dr. Greysteel could only suppose that he was treating the young woman to the Byronic profile and the Byronic expression.